Hi, everybody. Welcome to the North American Striker League, sponsored by Odyssey Interactive. I'm your host, Kaz, the host, and I'm going to start us off with the first match here with UMC and Magic 8 Ball. Now, I'm going to get you guys straight into the match because we don't want to be here all night.
Hello, all you wonderful people, and thank you for tuning in to the North American Strikers League here in our second week. My name is Magic 8 Ball, and I'm joined on the air by UMC. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I can't wait to get into these matches.
Same here. These matches are going to be really important for determining the standings of the league. A lot of close matchups in terms of seeding are going to be happening tonight. And I know we were talking a little bit before the cast about that. What is this gonna look like in terms of how this is gonna affect the playoff picture?
I mean, it's really big. First off, we have a fight for 4 and 5, and fifth seed looks like it makes it in. But being on that fifth seed spot, you do not want to be there. And
Right.
if you even have a moments break, you don't want to touch that. And then we also have no, it's fifth and sixth. Sorry, I said 4 and 5 because our second one is a battle between the 3 and 4. And if things play a certain way, one team could drop down to the 5, if I did my math correctly. And that's going to make it very interesting, and it's going to put a lot of pressure on these teams to perform this week specifically.
Right. Especially this first couple of matchups that we've got here today. The first one being Team Name for Saya versus Comeback Kings, both of which have looked not necessarily shaky, but have not had the strongest showings and really need a win to propel them and make sure that they're not at risk of being relegated.
Yeah. I am very much going to look at Silent. He had a very good last week up against Light. Sorry, took me a second. He played very well, put a lot of pressure on it, and will allow him to win one game, which is putting them in the seeding right now where they are. Hopefully, they can keep that momentum up that they got in that one game.
Right, exactly. And on the other side, we have Comeback Kings, who are mainstays in terms of tournament play, but last week they looked like they were not doing super well against Core Overflow. They definitely struggled to get some points on the board, but let's see if they adjusted this week, and I'm curious what you think that they could be doing better to make sure that they secure this.
I personally, from what I watched, I think their scoring opportunities have been the best, and they tend to go a bit solo more than anything else. Their biggest thing that they could do to fix what they have is to play like a run team with more pass angles, more pressure on the goalie from the two of them together, instead of trying to force it through by themselves.
Right, exactly. And that would be double BO3, and Cameron was on the midfield last week, and it looks like we're going to have Yeesh this time around in that slot where Cameron was last week. Let's see if that changes the dynamic. Maybe they weren't super comfortable playing with one another. There's so many things that could go different ways. I believe last week as well, Comeback Kings had an off-stream match where they went 1-1 against Finesse. So it's not like they're not winning any games, but they just need to kick it up a little bit just to put themselves over. But I believe we are going to be getting into match shortly, but for the time being, we are going to be making sure that you all are having a great time. UMC, what is your favorite part of Omega Strikers?
My favorite part about it is just how, even with the smaller roster we have in comparison to other games that are big and competitive, just the amount of different ways you can play those characters. Like, you're not stuck into one build constantly. Then the draft really does shake things up. Like, you could pick out 14 different Juliets from this league, and all of them would play differently, and you could pretty much tell each one.
Right.
I think that makes the game very fun.
Yeah, you can tell, the Joker from like int overflow, or you could tell double bo3 from ginger pop. There are so many different ways to play these characters, and it creates a lot of diversity. And speaking of different things like the drafts and awakenings, I know we talked a little bit about potential variations depending on maps and different awakenings that come up first. What are you expecting to see today specifically for picks for the team name for Saya versus Comeback Kings match?
I expect to see Melee Goldie out of Comeback Kings. It seems like all of them who have played goalie, they seem to prefer the Melee goalie and prefer that more anti-stuff pressure as opposed to what team name for Saya, what Slot likes to play, where he likes to play a more range goalie, put pressure in the midfield and that. I'm expecting to see an interesting matchup here, and then I don't really see many variations coming out from these teams. I think it's going to come more to the second game, but I expect to see some interesting draft strategy because I feel like denial is going to be the biggest point to this series.
You know, that's something I think is interesting as well, is something I don't see talked about too much, but pick order can actually be really important for something like this, and that's almost luck of the draw because you can't switch that around. You can't change which character goes to which person later on in the draft, and so it's going to be really dependent on how things roll, how things shake out. I believe we are going to be getting into the game very soon. We have been queued up. I'm very excited to kick off week 2 of this North American Strikers League. This is the East portion of the league, so this is going to be very important. The prospects that we've talking about have been only for East for right now, but the West will be coming up later tonight. So, I know we talked a little bit about your potential top 3 right now, and I want you to share those with the folks at home.
Okay, when I talk to all these players, it's gonna be rough. I think right now it's a 3-way toss-up between Core Overflow, Dogleg Spike, and Light. Personally, I think Dogleg Spike is going to need a little bit more room to grow in that because I know the other 2 teams have been around longer as a team and they're gonna be more comfortable. But I'm not going to throw anything against them. You have 2 of the best players, well, 3 of the best players, I should say, in the game, and that's always going to help you do more. I could see Finesse also pushing themselves up to that plate, and I think they are the next team up. They're the cutoff point. If I do my top 3 ranking, and I will do this just for the content, I'm going to go put, I think Core Overflow just seems to play very well when it comes to higher stakes games. So I'm going to throw them as a tentative 1 for right now. And then it seems like Light is having issues. So I'm going to put Dogleg Spike at 2 and then Light at 3. And that's going to be my top 3 as we shall get into game.
Let's get into this game. We've got team name for Saya, team name for Saya, versus the Comeback Kings. And we are on Demon Deus. All right, a brawl-heavy map. And based on what we were talking about, it seems like it's probably going to benefit the members of Comeback King if they can get a good draft with their preferred brawling characters.
I actually think it's going for Team for Saya because they have the range goalie. They're going to have the more stagger pressure, as we do see a Drakkar band that's going to try to keep, I think, Cameron, who is a very good Drakkar player, away. And then we'll see the Kai pick up here for Slop. No Vice? No.
Oh, it was a little bit spicy. You almost got a little bit spicy with it. The Zentaro coming out on the other side. I'm assuming that's going to be WBO3 is going to be picking that again. They were picking that last week. So we'll see what happens. Lumos is hovering it as well. We do see Aimee come out in the midfield for Silent, switching off of that Juno, and the Vice coming through as the last pick.
Oh,
we're getting into game
goalie.
1, baby.
Yeah, that was. I think it's Yishi. I think is playing Aimee goalie here, and then Vice, Zentaro. That's going to apply a lot of pressure. That I think it's going to be a battle of who can keep their Zentaro up more, or not get knocked off the side like that. Very big play from Saya to start.
All right. It seems like they've got a good position here. That Monumental is really putting the pressure onto Yeesh. Just going to send that one through. Not a whole lot going on. They just no cooldowns. No turret to protect themselves. That was a very quick KO. My goodness.
Yep. The very quick KO into the double the double barrier take from Silent, that was very well played from him, and he's going to get an early EXP lead to end his level 2.
Lumos getting that level 2 as well. Yeah, this is gonna looking really bad if you're the members of Comeback Kings trying to get ahead, but they simply are too far behind right now to make too much progress. Daftgrass finally going through with that rockin' out ultimate, getting staggered in the process. Lumos trying to fish for this kill, and the turrets come alive, crisscrossing the map. My goodness.
But it does get through, and now Slap has no goal barriers. This is looking good for Comeback Kings right now, as Silent puts pressure back on. But Lumos is dead. Go into this game 1.
Has the core flip available, right? And Silent's putting on good pressure in the midfield, keeping them away, keeping them hit. Finally, Lumos is back online, and WO3 gets staggered in the process. Core flip comes out from Yeesh, and a turret that ends up blocking Lumos' strike towards that goal barrier. Core flip out. WO3, hanging on by a thread, barely blocks the goal barrier, but then gets sent away for it. Daftgrass is putting on some pressure, but it's not going to get through that core flip, and Lumos knows exactly how to set that up from that midfield range. Perfect execution.
That was a great passing play from there. Getting WO3 there on the end, very big. I think Silent's ults have been too far away from the center, so they can't really get the pressure that way. But other than that, like, I mean, it's just, you see the more pressure now of forward over Vice, but Slap's going to die. He had no bar because he had to use his core flip.
Right.
Both taken.
That elusive is going to send him down. Oh, no goalie, no shoes, no shirt, no service. That one's going to get sent through. Gun looking pretty good for Comeback Kings, right? It's not like they're super far behind. Just a couple of things need to just keep going their way, like getting that pressure onto Slop early on.
They actually have a level lead, all things considered, because Lumos just hit level 3, so now they're even. There was one. Ooh, good defensive from Slop. That strike shot is proving invaluable for a lot of range strikers right now. Even some melees.
Even some melees, indeed, because it can send, gives them that extra projectile range. But Silent is getting backed into a corner as we speak. Finally, WO3 lets up the pressure, but ends up getting a goal barrier for it. Finally backing away, Lumos online again, as well as Daftgrass. And this Vice has just been putting out such nice secondaries to make sure that that core and the players who are standing near it can just never stand anywhere. Finally, ultimate comes out from Zentaro. Goal barrier down, core flip, and that's a nice
down.
sinking in. Wow.
Yeah. No, this has been very well played there from WO3 and Daftgrass on the forward pressure. You do say Vice has been getting a ton of secondaries that are just putting more core pressure than stagger pressure. And they're winning stagger pretty hard right now.
Winning stagger. Look at the health bar on Silent as Yeesh walks forward and gets a nice little core flip, but gets stuck. The core gets stuck behind the barrier and ends up getting 2 for it. Trying to find a way out of this, but Lumos, perfect setup, and sends this one to Team Name for Saya for the first set. We're going to the draft.
If you are Comeback Kings, you did not want to lose that first round because of the prime time. Prime time on Kai is really big, and most times Slap does end on his team the highest one, so he does normally have first pick if you win it. That is unfortunate.
Hyper unfortunate. Good picks from Zentaro and Yeesh there, WO3, to get those pretty important awakenings for Zentaro, but Hotshot's gonna fall through to Silent, but Orb Dancer getting picked up by Daftgrass. Didn't see a better option. I guess.
He has Replicator as well, though. So
oh, okay.
yeah, it looks like it was a Replicator Monumental to start.
And in that case, that makes a lot more sense.
As we do see Silent going down, the kill pressure is very much on the side of Comeback Kings. I do like Big Fish Zentaro. I think it's very solid for all of his abilities.
Because it'll increase that range, it'll give him a little bit more stuffing potential as Yeesh sends a nice stuff into the side of the arena. Finally trying to push this one forward, but Silent keeping it in that midfield range. Nice little blocking off, cutting off as to prevent them from getting that core through before Lewis could respawn, but that's going to be the goal barrier.
Yep, one traded back though on Lumos. Silence trying to stay alive. Lumos gets the second one. And this scoring pressure from Centauro, I think the character can 1v3 to a certain point. Slap's just going to hold.
Oh, I can't believe that core flip reached, and the Giga Blast is going to keep sending that one back as Silent is finally now back online, and because of that, able to help Slop get that one barely cooked out of the net. Silent sends that one all the way back as Yeesh was not expecting that much pressure, and that's a goal for Team Name for Saya that never should have happened.
Yeah, they, like, straight up, I think Comeback Kings played that great, but as I said, their scoring pressure doesn't feel the greatest. And they couldn't double up into Slap, and he won 2 1v1s, and then overtime plus the plus hot shot. Oh my god, was really instrumental in scoring that.
You have another chance this time, but Yeesh got clapped by that glitch pop. Silent trying to send this one into the goal barrier, not gonna be able to do so as Daftgrass keeps them out of the area with that ultimate. Very good denial, and Silence on the ropes for now. A power play that's turned around for Comeback Kings, and this is another great opportunity for them to score.
You said Silent was on the ropes. Double BO3 just sent him over the ropes.
Over the ropes indeed, as the goal barrier falls once again. As Slop is all the way forward and sending that one in. The goalie coming up and knowing exactly when to put on that pressure.
I actually really like that play of Slop. Like, I'm staggered, and if they get pressure onto me, they're going to probably score. I'm going to go forward here, and Lumos took the back spot, and it worked out.
Yeah, a
Great
nice
shot from
rotation.
Slop.
Like, that's so important, and I know last week they talked a little bit about having that kind of midfield rotation and knowing when to do it. It's so important, but another thing that's important is keeping your goal barriers up, and unfortunately Team for Syed is not able to successfully do that this time around. Finally getting one of their own. Daftgrass and Lumos are both a little bit lower than they'd like to be, as Yeesh is walking forward, having that core flip, but not going to be able to send it through. Looks like the team wasn't quite there to back it up. Lumos staggered, but still putting on the pressure, wants to get this goal barrier. The amazing turret able to keep this one on the other side of the arena, and that's another goal barrier down. Finally, the barrage comes through, and Lumos barely gets sent away, and a nice primary from Daftgrass sneaks that one right past Slop.
That very well played there from Comeback Kings, but they just don't have the scoring pressure once they get both goal barriers. They've been doing a great job of getting the goal barriers. They just need to finish, and I think they've been outplaying the midfield pretty hard.
They just can't seem to convert as Daftgrass converts one goal barrier onto his own, but luckily they're gonna get Silent out of the map for now. Finally, trying to get a little bit closer to that goal barrier, but every single time it seems like they just get shoved away and stalled for long enough that power play does not last. Turret comes online and Slop gets pushed away. This is a 0.5 set, which is really important if the Comeback Kings want to make that comeback of their own.
The big thing, the key ticket right here is look at the bars underneath all of Team Name for Saya's names. They have no dodges, and against this team that's going to want to get damage down, not having that or having only one is very big. As you see, Silence 1 HP right now.
Silent 1 HP and gonna get
0
sent away by the chain lightning. This is a really good opportunity for Comeback Kings if they could just land a couple more abilities onto that core, but it seems to be slipping away from them. A little bit too much ice on this hockey rink to get this puck through. Finally gets sent away. Yeesh sending this one back, sending it away from the Ivy turret, trying to make sure that they can secure the kill on Lumos, or at least push him away. Okay, fair enough. But wait a minute! This man is staggered, and he got both goal barriers! He can't do this again! They can't possibly do this again, right?
No, they cannot!
Double BO3! Okay. Ooh, very, very close, but Comeback Kings evening up the score.
WO3 they're finding the win con of just bullying Slap out when he doesn't have a dodge. And that's working very well for him. I expect Adrenaline Rush to be taken here.
I'm curious about the Super Surge and who it's gonna fall to, because if it gets the WO3, that's so much more kill potential than they already had, right? But no, instead Silent's gonna snatch that one up. Adrenaline Rush instead. This is looking like a pretty solid draft, right?
Yes, and we got Ponderer for Daftgrass, who has 3. He has it all.
Wow, the trifecta of orbs, and all of them are already full and cooked. So, I mean, hey, this is looking like it could be a really good pickup, a really good scaling opportunity, considering that they have so much pressure. And speaking of pressure, Lumos decides to put it on himself. Instead, Yeesh is nowhere to be found, not coming home at all for this goal. Almost slipped it past, but wait, what?
Yeesh went away to live on a farm somewhere.
They sent the cat away to live on the farm. I'm sorry, everybody.
Yep.
Your parents, that is not what they meant. Daftgrass getting KO, another KO, as it's just Slop left alone, and these goal barriers are still standing. They need to convert these kills, and Lumos finally back online is just keeping this core in front of them. Silent's back up now. Core flip from BO3, but I mean, you can't even get it with that. Lumos barely trying to stay alive and keep this one up, but health bars are low. This could be a goal.
I mean, you just look at it like they're getting the kills, but they're having to use every ability to get those kills right now. Silent and Lumos are doing a good job of actually making sure that they have to use everything to get there, dodging just enough. Slop is putting work on the defense right now.
Putting in a lot of work, if I'm being honest. Like, these goal barriers have not fallen, and that is so instrumental. Like, just preventing every opportunity, stuffing them out at every chance. And he's gonna walk forward again. No, you can't do this again, Slop. Okay. Silence out, and the goal barriers fall, and this looks like it could be the opportunity that the Comeback Kings are looking for.
Yes, but if they can score, we've seen them have this issue before. Gets the core flip.
Wait, that's the goalie! Yeesh is up front, trying to send the Amy turret into it. WO3 core flips and they can't get it in. There's 2 down! Please, just put it in!
And remember the issue of prime time on the first rotation, and that's coming back to bite him in the butt when they're trying to score here.
So hard to get through those 12 projectiles that you have to fight through. That's so much stuff. Literally. In both senses of the word. Trying to get the goal barriers down. Daftgrass. Gonna get
Daftgrass has
punished
to stay
for it
alive.
so much. That Orb Ponderer coming in huge, if I'm being honest. So, folks, don't underestimate it. Gonna send that ult up, and Lumos is looking really bad.
He's still alive, though.
Oh, no, there's no way. There's no way that these two on, like, negative health bars can get this goal in, right? No.
Yeah, there's no way. It hasn't happened like 14 times before.
Surely not.
Adrenaline Rush coming out, and there's the power of getting these KOs. I honestly think them taking Super Surge might not have been the play and letting WBO3 take that, and instead making it so he has to choose between taking Super Surge and actually grabbing the Adrenaline Rush when their team has been killing a lot more.
Yeah, like, try and trip them up in that draft. Yeah. But instead they're getting tripped up in the arena.
It's more than just tripping them at this point.
Right, yeah, no, I mean, like, they're getting the chair to trip them, and then they're tossing it over their heads, and then bashing them, and then kicking them away. Like, it's brutal! WBO3, a little bit staggered himself, but trying to find another opportunity to get Comeback Kings into the lead for this set. But oh, okay! Daftgrass almost just sent that one all the way back, all that progress erased. Silent has a beautiful ulti here, and these teammates just cannot help them. That's so important, is to cut people off with that Amy turret, right?
Yep. You forced Yeesh to constantly put it down, and Lumos could just sneak his way in there, threw a dash out, and had his had his strike up as well. As we're getting to another .5. I think it's been every set so far.
Every set, even if it hasn't been exactly 5 points, it's felt like it. Look at the ultimate coming from Daftgrass, stealing the orb and making sure to keep these players staggered, but they're living. They're trying to hang on. They're holding on to these edges for their lives, but they can't manage it. The beautiful Ivy turret from Yeesh as is forward pressure might just be too much from Comeback Kings, the stun, and finally the ace. That's going to be Comeback Kings 2-1 in this set over Team Name for Saya. And Slop and crew need to come up with some kind of strategy or some kind of awakening draft to prevent them from getting KO'd so much.
And
their
it's
Stagger
there.
Swagger. Oh my goodness.
Stagger Swagger, you also... I'm expecting Heavy Impactor Deadeye here. No, they're going to take away the Stagger Swagger.
No.
Really well played. Lumos is going to be a big boy. Heavy Impact for Zentaro. Very good. What do we see here? Deadeye taken for the Amy, and this is looking very scary. Though this Kai will have his barrage jump infinitely. You just got Machine Gun Kai here. MGK.
Machine Gun Kai. Gonna be making sure that this is impossible to go through. Slop is gonna put this team on his back, and it seems like it might be a good strategy in the long run. Lumos looking like he's got control of this putt. Maybe not getting a little bit too caught in the midst of the fray and getting sent away.
That's the worst feeling as a forward, when you're just sitting there and they keep on hitting you and can't do anything about it. That's
right. Because you get stunned, you get hit, like you can't regenerate, you're just like, leave me alone, please. I could make a meme reference, but I won't.
Go for it.
I'm not that cringe, I tell myself. Beautiful Ivy turret, but it ends up getting silent, sent home, and sent packing. Daftgrass is a little bit low, and I think Lumos sees that and really wants to try and even up this power play as Silent finally comes back alive. So much damage getting nuked onto Slop, and no evades coming out. Lumos just sitting there at the core, not knowing what to do. Ivy turret finally taking this one away, and Silent is going to be the de facto goalie for right now, but Glitch pops it into his own barrier. Ultimate. So much abilities coming out on the side of WBO3, and a beautiful cross-up from Daftgrass to send that one into the upper corner. This is Comeback Kings looking like they're on a breakaway with this set.
Yep, and the breakaway is the damage they're doing. Silent and Lumos just have to force themselves forward, really, what it feels like, as Lumos is just not going to be allowed to play the game.
No. I mean, why would he be, right? You can't be there. We're not letting you be there. We need to do our own thing. Core flip from Daftgrass means that they're not going to be able to do their thing for right now, but sliding right in between the two midfielder and the goalie. Silence Glitch Pop sends one into the goal, and that's even Stevens for right now, but they need to be able to come up with something a little bit more consistent.
Yeah. Can you come back on the Comeback Kings?
I mean, if you're just gonna get KO'd like that immediately, this game might be too snowballed out of control, as the adrenaline rush means that Double can just consistently dribble this thing away. Silent with a good ultimate, keeping it away for right now, but I don't know.
Got one.
I guess they got one, and Yeesh is
They got two.
staggered. Hold on. No. We've been seeing this too many times, right? They can't do this again. Comeback Kings can't let this happen again. They can't keep getting away with this. Silent has the core, has a glitch pop, has a dash. No, barely not able to send it away in time, and there's no cooldowns. All right, we're on match point. I don't know about this one. There's so much that could go right, but there's so much that could go wrong.
Everyone is a level 10 now, so Stagger is going to be the highest it's going to be for at least this set. And it's looking very good right now for Team Name for Saya. They have the pressure down. Lumos is taking a lot of damage.
So is Double and Yeesh. They've been kind of getting the short end of the stick. Finally getting staggered back up. That core was so close to going in. I thought I missed it. Double's finally here, Lumos is finally out, and Silent is finally staggered. And this is looking like it's
Slopsticker as
Over.
well.
No, surely it's over.
But both goal bearers are still up for Team Name Josiah. I say that.
No, there it is. There's the KO onto Slop. And with that goalie gone, it's going to be so much harder to keep this defense on line. One goal barrier falls. Doubles in there. The stun. The ultimate. That's it. Comeback Kings, looking like they were a little bit shaky on that first set. Cleaned things up. Scaled, whatever you want to say. And they come away with that victory in this first match of the 2-game series.
I do want to say, I did not expect... I think Tempo Swing was the big ticket item there that allowed double BO3 to get the damage he did. Look at that. 48,000 damage.
Ow. Wow. That's
and then,
a little insane.
And then getting Adrenaline Rush, so that as soon as he got the kill, he could just be in there like swimwear, like absolutely on top of you at all times.
Right. It seems like they just never had a chance to breathe on the side of Team Name Josiah, right? The combination of the aggressive long-range abilities from both Yeesh and Daftgrass, right? Like having two of those important players. You know, this is something you can't do with an Atlas. People always talk about how Demon Deus is a very, very damage-heavy map, and this is what they mean. It's so easy to get caught out because these goalies have to stand so far forward.
Yeah, and great. What I want to say is the another big tick item is just getting dodges out early and then forcing the team onto like no dodges. The first point matters more than any other, in my opinion, because you saw it with the Team Name Josiah. They constantly did not have the dodges up to be able to defend themselves, and they kept on dying for it. And that first set where they got KO'd, got their dodges out, and then couldn't get out, they were just trapped in a cycle of forever just being pushed around the map wherever they wanted to be.
Right.
Well, wherever they didn't want to be.
Wherever they didn't want to be. Yeah, for real. It's so rough. But they did have a good showing in that first set, and I think that's one thing I want to focus on, is because they had a lot of good opportunities. They scored a lot, right? And they weren't getting beat up as much, but even then they were kind of able to pass it back, right? So I think it really was that first draft that was important, and I think just understanding how to play around the Vice and maybe focusing more on KOing that to make sure that chip damage can't get dealt out as much might have been the play, right?
I honestly think I think their game plan going in was very solid. Of they're going to stagger us, they're going to kill us, and that we just need to put pressure on their goal bearers and score, and they were doing it pretty well. Just at the end, they couldn't get that enough forward pressure, as we do get into game 2 here.
We are getting into game 2. Team Name Josiah looking to even up and tie Comeback Kings. And again, it's really important for the standings. This entire series is super important for where these teams are looking to end up at the end of these 4 weeks. We're going to be going into the draft. We are in Atlas's lab.
This is honestly probably my least favorite map of all of them.
No, I understand. It's the same for me.
Well, it's because my brain turned off. I walk forward, I walk into center, I blow up and die. And look at what that ban phase is.
Yeah, already coming through, deciding to completely deny the Zentaro from double. But the Era coming is again denied from Silent. Really scared of that, even after all the nerfs.
Yes, I think the nerfs were... I'm not going to say slap on the wrist, more like a slap on like the arm.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's still impactful enough to make her not insane, but she still has a lot of time up to make you small, to make you slow, and all that. As we're going to see double Rasmus out. Rasmus has very much gone up in the meta in terms of forward play, and it's going to be interesting to see here now.
Yeah, the Vice Rasmus mirror match as Daftgrass switches. Wait, so Yeesh is going to be playing it in goalie instead.
Yes.
Daftgrass is going to be the one forward, as it's Chrono Boost and Cooldown Spark which 3 people took as the opening Awakenings. And this opening to Game 2, Team Nate Versailles versus Comeback Kings. Team Nate Versailles on the left, Comeback Kings on the right in the red, as Double is very much in the red. Same with Daftgrass. Look at these health bars. Trying to get a couple more gold barriers, trying to convert off of this slight opportunity, but Lumos is also looking a little bit dicey.
This is just they're opposite sides of game 1, where it seems like Stagger always was on the advantage of Comeback Kings, but gold barriers wasn't.
Right,
and
exactly.
It's same verse, second verse, same as the first. Oh my god. No, it's very good, but we do see first point going to Comeback Kings, and the pressure there. The Vice goalie is looking very solid for just being annoying.
Right. It's the same idea as Imi, just a little bit of a different feel to it, a different flavor, as these Comeback Kings decide to get a KO at the risk of, this, at a core sliding slowly into the goal because these goal barriers are up. Lumos really likes this, putting on this pressure and trying to put this one away early.
No, I really like how you just said they decided to get killed. Like, I'm feeling like it today.
Yeah.
It was a long work week. I decided, I want that KO.
just let me take a breather for like 5 minutes. Get my hands off my keyboard. Daftgrass, though, hands on the keyboard as that core flip gets sent through. Not gonna find the goal barrier. Gonna be staggered himself. But Silent just gets punched by that gun. And they're trying to send this one through. They really need to get through Slop's defenses here on the island. Finally gets through. Dash? No. Too many players around the core for Slop to deal with. And that is going to be 2 points to Comeback Kings. And we talked about having a new game plan, but it looks like it's supposed to work out well. I just don't know how comfortable Silent is on this Vice.
Yeah. And I think, big thing again, first point, they expended a ton of dodges from Silent and them. And it's looking like their damage, playstyle is not too comfortable for Silent and Lumos. Like, they aren't getting the KOs when they have them staggered. As Slop's going to die to the edge there. 2 dead.
What in the world? 2 dead. Silent's just fending for his life. Comeback Kings putting on a masterclass on how to KO players together. Just dumping all of their damage onto the right spots. And that's really what it's about. That is the execution that these high-level teams are the best of the best need to do as we activate these Awakenings in the first draft.
Very interesting choices here. Built different, yeah. Okay, I think all these picks are reasonable, but it's certainly not what you want when you have Jakar's top of the leaderboard. You're really hoping to see that prime time again, or you're going to see something like you're just going to see something damage oriented, and the best you can get was built different. Maybe Deadeye. Range increase also been really good.
Right, didn't have that opportunity for range increase. So a little bit of a strange draft, but coming into the second set, we just need to see. I think it's more going to be a focus on a different kind of gameplay, game plan. See if they can't go around these passing plays. See if they can't give Slop an opportunity to make sure that he's breathing, as he is clearly not with this shotgun shoved down his throat. Ivy turret coming through. Silence sending the secondary. They've got this one at least on the other half of the arena, but Lumos is staggered, and so is Yeesh. Finally, he's getting that goalie out, but Silent misses the pass. That was such an important pass to miss, as Lumos is going to be staggered here as well. Double has a really good opportunity, but Silent was able to send this one through. Yeesh, staggered. Lumos, primary. That's going to be a lost goalie. The hook sends it right to him. A perfectly placed hook to block the clear line. And that's the first really solid goal from Team Name Versailles.
Lumos said, "Yeesh, you're a midfielder now," and just hooked him straight into the midfield.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it really was. And that's kind of how Yeesh has been playing. He's been playing really forward, really aggressive.
Yep. There is a term that has been a little bit forgotten to time because it's not as much relevant. Have you heard of the Yeesh line?
I don't think that I have.
back in beta, he used to like cross past a certain point and then have a Tom Course score on him just because he was too far forward. So it's like you'd be playing like, oh, he crossed the yeesh line, it'd be like twice a game.
Super funny. And it seems like he crossed it again as Comeback Kings got scored on very quickly again.
He was, yeah, they did get scored on very quickly, but he's definitely a bit more cross right now than he would be normally.
We'll see what happens.
Counter core flip. Can't get anything out of it.
There's a lot of damage though, right? Look at Lumos' health bar. Really needs to make sure that he's healing up, but with that
Jakar
dot,
burn.
Yeah, the dot is really gonna send him away. The double shotgun, but there's no cooldowns to score. Let's see if they can't at least get something going here. Yeesh moving forward. Doubles in the backfield. There's a goal barrier. A primary is forced out of Yeesh to send this one through, and that was enough stalling to get Lumos back online. A secondary ends up with Yeesh right in the prime spot and had to force an evasion or two from the members of Team Name for Saya.
As Comeback Kings do get their first point of the second round. Right now though, I do think that Slop, Silent, and Lumos just said, you know what, they're going to do damage to us. There's going to happen. We just need to focus on scoring here. But it looks like it's not working out too well for them right now.
Not working out at all. Gold barrier does fall, but just because you get one doesn't mean the enemy can't get one right back. Lumos finally back in the fray with the friends. Wait a minute. What the world? I'm sorry, I lost track of everything, and I think that Slop and Silent did too, because I saw Drek go flying, I saw the black hole explode, and then that core just floated into the goal.
Yeah, it seemed like that crash was right on the edge when that happened, so he died, but it went to a position where double BO3 hit with a primary down to himself in the midfield and then had a scoring angle. As both goal barriers are going to be taken though.
Silent ults at the core into the black hole and ended up sending himself to the moon. Oh goodness, that's the goal for Comeback Kings, and a 5-point volley goes their way. Team Name for Saya so desperately wanted to even the score, but that was so unfortunate.
Oh, and Jakar's going to get either Missile Prop or Prime Time or Stinger.
Oh my gosh.
Stinger chosen for double BO3, that's interesting. Yeah, Prime Time. I'm expecting Missile Prop here.
Gotta
missile
be,
prop?
right?
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. And this is looking really bad because of how much burn the members of Comeback Kings are going to have. I don't know how these members on Team Name for Saya are going to stay alive.
I wanted Yeesh to take cast the last, I'm pretty sure that increases his stun duration.
Yes.
And he already has... No, he does have Chrono Boost. Hold on.
No, he took Spark of Focus instead. And he focused, they are.
Focused on winning this game.
Very focused. So much focus. I think that they're might be on Adderall kind of focused, but you know, I probably not. We like to make a couple of jokes. A goal for Comeback Kings. That was really clean.
Yeah, and I mean, look at Dakras' level right now. He's level 8 when the next highest is level 6. It's just, Dakras has taken over this game on Jakar, and Slop cannot stop his the shotgun pressure and get just both goal barriers here right now. As WO3 will hit it backwards, just taking some time to think about his next strategy.
Dakras is deciding to back up actually as well. Goal barrier gonna get through, but not the end of the world. Silent is gonna try and put on a little bit of pressure, but Lumos is not able to get this one exactly where he wants it. I think sending it right back into his own goal.
Yep,
Oy,
he did 50 Slop there after doubles. I'm like, okay, Slop should get it out, and I saw the blue one come out.
Got 50'd by his own teammate. My goodness. Oh, unfortunate. Little bit of a spicy, dicey game for the members of Team Name for Saya. They're trying to make this one work, trying to keep themselves online. It seems like they're just struggling to really get motivated, get aggressive.
I think they have lost the will. Oh,
the competitive edge, I think, is just not there, as double BO3 sends that one back in. That's a pretty quick 3-0. A couple of really nice opportunities for Team Name for Saya. Almost even the score back up and could have ended that draft in a different way, but Comeback Kings with a solid 2-0, and this is really, really what they needed to put themselves back into a good place in the standings and have a good outlook for the rest of this season.
As for team name for Saya, this is not great. This is putting you, I think, outside the top 5 for right now. And I don't know how their schedule is looking for the rest of it, but it's still a very scary spot to be when you're 2 weeks in so far to the season.
Right. It's gonna be hard to come back. Pun not intended. Come back from that and try and make themselves have a better run, give themselves a good opportunity. But for now, that was the set. We are going to be sending this over to our analyst desk with Yoki and Kaz as the host. Take it away, guys.
All right, guys, welcome to the analyst desk, and I just want to point out real quick, well played to both teams here, especially CBK taking away the win here. And I do want a quick shout out. I believe Slot played so well today, especially that first match. And Yoki, I have just one question for you. How do you think kickoffs affected this match?
So kickoffs definitely played a bigger role than you would maybe initially suspect. My screen on camera now? Do we know? Am I on mainstream yet?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So in game 1, kickoffs kind of went back and forth.
Wait, so it says they don't see it.
Okay, 1 second. Give us 1 second, chat, as we smooth out some technicals. So just to begin,
Okay, Yoki, it's looking like you're not in the
is
video.
it better?
We're not seeing you in here.
I see me in here. Okay, it seems like we're all good. So game 1 started a little bit with pretty much the main difference in this match is having Comeback Kings with a little bit more burst offensive pressure off the kickoff. And then because Slop is on Kai, he has to respond to that with his like barrages, his like defensive capabilities. And we saw the side of Team Saya make an adjustment going into the end of set 1 and beginning of set 2, where they were actually able to hold like defensive pressure and sustain against Comeback Kings offense. But then what happened is that Comeback Kings did make an adjustment where they applied the initial pressure, as you see the Ami turret come out and Daftgrass playing aggressively. But then Daftgrass and Double BO3 played a little bit more defensively, anchoring more towards like their half of the field, which denies any real offensive pressure from the side of Team Saya to come out and secure any goal barriers. This like extra defensive effort from the side of Comeback Kings is what allowed them to eventually lead into BO3 securing a KO. And then after they won this set and brought this set back to win, BO3 was able to like get the adrenaline rush, which allows them to just capitalize harder off of that KO. In addition to this, Daft was able to deny in one draft Stagger Swagger, which not only denies the sustain and it enables the adrenaline rush win condition, but it also enables his Exodia orb trap, where Daft, if he's able to live, he's just feeding cooldowns and feeding BO3 even harder. And then as we go into game 2, we kind of saw a little bit of the same thing starting to happen. Oh, this might be a little bit better. Is Comeback Kings were applying this extremely overwhelming offensive pressure off the kickoff, and Slop's team was able to defend it in the second set. They were up 2-0, but then as Comeback Kings, the adjustment they actually found was committing harder with Rasmus and Drakkar double chrono boost for speed. That freed up a lot of space for Yeesh to be able to venture outside of his like goalie box and really cross the Yeesh line to help like apply even more offensive pressure. So that, like on kickoff, what we see, this clip is not trimmed the best actually, which is my bad. But they were able to secure both goal gates. Were able to lead that into getting a kill, and even though they lose their goal bearers themselves, they are able to like set themselves up to secure KOs and like gain map pressure. So just this blitz, this I don't know a better word, but it was just hard to blitz from Comeback Kings was simply just too overwhelming for Slop's team to deal with, and they just unfortunately were not able to find an answer during this match.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think, and despite it all, I believe that really all 6 players played well, but I believe Daftgrass was the real carry of the game here, real MVP. And I'll take this out to the second game here and leave it to the casters.
Thank you both so much for that lovely insight into deep into the mechanisms of what really turned that game into Comeback Kings' favor. Overall, I think that this horse has been beaten dead. Well played to all the players. But now we've got another set coming right your way very soon, and that is going to be the set between Light and Finesse, which is 2 teams that I personally love watching, for sure, and want to see how these teams match up against one another, because as we were mentioning, these are 2 teams that are looking to make a statement.
Yeah, no, both teams like very strong. I expect a very good game here. I mean, every team in this tournament is strong. Like, don't get me wrong, but like I feel like both these guys have the potential to be like front runners, stuff like that. I am more going to be watching for I want to see how well Finesse can do into this matchup with like I think Barcode, Puffy, like every one of their players can like really put good scoring opportunities down, really put pressure on Light. And right now with like Light not being, I'm going to say they're not up to their usual form.
Right.
This is a perfect opportunity for Finesse to show that, hey, we're up there as well. We can really put pressure onto everyone.
Right. And it's not like they're poor players by any means. I mean, these are players that have been knocking on that door for a while of doing well and winning these tournaments, right? They've been right there, but just have not been able to solidify themselves as the best. Joker and Puffy have been at the top for a long time, right? And Barcode, I mean, we all remember what happened during the CECC LAN. That was the most immaculate showing of goalie display I've ever seen, and I expect nothing less from him in this matchup.
Some top players would call him an iron wall. Other than that, old joke aside, Barcode has been like I think the goalie to watch out of everyone in terms of melee goalies. He's really shown that his strike timing is impeccable, and he knows where to put the core to get it past, get to his forwards, and allow them to score. And I hope I see another like CEC type moment, because watching that clip back is still one of the greatest highlights in Omega Strikers tournament history.
Right, and it's it's not the longest history by any means, but it's definitely, there's more to come, but I think that is going to remain a staple for sure. So I did just get word. Light is going to be fielding an emergency sub. Don't know the full situation there, but that is what I'm hearing. So gonna be a little bit later of a start time than we were expecting, but I'm sure that we will get into this game relatively quickly. But for the time being, I do want to talk about the members of Finesse, such as the Joker. The Joker is someone whose play I personally watch to get better at the game, because he's an amazing forward that is so tricky with, like you were mentioning about barcode, strike placement, knowing exactly where to put the core, and knowing how to be patient with it.
Yeah, I definitely do enjoy playing with Joker when I'm there. I'm like, oh sweet, I have Joker on my team. I know that this person will like not just throw the core into the goalie 5 times. Me. I really can't wait to see what they do here. I also like Puffy is insanely good. That like this roster is scary when you go into it, and you cannot underlook them. I don't think if you're in top 3, you have to focus on this game as well. You can't just be like, okay, we'll do our usual. You have to really look at what they're doing and how to counter what they're doing.
Right. Puffy has been on Era, I believe, was what he was playing last week. But I know I've seen
disgusting.
him. What?
You disgusting.
I don't know. Do you think they're gonna ban it out, or do you think that they're gonna try and ban out barcode on the Atlas?
It depends on who the sub is, because either you ban the Atlas and like Corey just plays, you just match the Corey Era,
right?
Or Corey is not playing, and then you ban the Era, and your sub picks up something of that, and you just have to hope that he doesn't get twin drive.
Pray. That's pretty true though, right? At some points, you know, the dice is gonna fall, and you just have to see where it lands.
Like Primetime Kai, you just have to force yourself through it. And it helps if you can kill the Atlas.
Right, but you know, is another task in and of itself, because he's bulkier.
Easier said than done.
Bulkier, has the ultimate that will heal and prevent the KO. Not going to be the easiest task, for sure. But it's going to depend on a couple of things. Can they bait out the ultimate by trying to KO one of the forwards? Can they really just keep dumping that pressure by having, you know, more of a long range, kind of like what we saw in the Comeback Kings game with the Imi and the Vice? Can they have that combo really putting on the pressure?
Yeah. It's interesting to see how, like, I think damage has really gone up since like the first patch, and that and feels like scary to play forward right now in terms of like, oh hey, I'm dead, because you know, why not?
Right.
I think Vice is a very like synopsis of that. Of I had to dodge her stun so I didn't die, and now she's ulting on me and I'm dead anyways.
Right. It's a very frustrating kind of. I don't want to say frustrating, but you have to understand that if you don't see this as a foregone conclusion that you are going to die at least 3 times in this game, then it's going to be frustrating, right? Which players are going to have their opinions on.
Yeah. One thing I do I like seeing players what they do when they're staggered. Like you look at Lumos, he's like, I'm staggered. Okay. Kept on going forward.
He just keeps going for the goal.
He scored a few goals while staggered then, where they had like 2v3 or that, just because you can take that stagger pressure, but if they can't defend you, you get the goal. It doesn't matter.
Right. Especially if they already dumped all their cooldowns into you, then they don't have anything to defend with, right? And if you bait out a couple of abilities by like really putting on the dodging skills, which some players have been shown to be really proficient at, then they can end up with that, oh, you just burned your cooldown trying to kill me. Boop. And that goes in.
Yep. No, I'm very excited for this match, because also like these teams are still pretty flexible. Like every player has their secondaries and their tertiaries, and keep on going, keep on going, keep on coming. It don't stop coming.
No, and it's not like they're gonna get like banned out. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty safe. You can have 2, maybe 3 characters, and really cover all your bases.
It's gonna be interesting to see. Rasmus has definitely jumped up the tier list for forwards right now. Like you're seeing that over like Juliet, you're seeing it over X. I think X is falling pretty far down the tier list.
Right, exactly. Speaking of X, though, we have gotten confirmation that the emergency sub is going to be Cardinals29 in for Leo Leon, who is that X master.
This is going to be a very interesting game because I feel like Leo Leon is very hard to, fill in the shoes of the Leo Leon.
Right, one of the best to ever do it, and for a good reason. And again, it's gonna switch up how the banning strategy is gonna go. It's gonna switch up exactly how Finesse wants to play around this new force that they didn't prepare for. So this is gonna be interesting. I'm very curious how this is gonna go. I think it's still going to be a good competitive set.
Yes, I do agree with you on that. Where it's like, I cannot wait to see all the stops that both these teams are going to pull out against each other, and I'm expecting at least 1 or 2 highlight plays to come out of it.
I hope so. I want to be here for it. So, we are searching right now. We're going to be getting into this game shortly. And once we do, this is going to be right in there. I'm getting intel that Cardinals is a goalie player.
Yes, he is.
What can you tell me about Cardinals? Do you know anything about his champion pool or anything?
The best speaker in the game. Like, if you want some good content, talk to Cardinals, man. He's the best.
All right. Very well.
I do enjoy playing with him as well. I'm like, my big thing is just like funniest guy in the scene, and like you see a lot of like, if you see some like top level players saying something, most of the time it originated from Cardinals.
Oh, okay. He's kind of like a deep mind, a top mind.
Yeah, he's the wordsmith of Omega Strikers.
Gotcha. Okay. I see on this core strike that he plays a lot of Kai, a lot of Estelle, so
Yep.
might be seeing a change up with those range goalies this time around.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to play this now because you're right. Cardinals is a goalie player.
Right, and I maybe Jordan Luz is going to switch to midfield, right? Maybe play something like the Estelle in the midfield, or something like Erasmus, which he used last week as a goalie. Might use it as a forward. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to go for.
Yeah, no, I cannot wait to see what actually partakes from this set. Now that like we have the sub in that like. I am excited, ecstatic even.
Simply overflowing with anticipation. I might add. I don't know if I can properly put into words just how much I can't wait for this set.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, right now it seems like we got queue times of the Omega level of variety, where it's going to might as well just start up a different game in here.
Might as well just put something else on the stream. Just have a nice conversation with chat. I hope everyone's having a great weekend. I know there's a lot of Omega Strikers being played right now, so thank you all for joining us over here on the Amidere stream. Appreciate you all being patient. But this has been I think everyone has been doing a fantastic job putting on the show. It's been a joy to watch.
Yes, no, it has been a joy to watch. I do have a question for chat. Who is your favorite and least favorite character in the game right now?
Ooh.
Get some chat response in here. And
My least favorite is definitely Vice.
that is a good one. I'm still not the biggest fan of Arrow because especially in certain lobbies where like, hey, I know that person, I don't know the other 2 people. I'm getting shrunk all game, and it's very fun.
You just have a target absolutely on your back, just always getting beamed, always getting debuffed, and like I've been there too. Just like sitting there and just like I want to actually be able to play the game, but I can't.
Yep. And that's like my favorite. Again, my highest play Centauro as we do get into game. Unfortunate, I will not be able to read any of these. comments in chat. Maybe I might look at him in between and just
He might be
Three-handed.
chatting.
yeah, might be chatting.
We are gonna get Oni Village for this set between Finesse and Light. As we do see the loads coming in. Here comes the bans. That Imi is looking like a juicy ban, which is something I believe that Light got banned out last week on the Imi. Yeah, PP Legends decided to ban out that Imi, and it's gonna happen again. The Drek ban coming in, making sure to deny that away from Puffy.
Good deny.
Very good deny.
As we are going to see Asher forward here from the Joker. It looks like it's what's being hovered. We do get the Atlas out, and the most pay-to-win Atlas skin of all time.
Oh, 100%. Like, I never know what ability is actually on my screen.
The Pulse Fire Ezreal of.
You're so right for that. Vice Era coming out on the side of Light. Kind of a double midfieldy kind of comp. As the Dubu comes out. I know you talked a little bit about it, but I didn't think it was going to come out here.
I didn't bring up, you might see some ice skating, so to say. The Dubu, and that might just be the strategy here, as we do see Cardinal on the Vice, your favorite character.
My favorite character. We do see Joker going back to that Asher that he used last week, and the Opening Awakenings were Timeless Creator and Extra Special, which makes sense as these two goal barriers go down super quickly. As you already lose, just kind of get literally snap closed by two abilities.
Yep, and Estelle is very good on this map. Like, Estelle is just going to be a great pick here, and it's going to be annoying for Yari Lose to deal with all the momentum that is going to come from the side areas.
Right, and I think it's a good way to put it. They have a lot of momentum. Speaking of momentum, this core's momentum is getting sent directly into this goal. You already lose sending out that Tofu Fortress. Gonna be able to send this one to Corey. That's a goal barrier down, but overall, it seems like control of the game solidly in Finesse's favor.
Yeah, no, very much in their favor, as they're going to try to get Corey there, but Corey is able to live. And yeah, they can't even get pressure onto this second barrier, the one that Alex is always going to guard, because he only has to guard one.
Oh, goodness. Atlas on Oni Village, and it's Barcode of all people. What a beautifully placed spot from Joker. I love the core flip pass plays. I think that they're super underrated, and they always seem to just throw people off. That was a beautiful recognition from Puffy to say, I don't need to score this. My teammates got this.
No, still one of my favorite clips I saw was the core flip pass and the core flip pass and the core flip score.
You need to send me that after this.
I'll have to try to find it again. I don't even remember where I found it from.
You already lose, actually walking forward and getting a ton of damage onto Joker, sending him to the Shadow Realm.
I was going to say a ton of damage. You mean just all of it?
Goal barrier down for each side. Puffy trying to just skate around the outside. Make sure that this core is in a good spot. Cardinals absolutely getting dumped on. Almost getting staggered in the process. Ult comes through. No goal barrier for him. And this looks like a good opportunity to score. Puppy can just find the right spot. Joker could find the right play. But Cardinals is doing a good job at denying it.
Yep. As they do get it, and right now, the forward era, the God's strongest, which as I'll count as I skated. That's
Right. Oh, and if anyone can do it, it's probably Corey. Right? They just knows exactly where to place all of the abilities, knows exactly how to dance around with that speed boost.
Yes. He will hit the triple axle, I swear.
I believe it. I have faith. Beautiful core flip, gonna send that one right into the goal barrier. And
I just gotta say, Light is putting up a very good fight right now. From what looked like was a very one-sided start, it seems like Light is now more focused on what they can do in that, and is really showing that they are still a team to be reckoned with, even with a sub.
With a sub indeed, but that Crystal Thorns can be shot out from that very fun Estelle skin.
Yeah, that Estelle alt.
Right, exactly. Covers, like, at that point, you're already done for. You need to clear that like yesterday.
I'm so sad. I can't say Julia dash punch until was it like it's like
Crystal
Flaming
Thorns?
Flurry. No,
Oh
not
yeah,
Crystal
the Flaming
Thorns,
Fury.
I can't remember what all of it is, but like some ability names, like it's like yeah, I'm just going to call it dash punch because that's just what you're doing.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Those are the names. It's dash and punch. It's dash. I'm joking. Interesting draft so far. We see the rapid fire come to Atlas. We see Castellast for Corey, which I think is really important, and heavy impact for Cardinals.
Yep. Has good weight there on Cardinals' part. He got rid of the Atlas secondary as Barcode was walking up to hopefully defend that a bit better and was able to get the barrier.
See if they can't turn things around on the side of light. See them all grouped up on the bottom of the arena here. Puffy finally walks that one forward after it gets stopped in its tracks. Looking like it's a good opportunity. That Bewitching Beam shrinks Joker, saving Corey for the time being, but it's a lot of damage, and Puffy's making sure that that cannot regenerate that before Joker's cooldowns come online, and it's so close to being ready. Gonna use it to try and shove this one through.
Joker
This is Oni Village, baby.
Yep. Joker's getting the primetime era treatment right now.
Ordering that service.
Yeah.
Premium.
Service with a smile.
Right. Finally, looking like it's gonna get close to the goal barrier, but not this time around.
Nope. And now Joker's small again.
Joker small again, and almost staggered, actually.
He should be able to get that. And he dodges that one. He will be big for a while now, and then they get the goal barrier.
And I think... Never mind, I shouldn't think, because Puffy can just send whatever he wants through at any time. That was a clean shot.
That very clean. No think, only core flip. As we do have Cardinals gains core flip out gain. Unfortunate. Asher is one of the best characters into core flip, even with the recent changes.
Right, yeah, you can. It's just stuff. You just stuff it.
Yep.
As we see, they're trying to get this one stuffed through, past onto this goal barrier, but you already lose. Always knowing exactly when to send that one in the perpendicular direction to where Asher is coming from. Corey as well is going to be right there, and that I cannot believe that these are being saved. Look at how much pressure. Look at the positioning, the really good positioning from both Puffy and Joker. And they still just can't manage to finally get this one through. You already lose is going crazy on this Dubu, and I know people have their opinions on the Dubu, but this is solid. He's gonna core flip him? Oh, just body slams him.
He got hit with the German suplex right there.
Crazy bounce on the core flip. And You Already Lose is going to use his too. They need to try and convert this power play, but no dice. Joker's back online and is looking to get this one through one more time. Barcode is actually really low from that tornado. And the ult uses the core flip to save, and he's just standing there. He is so mad at himself for that. I can feel it.
Oh, but they do get the goal barrier back.
No.
Cardinals going to get the score. Cardinals has actually, like, I mean, I've always been a Cardinals fan, but I am part of the fan club. But right now, like, he's still showing up, and he's doing very well for subbing on and being
Definitely was not expecting it.
Yep.
Joker already getting one of the barriers. Cardinals trying to weasel his way in using that secondary, but not going to find the core. It's going to be a good opportunity. You've got the core flip, and that ult is online. This is really looking all right. Tries to pass it off of the diagonal.
He cast it.
So close. You Already Lose, though, knowing to step exactly forward to try and prevent that Estelle from sending that one in. But this time, not going to be able to do it in time.
Can't be everywhere at once, Dubu.
No, and I think that's the issue, right? And that's the difference you see between the range goalie and the melee goalies, is that ability to... the anti-stuff versus the ability to prevent them from even getting to that spot in the first place.
I think this map does lean more towards melee goalies. Close range, because it's really hard for a range goalie to defend these goal barriers, as opposed to this Dubu, also known as God's strongest goalie.
And he can just send the tofu fortress right onto the side of the map, and like that is no longer an avenue that you can even consider. Not that you were considering it before. A lot of abilities trying to get dumped onto You Already Lose, try and maybe just send him away, give him a chance to, take a break, take a vacation.
Yeah, take a breather. As a great pass there from Corey, and open it up again. As we get.
Oh! This could have been so huge for Cardinals if he had landed that, but there's no abilities online for Barcode because of all that pressure. And I hear what you're saying now. Maybe you all should be Cardinals fans.
Yeah, no. If you're not a Cardinals fan, look yourself in the mirror and become one.
Facing off 3, 2 apiece. I almost said 3 apiece. I don't know where I was going with that. 2 apiece.
3v3 apiece.
3v3 apiece. Goal barriers down. Corey staggered. Barely living after getting hit by the
Dubu ice skating.
Dubu ice skating. Can we be like, those really hype shoutcasters for just like 5 seconds, like Dubu ice skating? Like,
oh my God. I mean, we should have done that when he was defending against literally everything, and not right now.
Right.
As we do get forward up into Cardinals, Corey is having fun right now as he's playing the forward player mentality right now, as opposed to what normal eras do to forwards.
Right. He's getting the forward treatment right now of being all the way in the mix, all the way in the line of all the abilities. Finally gets his health back online. As Joker is just trying to keep this one going through, and we talked about playing while you're staggered. Joker's putting on a masterclass right now.
Yep.
Oh, that barely got through! I can't believe that one just barely slipped through, but You Already Lose. We talked about strike placement. Joker's just perfect on that, trying to get another round of it through. There's 3 people in front of him, but he still feels confident. He's going forward. Puffy trying to catch this pass, not gonna be able to do so. But there's no getting through that unscalable wall. Ult comes out. Cardinals has been winning every single strike war on this volley. I still can't believe it. Getting pushed through. Having to pass it down. Seems like every opportunity is getting stuffed. A beautiful Tofu Fortress, and You Already Lose sends it right past that Asher ultimate. What in the world is going on? Can somebody just score this goal?
No, like, it's just straight up, both goalies are showing what top level goalies need to do. I say that Barcode gets his barrier removed from a really good primary from Cardinals. And good shot from Puffy. They're going to take set 2.
What a beautiful shot! Absolutely baiting it forward. What? I need that one clipped, gamers. That is... Oh, we're going to activate these awakenings. We're 2-0 in sets for Finesse.
Yeah, no. It's going to be interesting to see here. I'm expecting Big Fish Chicken by the Dubu.
Hopefully.
Expecting
Probably.
Big Fish Chicken.
Oh! You Already Lose? Hello?
About the missile prop he wants.
He wants those big, long-range bowls to get sent forward. I respect it. Unstoppable going to Vice, which I think is actually a really big deal, and Joker taking Stagger Swagger is going to help him be even more of a menace.
Yep, Stagger Swagger is probably a top 3 training, awakening. Sorry, I'm so used to the beta.
No, I am too. I was prepping like a bunch before this, just like practicing saying like awakening, like activate the awakenings, to just try and get the right terminology down. It's so hard.
Well, it's also not called core flip.
No, I know. It's the energy burst. It's the core, and it flips on your screen. Cardinals is staggered right now, and if he gets one more ability tossed his way, he's probably going to get sent into the Shadow Realm.
No longer spoken about as interactive. We complain too much now.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that that's the reality of the situation. Cardinals
It's a killer
finds
Barcode.
his own reality. I don't know what happened. I think he just got a little too close to the side, and Joker and Puffy are going into Code Red.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Wow.
Cardinals
Holy cow.
reading that Puffy was going to do a dash up, hits it directly at him, sends it back down into Corey, who's able to score as Light are going to take the first point.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, this is signs of life for Light. See if they can't get something going. But,
That was
yeah, no, Cardinals was a
disgusting.
little too close to the edge there. Getting shut
does
down.
Cardinals have Unstoppable? I think
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, no, Unstoppable and Asher Ult do not play well together. It's
No.
like taking Unstoppable and Rune as well. If you see a Rune Asher, don't pick Unstoppable.
And again, these ultimates from Joker, who has that extra special, have just been so aggressive on these sides of the arena. Joker's able to shove this one through with that extra speed from the Stagger Swagger. And speaking of Stagger, that's what Corey is right now. Cardinals sending away Joker. And the core flip from Barcode is going to be able to stall this out for just a touch longer. Puffy almost has core flip as well so that he can stall. And Joker is back. He's here.
The log was there. As we
The
have
log.
pressure here. Asher getting a good shot in. Cannot get it through. Pass down to Puffy. Pass back up to Asher. Asher gave the score. No!
Puffy went for the kill on Era, and I don't know if that was the right call because they didn't have enough abilities to send it through. You already lose. Corey's still standing. After all this time, Cardinals is trying to send this one in. It looks like Joker's out of position. Finally, he's able to get this one back. Shoots, scores, almost. No, you already lose. Is going absolutely nuts on this Dubu goalie, showing that he still can be the glory days of beta, the monstrous Dubu. And I cannot believe this. Are we going to see it go through? Barely after an ultimate from Joker, but you already lose has been making it so difficult to seal this one.
This is just a testament to You Already Lose's Dubu right now, to be honest. And Barcode's Atlas. Everyone is playing very well in this game. I just feel like if I had to pick one person right here, I'm like, yeah, they're doing the best. I'd pick You Already Lose.
Oh, 100%. Like, definitely MVP.
Yep.
All right. Goal barriers down on each side. Joker walking away from his imminent death if he did not start moving out of that Vice ultimate. And be able to try and send this one through. Look at that Tofu Fortress. Like, look at how far that goes. Corey's even getting annoyed by it. Finally, the goal barrier falls, and this is a really good opportunity. Oh, a nice piercing shot.
You also
This is match point.
You also had Joker's primary on top of that as well. So even if you got the clear up or down, I think it was still scoring. You do have match point here. You are correct.
Match point. Light needs to show something to prove that they can still hang with the gang. It's not looking like it's a good opportunity to do so right this very second. We're gonna have to talk to the gang and make sure that everything is okay.
Yep. As we do get Atlas secondary and Tofu Fortress just putting the ball in jail. Good save there from You Already Lose. Corey's playing good secondary here as everyone's just grouped up trying to do their best.
Everyone's grouped up, but that means that could be a lot of damage coming their way. You Already Lose is actually really close to the KO here. Joker's kind of fishing for it, and Cardinals is trying to keep them at bay. But look at this, look at the health bar, still not quite there yet. And Joker knew that he needed core flip and is able to get it from that, and might be able to get Dubu out with this core flip, and at least made him absolutely pay for standing too close. Puffy sends it in, and that is Finesse taking a match over Light.
Yep. And if you're Light, you're looking at least tie this because second loss here.
You have to.
I think puts you in the 4 spot, if I'm not wrong, if I did my math correctly. Because with if team name for Saya did win that last round, they would have had a chance to leapfrog.
Right, you're right.
Comeback Kings showed that nope, we're going to take the spot here and we're going to hold on very well with it.
Right, and if they lose, that means they're tied with Comeback Kings on the side of Light.
Yep. That's going to be interesting. I mean, I just want to say, like, that was a very good game from both teams. It was a 3-0 3-0, but, like, the amount of, like, good plays on that one map was enough to be like, yeah, no, this is two good teams duking it out. And I put my top 3 in the runner-up, and right now the runner-up is throwing some heavy haymakers.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, this is the highest level of Omega Strikers, and we're seeing that on display with just the skill, the core placement, the execution, and knowing the game knowledge of when to dump abilities, of when to go for those plays. It's all very awesome. It's a spectacle, and I'm glad we're showcasing it here. Still, I think Oni Village really did play into the hands of Finesse, right? And
Yes.
we're gonna have to see if a different map can show up, if maybe the Awakenings fall in a different way, and if they're gonna change their ban strategy. You know, do they let Barcode back on that Atlas? That is what I asked during the first set, and we saw how that paid off. So there's a lot of questions here, you know, and they need to get answered. They will get answered in due time.
I want to see Amy's app. I must see the Dubu fly. I must see him.
You were talking. Okay, so for those people that don't know, what strategy are you referring to here?
I'm pretty sure the strategy is ice skating Dubu, and it's basically Dubu going with speed and walking forward and providing like triple pressure onto their goalie and just throwing out like a tofu fortress right in front of them, and is one of the most annoying things on Amy's app specifically. Like,
Right,
it's
because you
very
can just
strong.
wall off just that bottom half of the map.
I forgot we were on camera. I looked onto the stream. I was like sitting like down below halfway through.
You're fine.
Yeah, no.
Nobody noticed. Right, chat?
Yeah, no one knows. It was like it's been a very like recent strat. I'm not gonna call it recent strategy, but I've seen it said and used a lot more in ranked, and I feel like in the perspective of actual like 3v3 team play, I think the ice skating Dubu forward can be very solid.
I'm getting word from on high. Leo's back. Leo Leon is back in for Light. So this could be a very different set. Not that Cardinals, shoutouts. Very good play. But we're going to have to see how this changes the entire dynamic.
Yeah, no, this is going to be, yeah, no, this is going to be very interesting to see, because, again, it's Leon, like, coming in not too much, and they already, like, warmed up with the game, but Yuri Luz is looking scary strong right now.
Very strong, and combining that with the coordination of a familiar player could be the difference between what gets them the advantage in this, especially that first set, right? Which is really important for getting those good awakenings. We'll see what happens. Are they? And again, we go back to ban strategies and pick strategies. Are they going to ban out the X? Right? Do they want to have to deal with the X era, which is abhorrent to deal with? And it's going to depend on the map. If it's going to be Demon Days, like, X is probably getting banned, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think the X ban would be fake right now, because I don't think X is good enough right now, even if it is Leo Leon's X. Leo Leon still has very good secondaries, and that, like, I remember that man's really at, like, destroying me every single time, but I also remember him destroying me every time on any character. So
we're getting into this second match between Light and Finesse. And this is going to be on the map Oni Village!
Part 2.
Hoorah! I hope you all aren't sick of it yet. Because last game was fun to watch. And to be fair, I think it's actually good that we're going to be able to see, like, how things change between games with the sub and without the sub, and that being like really one of the only factors. I think that that's a good thing.
I also, I really liked reading the comments of when I brought up my where I was staying at. UFC look, he's gonna have prison photo taken. Come on, you can't do me like that. My chair broke. I have to set this angle. Come on.
Oh, leave the man alone. Is that a rune? There's no way, right? The Drek got banned.
I want to say this goes way back to Alpha even. Corey's rune, like I was a goalie player back in Alpha. I was a goalie main back in Alpha. I still had a Juliet though. Rune was the Corey's rune was the bane of my existence. It was.
He might have been a good awakening for him, and especially with the era ban, a good secondary to pull out.
I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of expecting from this one. I'm going to see Monumentalist. That's my guess.
Nothing changed on the side
Or
of Finesse
Castellast.
though.
Yep, Castellast. There we go.
Cast to last, and I believe that is Orb Dancer, not Ponderer, the swiftest one.
That is
Ponderer.
Ponderer. They are thinking right now.
I see. I hope that they are. Already goal barriers down. We are in match 2, set between Finesse and Light, and you already lose. Getting this Imi back is going to be very big for him.
Yep. Oh, I missed some ult there. So, you know, you ult on Rune, and then you do all of their health and damage, and then the Juliet just follows up. Also known as the most fun strategy. And then you also have Amy for more damage. That is pretty much the team composition for Light. And then you look at FNS's team comp, and it's, hey, we got into front of your net, we scored in front of your net, GG's.
And so, looks like they almost got in front of their net that time. Joker's dribbling, not what you want to see. Banished by Corey. That could be a couple of bounces, but not getting sent all the way. No, not even Leo could secure the KO. Joker's going to be left standing, and this core is going to be sent to the other side of the arena. Although these pillars are good, they can't prevent everything, especially if Puppy is able to push this one through. You already lose? After such a clean game? What in the world was that?
I don't know what that was.
What? Was that just a straight up own goal?
Yeah, it looked like a MOBA moment there, but I don't think he's playing a MOBA.
No, I don't think so. It doesn't look like it.
You already lose doing best my teammate as a goalie impression.
Goal barriers down. That first point going to the side of Finesse. Hopefully they can continue the streak, continue the good pressure that they've been able to put up together with this team composition. But trying to play around the Juliet, I think, is going to be a whole different animal other than the Vice, right? Because you need to really be clear of the sides.
Yep. And you gotta worry a lot about that. That's a good pillar there from Corey. Make sure you already lose was not there. We will see damage. Dash Punch came out a bit too late because Castellast.
Interesting. Yeah, throwing off the timings just enough. Puffy trying to throw off You Already Loses timing, and even Joker is trying to get in on this party. Double pillar up in the top of the map, and this is a ping pong and a half.
Oh, I really like that play from Corey because you get more speed off of that. It looks like he's having ping issues, maybe? I'm just going to take ban for the doubt and say he's having ping issues.
That's so rough. And if you're the goalie in that situation, you're beating yourself up. You're thinking, I can't believe I'm doing this. Like, that's going to weigh on him mentally, especially like when things were looking good momentum-wise. Especially during that first rally, like it looked so good for them. They need to try and pick themselves back up, and I hope that they can.
As Barcode is going to heal himself, so he does not die.
Important. Mildly important.
Yo, Leon is stagger right now. It's going to be pretty scary. Corey's going to keep on trying to win the midfield here.
doesn't seem like he's been able to do so consistently, even on this rune. That was a disgusting amount of damage and a really clutch elusive from Joker as they're trying to dash punch this one into the goal barrier. Core Flip is the one that does it though. 2 members of Finesse staggered, but it doesn't matter much if you can just get sent off of the side and KO'd immediately. Absolutely wasting the opportunity, and Finesse is looking like they've already got this one in the bag. They've got such good passing. Leo Leon is up, but this could have been a really good opportunity for them to just completely put this one away, and now they're gonna have to play even longer.
Yeah, but we do have another kill now on Joker. And a shot down from Corey. And yeah, look, Light brings it back. Leo Lane guys warm up in. Now you guys first kill, you know, and he's feeling more comfortable. Stretch out all his muscles, you know.
Yeah, just you're doing your gamer stretches, you know.
Yep.
Finally got it through. Corey up on this top edge of the field is gonna get knocked around, gets out of there immediately. Doesn't have an elusive up, which is gonna be important. I think Joker is gonna try and fish for that. Is what it's looking like right now. Just trying to send this one through. It's a pretty tame game, honestly.
Yeah, we're just waiting for ult to be up. Oh, Corey whiffs his ult. It's been big to hit on Joker because he did not have the stagger to dodge at the time. Now he does.
Oh, he does. This one looking like it could go through. Already lose. Finally looking like he's back in form. Jitters are gone.
Yep.
And Puffy's close to a core flip if he can just land this. Oh, Leo Leon really wanted that dash punch to land and send it through. What a timing! How did he know? And that's a goal barrier down as Puffy sends that core flip backwards to Joker to get that one through. Goal barrier falls on the other side now as well. Barcode able to send this one back, but gonna have to deal with those rune pillars, which could throw off any clear lines that he normally uses. Has to be very careful. Cosmic expands and barely ends up with getting that core flip range. I can't believe that energy burst caught that core right at the edge. But now it's time for You Already Loses core flip. Doesn't land. Gets stunned. Collapse stun from both sides and sends it right through the middle, barely in time, as Barcode is trying to send this one away. There's got to be pillars up on the side of Corey, and he does send one up and banishes Joker. This is the opportunity that they need right here. Is their cooldowns up? Can Leo Leon get this one through? The pass not good. Joker tries to find a way through, but not going to be able to manage it. Barcode standing at the side with Puppy, trying to make sure that this net has all angles covered. Joker trying to make sure that this one can get through one last time and win the midfield fight, but Corey's standing there. Leo Leon is staggered and is going to be dodging as much as he can, but that's a missed ult from Joker. I can't believe that there's so much going on, and Joker, through all of the chaos, able to send a backwards shot to get this set through for Finesse.
Anyone who's doubting Astro Forward and it's not as good as it was before. It just will not be, because as good as it was before, it was oppressive. But it's still very solid right now, and I think Joker is proving that he has put pressure on. But can we just talk about how well everyone played that last set?
That was insane. One of the best sets I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Unstoppable for Juliet, though, is actually going to be really big. What else are you seeing?
I'm seeing the specialized training for the rune. That's pretty scary.
Oh, that's gonna be so much damage. Yeah, look at this. Like that's half of Joker's health bar just gone, forcing the ultimate out of Barcode. And although they do get the barriers, like that's scary. Just seeing that is uber concerning if you're on the members of Finesse. 2 people standing at the back edge of the goal line. None of them end up getting KO'd for that, but that was ridiculously scary. And Barcode with immaculate saves as well. I mean, this is
Leon
perfect.
is showing you how to dribble. And if you want to get better as a player, look at Leo Leon when he's dribbling there and what he's trying to do. Every top player can dribble really well, and it's one of the best things to set yourself up for better scoring opportunities.
Speaking of scoring opportunities, Puffy took that one to the bank, stunning You Already Lose, making sure he could not fend off that second hit.
Estelle has 4 different ways to have scoring opportunity, so you know it's pretty
Right,
hard.
yeah. Try blocking all of them. Try covering every option. Joker's gonna try and cover one option at least from You Already Loses clear lines, but not gonna be able to do so. Look, the rotations from Puffy have just been perfect because he's scoring when he needs to, and he's back on defense, protecting those goal barriers when he needs to as well. A very clutch elusive from Joker means no KO for him. And try and clear off the core flip angle. I mean, holy cow, they just keep doing it. They just keep managing to get these insane pass play cross-ups, and that's 2 points for Finesse. And Light is looking there like they're completely on the back foot.
It's just a thing of it's really tough to get through Atlas,
Yeah,
especially Barcode's Atlas. Like,
especially Barcode's Atlas with Timeless Creator.
no, I was really happy when this team was announced. That they are very scary, and they're looking to try to get. When I said top 3, I didn't know I was speaking wrong. Or top 4.
I mean, hey, they just have to keep proving it again and again. Last second core flip from Barcode, and ends up covering the Barcode from Corey. The Barcode from Corey. I'm sorry, core flip from Corey. So there's so many syllables. That one getting bounced off of the diagonal, and You Already Lose, not able to cover. Joker was right there anyways, so it was a beautiful setup in general. Finesse is looking to just hard sweep Light.
Finesse is brute forcing their way through Light right now.
And I don't mean clean sweep, I mean a hard sweep. This game was hard fought, but I mean, I think that they were 3-0 less.
This is
match, right?
No, I think they scored 1.
Okay.
They right now FNS is making Light work out of Light. No. Also, this is going to be one of the closest like stomps you'll see in a while. Stomp is a word you can use.
Stomp is a word that you can use. Joker getting kind of stomped around in the midfield right here. Running back gets the orb. Leo Leon as well is getting a little bit bounced around, trying to just keep himself away from those edges, himself on the map. They're just trading blows as Leo's staggered. Finally gets the orb, able to keep it away for now. And Puffy, hold on, wait, what? Was Joker staggered? Was he just low health? I didn't see, but
he got staggered by Leo Leon dash punch. I think
low
he got
enough,
staggered
right?
by the dash, and then the punch is just going to come through and murderize you.
Still, that did leave them open. Although Joker's back now, they got a goal barrier. Beautiful, timeless, a beautiful expansion from Barcode, and Corey is just trying to simply go in on Barcode, but on the other end of the map, Puppy's going in on You Already Lose.
That was just a tough situation for You Already Lose. It looked like he tried to just get it out of the way of Puffy's strike box, and it did not happen. Or, you know, it's a strike box, but it's more of a strike circle.
Right.
I'll be here for the rest of this game, and then I'll be gone, and you guys won't have to deal with me anymore.
No, we love you. Everybody make sure we give some love to you.
Yeah. My Nick Merckx angle camera, don't worry.
Goal barriers are down. And Barcode is very, very low. So anything can happen right here.
He's not low anymore.
Well, yeah, that is how that works, isn't it? Okay. There's a good opportunity here. Puffy can just win this strike war, and he does. There's a good amount of speed coming out from Leo Leon to keep it covered, but Joker and Puffy didn't quite land exactly what they needed to, and that's going to be a stagger and probably a KO? Corey's got the energy burst. He really wants to use it. But instead is going to focus on trying to get this one up and through to the goal barriers. Not going to focus too much on that. Yeah, using the core flip.
What a clear out there from Barcode. Because he still had his secondary up, his expanse. So getting that clear out is insane. As you're going to see You Already Lose here. Find the pressure.
Asher ult comes out, but Corey dips away right in the nick of time. And time is really, I think, what is the key factor here is the more time goes on, the more opportunities that you already lose is going to have to end up not being able to cover all the options as Puffy rose warps into this and Light is on their last stand.
Yeah. It's really tough right now. I mean, Barcode's shown that he can beat Amy on this map with Atlas.
Yeah, you already loses Amy on this map with Atlas. This is such an impressive showing from all the members of Finesse.
Yep.
And again, like we've mentioned, this has been a good set. Like Leo Leon's getting KOs. Like it's not like it's been easy every time, but just edging them out has been the members of Finesse. As he edges that core past Leo Leon with that core flip, and Joker's back online.
Leo Leon does get a good barrier take there. Does lose his core flip for it though. And we'll see how much pressure they can get after that.
But it's going to be hard to make sure that he saves himself. He doesn't have an Atlas ultimate to make sure that he stays up if things get dicey. But smartly takes away that orb in case Joker was thinking about using it. And Atlas is kind of stuck over here on the corner by himself. Joker has to come and help. Leo Leon barely missing that strike to send this one in and at least give them another chance. But Puffy and Joker are looking so good here. Nice core flip. A core flip from Corey, though, not gonna be able to send it through. Joker no longer staggered, gets banished anyways to try and get him sent off, but still stays alive. And Puffy with the Rose Warp is gonna send that one in. And Finesse cleans up Light and puts themselves in a very good spot in the North American Strikers East League.
And I think that was a statement game for Finesse. They're like, hey, don't sleep on us. As much as I don't think any of the top teams are going to sleep on that Finesse.
Not anymore, like, not after this.
Like, Barcode is proven, like, if you want to watch a good Atlas, like, good goalie in general, to be honest, this dude was also really insane. But if you want to watch a good Atlas specifically, watch any of Barcode's games.
Any of them. And at this point, there have been a lot of them, right? Like, again, we talk about the clip, but...
Yeah. When it comes to saving everything you can, Barcode is second to none, in my opinion.
I have in my notes that he's an unscalable wall.
Yeah, but he does scale pretty well in the lane as well, though.
When you put it like that, sure, that definition of scaling, I see what you're saying.
One more thing I do want to bring up. Puffy's Estelle that game. Very good
come
work.
on.
And that just shows like the power of Estelle on that map. But
yeah,
I mean, Puffy had the same amount of redirects as Barcode.
Wow, that's actually impressive. And I know that people have not been too favored towards Estelle in recent times, but this is a showing of exactly what she can do in the right hands.
Yeah. It's I think a lot of like top level players have really grown back into Estelle, especially on this map. It feels like Estelle is very strong because you can add so much speed to the core just by it being on the edges.
Right, exactly, and that can at least give you the opportunity to make those dribbling plays, make those core control pass plays. You know.
It was not a 9-0. It was a 9-1.
My bad. My bad.
I am not saying that. I'm just confirming that.
Right.
Was, in fact, 9-1, and oh my god, like, well, it was a 9-1, but it felt so good from both teams. Like
it did. It like, and this is Oni Village, right? It's just that little. You need to get that little bit more of an advantage, a little bit more work. But to further break this down, we can talk all day. But hold on. Is the technical? Are we good? No, we're screaming. Okay, we're screaming, chat. Never mind. Let's talk a little bit further about Light and about what they need to do to step back up and put themselves back in that position that they were.
It really does feel like I'm not going to like pin the blame on anyone because this game is so much of a team game in that it feels like the meta really stepped away from what they wanted. And more to that, I think Corey likes the more supportive midfield, like the Ruin, as much as Ruin does the most damage in the game. Like the Ruin, like the Era, like he's much better on those characters and helping set up Leon. And when we see this Vice and like all the other like damage forwards that have come out, or damage midfielders that have come out, it really isn't Corey's wheelhouse as much.
Right.
And again, Corey still beats me on any character. So like, say it for what you will. I also think like it's one of those things you have to on the Amy as well as he played, you already lose.
Right.
It's one of those things like a forfeit, like you just have to somehow just keep hammering into the Atlas. I would love to see an Atlas ban actually from them and allowing the Jakar through and just playing into that instead.
Right, because the Drakar you can at least like, hit around a little bit, like give a couple like you can dodge some abilities, and yeah, it's annoying and it's very strong still, but you have to give up some concession, especially on something like Oni Village. You have to find some way through, and if that Atlas is the main barrier, is the main bottleneck, probably need to take that one down.
And I know some other top players are watching right now that are in the tournament scene. I'm begging you guys, do not let Barcode play Atlas.
Let that be a warning. Let that be a warning to the masses and to all the NASL teams.
Yep.
I believe we're good now.
All the nasal teams.
Yeah.
All the nasal teams. I believe we are good now. We're going to send this over to Kaz and Kojioki. I believe that's going to be it for us. I've been Magic 8 Ball. This is UMC.
UMC.
We're signing off for now.
See ya.
All right, and then welcome back to the analyst desk, guys. I'm here with Yoki once again, and I just want to say the MVP of this game was Cardinals 29 here.
For real.
It's just hands down
For
that
real.
man, the legend. And now, both teams had wonderful scoring attempts, but really I felt like it was straight in you already lose his face most of the game. And what can you tell me about that, Yoki?
So, game one, actually, You Already Lose had 83 to Barcode's 57 saves, and a lot of that reason was it felt like part of the initial approach from the side of Light was to just have Corey and You Already Lose kind of anchor in the backfield, and then have Cardinals just play this like extremely aggressive forward play style, almost as if like, hey man, we know you're a sub, you're here for Leo, you just go score, trust us to procure you the rock, trust us to hold it down. And the reality is they did a phenomenal job at that. Cardinals executed well, but Finesse simply just played such unbelievably strong offense. So one thing to highlight here in the midfield, as Finesse is like working to get it out of their half, is both teams are exercising really good use of like a solid triangle position. For Barcode to clear this here, he has to clear it out towards Joker, who then cannot clear but away from You Already Lose. And then as they transition, it misses the clear, but then Corey's able to catch and then pass down because they're in like such a strong triangle position. So like you see, Light did have like really good instances where like Cardinals is able to TP and apply this pressure. But what you see on execution is whenever you have a goal barrier advantage, it allows your forwards to commit harder downfield, because losing a goal barrier in exchange for a 2v1 on the goal line is a pretty like dominant strategy on Oni Village. But what we saw happen much more consistently was on the side of Finesse, well, in game one at least, whenever it did come to defending a goal barrier, whenever it did come to sustaining your position, again, we see strong triangle positioning from both teams. But as Cardinals is now out of position, we have this section of the map where Puffy and Joker are applying like 2 versus 1 pressure on You Already Lose. Now, note something that will come up in a second later is for each goal barrier, you have kind of 3 lanes where you can clear. And that's because every single goal barrier has these 3 points. And so you have what I call strong side, which is the most dominant, easily defendable side, which is where the speed gates are. Then you have weak side, which is a wider surface area side. So where we have Puffy and Joker applying all of this pressure and force onto the stronger side, it's forcing You Already Lose to rotate and defend this barrier, which then he has to position here and then clear out. So all the Joker really needs to do is deny that clear, which he commits fully on, dashing into position, and then Puffy is able to strike with the log, and then layer an ability, and then stuff with Joker, and then that's kind of setting up for that like 2 versus 1 dominant offense. In response to that, Cardinals is fully committed, waiting on the weaker side, waiting for this pass from Corey to go to Cardinals, but Puffy intercepts it up to Joker, and then Joker has an opportunity to place a shot on net. And this is ultimately just kind of where Light was so consistently strong, is their positioning and how they ran offense, even into Game 2. If we look at the beginning of Game 2, we have Finesse actually down the goal barrier. They usually were able to win the second goal barrier first in almost every single round. Joker is able to pick up a good kill, but uses all abilities to do so. So after using his abilities, their offense should be weaker, yes? But the reality was, because Joker had the core north of like this middle line, You Already Lose is kind of then forced to kind of commit and try to take this 1 versus 1. And then the core gets rotated down to Puffy. But then as Barcode feeds it back to Puffy, you see You Already Lose rotates to defend the strong side goal barrier, which opens up a good 1-2 pass to Joker to score on this top angle. So then Puffy rotates it to Joker, and you see You Already Lose begin to rotate, and then Joker waits, draws the rotate, and then pitches it back down to Puffy to commit on the bottom barrier. And this is just masterclass, beautiful offense. Like, I have not seen many teams run offense this well in Oni Village before, and they were just consistent. They figured it out. Again, another example, this time in a 3v3. Puffy core flips. Look at the defensive presence he is drawing. Corey, Leon, You Already Lose, all stacked defending strong side goal or weak side goal barrier. And Joker on the middle line ready to deny this clear out or receive a pass and then push it into the strong side barrier at the bottom corner. And Puffy just gets like a phenomenal core flip here through everybody, commits for the play, and then Joker's able to score on that barrier. So this was just consistent. They did it all game. They got back-to-back Oni Village. I don't think really the Estelle or the Asher matters. The rune pick wasn't bad. Corey historically has been weaker in his second and third picks, but the Banish KO strategy is not going to work whenever you give Barcode his Atlas. So the Airband was smart. They just ran such phenomenal offense to consistently have a barrier advantage in the set.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Yeah, I think the forward passing from Joker and Puffy were absolutely phenomenal. Now, with the second game up in the air for the next match here with PP Legends and Core Overflow here, we're going to segment into a small break here. Thank you guys for watching, and please stay with us for the next match to return into the action.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League. We are passing off the cast now to myself and Team Name for Saya's own Borg. Borg, how are you doing on this Saturday afternoon?
Honestly, we took a loss, but I'm doing pretty great. I'm glad to be on the casting desk, especially here with you, Gordo. I'm excited to cast with you here, and I'm even more excited to check out these upcoming games.
Yeah, gonna be a fun one here. First time for the duo, and first time checking out this matchup between PP Legends and Core Overflow. So some opposite sides of the standings here. Core Overflow sitting firmly in second place, 2-0-0 on their record. PP Legends kind of still crawling back into it here. They are in 8th place at a 0-0-2 record right now. So really looking to try to turn their season around.
Yeah, honestly, me as a player, I actually really like PPL. I'm kind of sad. I think they've had a pretty hard schedule so far, so I do think they are going to be taking some games. We'll have to see if it's today or not, because, you know, Core Overflow, like you said, they're playing incredibly well recently. They've barely, you know, have had any goals even scored on them. So we'll have to see if they have it in them, but if they are, the people I'd say to look out for today are Maddie. Maddie's probably one of the best Kais in the region, and probably one of the best controller players right next to Boo 20K. So that's a little known fact, by the way. He plays controller, so any controller players out there, there is hope for you. You can be as good as Maddie. And then on the side of Core Overflow, obviously, I mean, the person I'm going to look out for is Elo Heaven. I mean, this guy is a demon. I don't know if, when I play with him in solo queue, it's like he can play any character he wants. He can play any role he wants, you know, goalie, midfield, forward. Like, this guy is an absolute demon. So I expect both these players to be playing incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. If you check out that Core Strike, GG Elo has been playing a whole bunch of different characters in there, more than most that we do find at that higher echelon of play, and sitting in there firmly in the top 30. You know, he is keeping that super high rank while flexing between all these different characters. So definitely a player to be respected as we are starting to get into the map for this first game here. Looks like it is going to be Demon Days.
It is, yes. So I'm expecting a lot of aggression here, Gordo. A lot of aggression. This map is known for just kill, 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 right? A lot of comps on this map, a lot of characters are all just very, very good. Basically, the reason that it works is because the map is so cluttered and so close because of how big the goal barrier is and how centralized it is. So I'm expecting to see possibly Julie, Zentaro, possibly a lot of Vice. We'll have to see what they bring out. Maybe, I believe it was actually an Amy and a Kai ban there, if I just saw that correctly. So won't be seeing any of them. Oh, and there's a Centauro lock right there.
Yeah, so that Kai you were talking about that was going to be so important there for PP Legends and for Maddie not going to be available here, at least in this first round, as we're starting to get into the picks here. We do see the Zentaro come through. We do see the Estelle coming through. That's going to be the backup goalie here for Elo Heaven, potentially. Or, sorry, for Maddie.
It's for sure. Maddie, yeah. So Maddie, I have seen a little bit of it. I think his Estelle is fairly good, and wow, Core Overflow's comp is triple melee. So I'm not surprised. I'm actually incredibly happy they're going to be showing it off here, but we'll have to see how it works out for him. But I'm assuming it's going to be the Rasmus goalie.
Yeah, it could also... Yeah, it does look like it is going to be the Rasmus goalie. That is going to be Streak here. Piloting that one, he traditionally is on that goalie duty here for the side of Core Overflow. We're going to get onto the court here for the first round. Immediately, a lot of damage coming through onto Fiery. Streak maybe going to let this one in, but does catch it on the backside. It's going to be one barrier down, though, from Average Alex.
Yeah, and if you actually took a look at the trainings there, we might have to see it again here in the set when it ends, but if you look at the gear, both forwards on Core Overflow's side took Siphoning Wand. And if you don't know what Siphoning Wand does, you basically are taking 4%, I believe, is what the damage is every single time you take a hit against someone who has Siphoning Wand, and the person with the Siphoning Wand is healing all of that back. So, very, very heavy damage. As we're seeing here, I mean, it's just a slaughter.
Yeah, and freshly nerfed, but still pretty powerful here in that Siphoning Wand. So it used to be 5%, now down to 4. That's going to be a KO picked up by Elo Heaven there in the goal. And now with this numbers advantage, Streak ready to move up, looking for the pendulum swing. Can't quite knock it in, but it's going to pass it up to Elo Heaven. And that's going to be the first goal of the set for Core Overflow.
Yeah, I mean, it was only a matter of time, Gordo, until they just scored there. All it really took there was just waiting for Elo to put it in. And we can see the trainings here. There's Agility Spark for Fiery and Elo, so that we could definitely see a couple Mayors this game, and then Rapid Fire for the second one.
Rapid fire going to be the choice for most. You don't want to be contesting your own teammates for those sparks if you can avoid it. That's going to be a KO, though, super early here by PP Legends, and now they might get a chance to get themselves back into it. That's a second one for the other side now, picked up by Elo Heaven, using that core flip, pick up the KO. And now 2v2 on the map, now going to be 3-on-2 into Overflow, coming out of the respawn, looking to provide this pressure, looking to take down the barriers. Is going to actually come back over, though. Average Alex just nudging that one in.
Yeah, and I mean, you might think it might have been a little fluke KO there, but I do think that with Era Tornado and a Juliet, who actually has pummelers, by the way, you can find a lot of those kills on the side of PPL, so don't count them out yet. They might be losing in the damage war, but they do have an Estelle goalie, and, you know, they have time to scale. So definitely not counting them out here. Just core overflow is going to be so much pressure out on the field, so we're going to have to see how PPL deals with it so far.
Ooh, Streak nearly letting that one in, but does manage to knock it up, volley it back and forth to himself, and they keep it safe. Kills now for both sides, as it is going to be a 2 versus 2 on the map, trying to knock it back over here. But Average Alex playing aggressively, moving up to Streak 1-on-1. Going to get passed over to Int Overflow, though. They're going to move it back over to the blue side of the map. Elo Heaven back on the board, as well as Maddie. They are going to look to see who is going to be able to score this first goal. Both barriers still up now for the PB Legends side. Make that only one, so they do manage to knock it in, and Int Overflow going to step up here, see what he can find. Getting fiery very low. There's the hook. There is the KO from Streak. And now the flip, though, going to be enough for Average Alex. Ties it up at 1-1.
Yeah, that was a beautiful core flip by Average Alex there. I mean, you just saw, actually, you know, core overflow was struggling to keep pressure up. I think after that first KO, they were struggling to really get their feet in the water, you know, like kind of keep it in. It looked like they had a breath of fresh air there once they got that KO, or Streak got that KO on Fiery, but Average Alex just bails them out there with a beautiful core flip.
Abuse coming into Average Alex, though, to start off this round number 3. They're going to KO him super fast. Streak, you saw, was just sitting on the core to buy that space and time to continue keeping the pressure onto the Era. Much squishier than a lot of the others, but they're going to return with a KO of their own, and now a numbers advantage here for the PP Legends side, trying to take it back up, move up to 2-1. Going to be only one barrier taken in all of that chaos, and it was on the side of PP Legends. Now going to be 1-1 here, going into the Oni's Blade. Into Overflow picks up another KO up there on the top last zone. Now moving down to Elo Heaven. They've got the numbers advantage, and every time this happens, you can see Streak right out of the goalie's box, looking to try to punch it in just that last little bit, passing it up with the whiplash, down to Into Overflow. Elo Heaven wants to smack it in, but the flip is going to clear it back over to the other side. And now 2 elusive members going to not be able to do anything to stop that core from coming in, but they knock it off the top side, and Int Overflow gets it in there.
That was an absolutely beautiful secondary by Int Overflow there. And just, honestly, like I said, the same with the first point. It was just a matter of time until they scored, but man, this game is an absolute slaughter, like, from both sides. Like, there's KOs on either side. I came in thinking that with the double siphoning wand and the more aggressive melee comp, that PPL would just get, you know, abused over and over and over again, but they're firing back. I mean, I still think there's hope for them here. They just got to figure out how to get these barriers.
Yeah, really going to be interesting to see how the Awakenings change things up here, as some of these melees can look to get a little bit tankier and avoid, you know, so many KOs going on both sides. Streak going to find one there, though. Hits him with the pendulum swing. And now it's going to be Fiery getting abused next, getting knocked in to that bottom left corner as the slash comes through from Int Overflow, and that's going to be an easy goal and an easy set for the side of Core Overflow.
Yeah, honestly, pretty good set overall for Core Overflow. They did give up a point, but it was a weird core flip. You know, the goalie was out of defenses. It's pretty hard to be, but let's take a look at this draft. And looking here, wow, okay, so this first glance might not seem like a lot, but there's Super Surge, which needs to be denied from Zentaro here. So I'm expecting the Estelle to be denying it here. We'll have to see, because if he can get it, oh wow, they let it through. So Gordor, I don't know if you know this, but Super Surge, probably Zentaro's best training in the entire game.
Yeah,
It
against my better
maximizes,
judgment.
it's amazing. Yeah.
Against my better judgment, I've been playing a ton of Zentaro, and yeah, Super Surge, that's everything you want in just one beautiful little awakening right there.
So yeah, and Estelle takes the big fish, obviously fairly good there. Elo having his peak performance was really nice. And another one that we actually didn't really talk about is Chrono Boost for the Era. And now Era, it was nerfed a little bit, but with Chrono Boost, which increases your, you know, your buff and debuff duration, that Era shrink, as we can see here on Int Overflow, that's 3.5 seconds about he was shrunk. It was around 3.1 seconds.
Death Touch nearly taking another KO there for Streak. is fighting up against Average Alex here and winning those fights more often than not. Double Shrink comes through, but the Era, not how powerful she used to be. That duration a little bit lower, if I'm not mistaken. And now the pass down over to Int Overflow. They're going to be able to pick up a KO there in their own goal. Juliet off the board. Now Int Overflow wants to try to get some barriers for himself. The goal is already open there for the other side. They want to see if they can get something for the side of Core Overflow. But great defense from Maddie so far has just kept it at bay the whole way through. And they've already got the respawn back from Fiery.
Yeah, I mean, Core Overflow's lost both their barriers. Like, I don't really know how they're focusing so much on the damage, and there's the goal from Average Alex. Yeah, it was only a matter of time there. Like, they got both the barriers down. Core Overflow needs to stop clumping, and they need to really focus on getting these barriers down, because aggression's so good, but when no one's touching the core, what are you going to do about it?
I don't know, maybe getting a little too kill heavy here with the all melee composition, not going to end up managing to actually take out these barriers. They're going to get right onto him this round, though, as they do manage to take one out. Into Overflow, chasing the core around. Elo Heaven ready to receive the pass once it does come through. Barrier beam back in. There's going to be the opened up goal, and they're just going to throw down that Pathbreaker to make sure they are going to be able to set things up. They are moving in. They are going to get pushed back away, but they just push Maddie to the side, and they take an easy goal.
You know, I think they're listening to the stream. I think they heard me say it because they instantly got those goal barriers, and they realized that they have so much pressure, you know, they don't need to necessarily finish these kills. If the enemies on PPL side are staggered, they're not really being able to get into the play, or else they're going to get killed, so they can just take the barriers for free once that happens.
Yeah, no, great plays there coming out. That's how you want to play this sort of composition, and a super early KO ends up coming through once again. Yeah. Juliet playing a little bit with fire. PP Legend's going to be down a man now for the foreseeable future. Streak moving back up, going to look to keep that knocked on this side. Does deflect away from the core flip, and there's an open goal once again. Maddie already shattered, at risk of getting taken out here. Elo Heaven dives in. Easy goal now once again for Core Overflow.
Yep, and with the man down, I mean, PPL just struggled there. I believe Average Alex really needed to just come back and help out his goalie there. I think he was too focused on living himself, but Maddie was, if you saw his health bar, was extremely low as well, so pretty difficult for him to actually survive and save there. So he had to choose one, and he chose his life.
We'll have now a few extra tools coming in to what could be the last round in this set. And another super early KO comes through for Core Overflow. They've got themselves a successful recipe, and they are happy to replicate it round in and round out. Streak now keeping on this top side. Average Alex just getting bullied here, pushed farther and farther right with each and every ability, and eventually gets it scored into the other team's goal. Now going aggressive here is Core Overflow. They want to again try to take down this barrier.
Yeah, I mean, once the Centauro got Super Surge, and then now with Peak Performance on the Asher as well, she can move around a little bit quicker. It's just so hard for PPL. But as I say that, they're making offensive plays here. This is a goal opportunity. Can they get it in? Fiery hits it in there. Wow.
Nice knock in there with that fire punch from the side of Juliet, and Fiery going to be able to tie it up at 2-2. This is a chance to take a set here for PP Legends. You know, we called that one a fluke in the last round, but doing quite a good job so far in this one, even in the face of that Super Surge. Now Streak stepping up with the rest of the team. They want to see what they're going to be able to do. They do not want to give one back over. At that point, we'd be completely tied here.
Yeah, I mean, this is PPL's chance. They really need this set here, because I'm afraid if they go down 2-0, they're going to lose out on too many good trainings. And as I say that, Fiery with the KO, and they're just battling back here. They're not giving up, Gordo.
Yeah, Kai going to be able to actually just get both right there for the side of Fiery. Really great aggression there on the Juliet. But now open goal. Elo Heaven gets the chance to do the exact same on the other side. That long-range Lie Rush comes through from Int Overflow, going into the Oni Blade, but it's going to knock it back in the wrong direction. Streak, though, ready and rearing to defend. It's going to be these two midfielders here for the side of Core Overflow, trying to knock it in, and they get it. Int Overflow takes them up to 2-0.
Yeah, PPL got the man up in their offense. It looked like it was going great, but I think what happened is Maddie just stood up a little bit too far out of his goal arc, so he didn't have that knockback decrease, and he was almost staggered. So I believe what happened is the Asher just absolutely KO'd him off the map. So that was extremely good swing back from Core Overflow, not getting in their heads there. And the build different on the Asher. So I'm expecting here that Rasmus is probably going to take the prime time. Yeah, you can't let Estelle have the prime time. I expect an Aerial's coming in for Estelle, and then Zentaro can really go anywhere here. Extra special's great, and then quick strike on the Era. So nothing too crazy here. I think, honestly, Core Overflow just got pretty much everything they really wanted there. The prime time on their goalie, the build different on the Asher. Size trainings are just a problem on that character. So I'm expecting them to kind of take this home in the third set.
And even with Fire and Elo Heaven opting for that early spark, neither of them take the sparks that are available. Just kind of sending off that option, it looks like, or maybe just valuing the rest of these a little bit too highly, is the aggression from PP Legends, just opening up this goal super early. Fiery nearly knocked it in there, and all three staying grouped up, just trying to fend off this core however they possibly can, and they will finally manage to clear it.
Yeah, I believe Int Overflow actually went very aggressive there and all the way to the goalie and started using his abilities there. But, I mean, I believe what happened was Streak and Elo might have whipped a core or whipped a strike or two and then just lost all the goal barriers. But now all goal barriers down. It's an even game here.
Yeah, all hands on deck do manage to defend, and now it's going to be back aggressive on the other side. The Lie Rush, once again, so long range with the Super Surge, but Int Overflow can't quite manage to knock it in. Streak, well-placed pendulum swings, keeps this thing cleared for as long as he can, and continues to get the damage on average. Alex, there's the KO from Elo Heaven, knocks him into the top side blast zone, and now Fiery going to have to fend this off 1 versus 2, and it goes right past Maddie. Rose Warp, not enough. Another goal for Crow Overflow.
Yeah, that was a good attempt on Maddie for the save there, but I believe he just missed the angle, and it actually helped the core flip to go even further into his own goal there. So a little bit unfortunate, but yeah, Core Overflow, when they wake up, they're just so much pressure. Like, look at this damage on Fiery. There's nothing he can do about it, too. He has no energy.
Yeah, he's already shattered here with one more pendulum swing from Streak, and he's already KO'd there. Core Overflow, even with it on the other side of the board, they are going to be able to get themselves that man advantage and transition that right into getting the pressure back. Average Alex now going to be the next one. Going to get barrier beamed right off the top side just in time for Fiery to respawn, and nothing's getting any better even with the Juliet back on the board. Elo Heaven going to look for one more. Can't quite find it. A nice little elusive there, but Int Overflow going to finish the job. Gets the double KO, and the pendulum swing comes through from Streak once again. They are going to be able to open up the goal here, looking to go up 2-0 in what could be the match point set, and they are going to knock it in there. A nice combo from the two.
It's just a textbook on Demon Days. They're playing their aggressive comp to the T there. They're hitting every single time core, or a PPL, excuse me, tries to touch the core. They're getting smacked with 2, 3, 4 abilities, and they're losing all of their HP. So how can you play when your HP bar is gone every time you try to touch the core? They have to rely on Maddie to clear it, and he only has so many abilities.
Fiery.
I believe there's been a mic mute going on here, so I can take over here. Streak here. Let's see, Core Overflow actually with a man up here, and then Asher should be the double kill there. So Core Overflow here should just be taking this last goal barrier, and we'll see how they can approach. It's a lot of damage coming through on the side. PPL is just struggling to find a foothold here on the map, and this should be a goal with the core flip. Oh, a great save by Maddie, and then Streak just keeping it up to his forwards. Int Overflow back to Elo Heaven. The special coming in, and he forces it in. So yeah, that was honestly, like I was saying earlier, very, very, very textbook by the side of Core Overflow, and they pretty much just played their comp to a T, and I believe it was a bit of an outdraft there. And I believe
really.
Gordo's back here.
Yeah, I never really left. I was in the Discord, but it's trolling me a little bit there,
Yeah,
so looks like I will.
Now,
yeah. If you can hear me now, we've made it.
We can
All
hear
right.
you.
Good to hear. And wow, a dominant run there from Core Overflow. They do manage to take it on their other side, and wow, just completely overwhelming the side of PPL.
Yeah, and excuse me, take a look at the Zentaro damage there. I mean, and you look at the side of KOs, or look at all the KOs on the side of Core Overflow, and it was like 5, 6, and 10, I believe. Yeah, that is a total of, let's see if math, 21 KOs on the side of Core Overflow to the side of PPL's 4. So, how can play? I don't know. Seems like they're a little bit outdrafted there, Gordo.
Yeah, would definitely agree with that, given what we saw in that last round. Just not enough opportunities to really make anything happen. Their comp is so much squishier and really does just get bullied around by this triple melee setup that they end up going for. You know, might really end up coming down to those earlier rounds, too. It looked a little bit closer at the start, but, you know, once some of those really key awakenings started going over, it became harder and harder.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think on that map, you really have to play towards aggression. And if you look at the side of Corvuflo's character, the Zentaro, the Rasmus, the Asher, and after the Asher nerf, she's actually been seen as more of an aggressive character. You can't really just sit in front of the net anymore and expect the core to go in. You have to use your abilities, and you have to use that buff damage now to be, bullying the enemy. And that's exactly what he was doing.
Accomplishing a whole bunch as we are getting ready and rearing to go into match number 2 here. A lot's going to come down to the map selection, but what are you looking to see out of the side of PPL here to see if they're going to be able to pivot back and come back in round number 2?
I expect Corvuflo to be pretty much banning the Kai on repeat, and that's been Maddie's strong point, honestly, during solo queue and this entire split so far. And even though they're kind of 0-2 in the season, I believe that if he can get the Kai, it's just... It could be, there's always a chance, but I just don't expect them to get it. So what I think PPL need to do is play what they're strong with, right? Play what they're strong with. I think the comp they played wasn't weak. I just think on that Demon Deus map, it's a little bit harder to play. I think they need to look to ban a couple of the aggressive options as we're getting into Night Market here. So that comp that they just played is actually very good on Night Market, and I expect the Era to be utilized fully on this map.
Yeah, potentially a room to take Era on both sides here. We'll see what these bans end up being in just a second, but maybe will be a time to change something up here. Maddie is hovering that Kai. He wishes he could get it. Look like it's going to be an IME ban there from the side of Fiery and Co. And it is going to be that Kai ban once again for Core Overflow.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the Amy ban's very good. I think that character just does way too much damage right now, and Streak probably one of the best users of it in the net. So I think the Amy ban's pretty good here, and then we'll see if Maddie's actually hovering the Atlas here. So I think it's pretty good on Night Market. I just haven't seen Maddie's Atlas, so I'm excited to see this here, and the Era as well as we expected, as well as the Drakar, Asher, and then the Atlas mirror matchup here we have for Core Overflow.
All right. Going to be Atlas coming in for both goalies here, so maybe things changing up a little bit versus what we saw in that last game. And as you said, Into Overflow here on the Drakar, going to be facing off up against a little bit more of a traditional setup here from the side of PPL.
Yeah, and then already starting off with the barrier, so it's looking pretty good here. I believe that they'll feel a lot more comfortable on this map and with this comp. I believe that Fiery is an insane Juliet player, and then already with the KO. So like I said, really good start for PPL here. They just got to keep this momentum going and get a couple more of these barriers.
Well played, now going to have the numbers advantage, but Into Overflow sneaks it off onto the other side and manages to take out a barrier on his own, and he scores! One-on-one against Maddie, knocks it in there with that projectile.
Yeah, if you saw that there, Maddie actually, I think he kind of whiffed his strike shot there, and it hit it against his own wall in the middle back at him, so he had to panic there to try to make the last-minute save, but Drakar with the snipe.
Oh, wow, really good use of the Molten Bolt there from Into Overflow as well. Manages to just smack it in the last bit of the way, but again, Fiery in the 1 versus 2, getting a lot done, does manage to get himself one barrier, but it's now passed up to the top side, and it's Into Overflow, passed down to Elo Heaven, who does manage to get one of those barriers. You got to keep an eye on that center barrier as well, as they can knock back and forth, kind of go in unexpected directions. And now the knockdown from Fiery does manage to push it out, get some space on the bottom here, and now looking to knock it the rest of the way in. Nice defense from Streak, though, with the Cosmic Expanse.
Yeah, and then, as I was about to say the Iron Wall from Maddie, but he just, as I'm thinking it, gives up the last barrier, and now he's got to fully defend without any barriers. We really need Fiery and Average Alex to pick it up and get this last barrier here with a really good tornado into a core flip from Streak. And now they might swing it here, but as he gets it into Overflow, but Fiery gets KO'd.
Yeah, knocked back on the other side there. Numbers advantage now. Streak out of the goalie box, ready to step forward with these astral projections. Knocks it down into Overflow. One more shot in, and Elo Heaven's going to get it with the ultimate.
Man, watching Core Overflow is just like reading a textbook on Omega Strikers. There isn't one that exists yet, but I'd expect them to write it at this point because it's so beautiful to watch.
Great job passing between their forwards, and always able to just smack it on in there, find the angles in the goal, make it impossible for Maddie to be able to defend, but they are going to be able to have that numbers advantage once again as the knock on in and going to take down the top barrier. Bottom at risk next. Respawn comes through from Elo Heaven, seeing what they can do to pass on over to Into Overflow. They're going to take out one, looking for the second. Maddie playing defense on his own. Average Alex does come down to assist to the defense. Fiery's ended up staggered over on the other side.
Yeah, and if you look at this game so far, I think it's just coming down to the midfield presence. Like, really, average Alex has kind of been pretty lackluster so far with keeping that midfield presence, and it seems like he just can't keep the core out of the enemy's hands. Into Overflow doing a great job at just hitting it out of his hands with that shotgun, and Elo Heaven's just always in a dangerous position, so you can't let him be. Just like right there, and an amazing shove through with that passive.
Yeah, quick little duel goes in the favor of Elo Heaven, and that's going to be a 3-0 set here for the side of Core Overflow. Just a dominant performance in this matchup so far. Going to keep it going here with a 4th win in a row.
Yeah, and if we look at the trainings here, I expect Atlas to take the prime time. Atlas with Twin Drive, prime time, any extra abilities just makes the character a little broken. The other Atlas could take whatever he wants, but he probably should have... It's hard to say. Drakkar with Stinger is a little bit scary, so you could say that he might want to deny that. And then the Era with the build different deny as well. This whole draft, except for the first pick, is pretty much just denies. Except for the fact that Drakkar takes Stinger, peak performance again on the Asher, and then we have a prime time. So I expect Drakkar to just be shredding through these characters.
A really great awakening to get there on the Drakkar, and immediately going to just pump some shots in there, but taking a lot of damage himself. A nice res there from Streak with that Celestial intervention. Does manage to save Int's life, and now Int ready to get right back into the action, taking a bunch of damage for it once again, though, and is going to have to maybe play on the back foot for just a little bit longer, but still the volley back and forth. Elo Heaven managing to fulfill that midfielder duty, while Int Overflow maybe taking a little bit out of the action. Streak moving back up to pass it up towards the top side, and it's still just an aggressive look from Core Overflow the whole way through, even while their members are low, even while they're taking the damage. And Streak can kind of just sit pretty here on the other side, doesn't have to even get involved that much. Into Overflow with an easy goal.
And there we go. I mean, honestly, the Stinger didn't play as much of a role in there as I thought. He wasn't really putting out a lot of the damage, but he was just... Him and Elo, you can tell they've been playing together for a long time, because the passes and just the spacing in between them, they know exactly what each other are going to be doing. And then they know that their net is safe with Streak in the back foot, because, I mean, it's Streak and he's an Atlas with prime time, so there's no getting it past him. As we look back here to Fiery trying it, not quite.
And they do manage to get themselves one barrier, but that's more than they got in the previous round, so building up at least a little bit of momentum here. Now going to just get flipped back away. Nearly found an angle there, did Fiery, but going to be denied nonetheless. And now the pass on up. Lots of damage coming through onto average Alex, at risk of getting KO'd here. Just barely avoids the lock and load from Int Overflow. Now moving back on down, the heals do come through, but the barrier beam is enough. Elo Heaven takes one, but Fiery answers on the other side. And it's going to be a 2-on-2 on the court now.
Yeah, and I'm expecting the side of Corville. Yeah, Streak's just going to stall this out. I mean, there's really no reason for him to throw it, but Fire with the flip, good ability usage out there to Streak just to deny it. And both sides now an even 3v3. One barrier for each of them as well. This should be a pretty good last bit of the set.
Keeping incredibly even so far. Wow, a last second save by Streak to protect that last goal barrier, and now moving back up. There's the two forwards once again. Elo Heaven just barely doesn't land it onto that corner. Maybe a little bit of a miss there to land it on the wall instead. Still trying to find their way onto the bottom one. They are going to open up the goal successfully, and this is where they have been dominant. Back and forth between them. It's been indefensible from the side of Maddie. But now pushing it back over on towards the red side of the court. They do have the ability to maybe keep this going, but they're down a member.
Yeah, well, oh, and Fiery answers it back, but Elo in the top wins. As I was kind of switching over, and I was thinking about what to say, just absolute mayhem ensued. I mean, if we saw there, we kind of recap. PPL actually gets another kill back to answer into the 2v2, but Elo Heaven with the perfect shot placement into the top corner there.
Getting so much done, and now Elo Heaven, again, just taking the lead, taking the front foot, passes it up to Int Overflow. One barrier already down. It's going to be a second one before too long, but they do manage to clear it out. Now it's in Streak's hands, but always just be so careful to guide that core exactly where he wants it. Make sure that it is going to end up in Int or Elo Heaven's hands. Streak has been so good at that so far in this match, and now going to be moving it back down towards the bottom side. They want to try to pass down and get onto this second barrier, but Fiery and Average Alex keeping it cleared out. Fiery in particular keeping up so much pressure here to make sure that it's not going to be a free ride here, but they're at risk of getting KO'd. They are going to have to go into elusive, and that's going to be an opening window here for Int and Elo Heaven to take over, to open up the goal, and to look to close on out this set. But it will get cleared out once again by Maddie, still buying a little bit of time. Pass down to Int, one more shot. Core flip back from Maddie to keep it alive. And it's so much difficulty here for PP Legends to get anything done. They do move it back onto Fiery and have now opened the goal for themselves. It's very close. The Astral Projection saves it for a little bit longer, knocks it back up, knocks it down to Int Overflow. Streak cannot let anything by him. There's the Molten Bolt again, clears it up towards the top side. There's the Barrier Beam again from Elo Heaven, the flip and the goal from Int Overflow.
What a round. Holy moly. I was on the edge of my seat there. Like, holy crap. I mean, amazing finish from Int Overflow there. A really good core flip, but Streak, just the iron wall. Like, nothing could get by him. Hitting into that top corner, like dodging every single ability, making sure that the Juliet ult could not finish it. That was just a masterclass. That was amazing. And if we take a look at these trainings here, honestly, there's not too much crazy to talk about here. I'm expecting, let's see. Jakar's probably going to cast the last. Yeah, nothing too crazy here. I'm expecting Streak to just take Orb Ponder since he does have the Orb build, which I do want to talk about real quick before this next round starts. He has a 10 stacked Orb Dancer, and I don't know if you've noticed, but whenever those orbs spawn, Streak is running forward, and Int Overflow and Elo Heaven are playing incredibly aggressive. Oh, and he actually doesn't take it. It was Maddie that took it, so excuse me. I'm surprised that Streak didn't take it, but I assume he just values the speed a little bit more.
Yeah, it feels like he...
Looks like the technical difficulties again. I apologize for that, so I'll try to take over as best I can. But Streak, like I said, just running forward, playing ping pong over here, waiting for Int Overflow and Elo to just kind of pick back up, and we'll see if PPL can make use here. Really, really good dash from Fiery here, kind of taking both the core barriers here. Streak has got, you know, he probably has to stay a little bit lower in the call here. Let's see. Streak, nothing deterring him yet. They may have lost both goal barriers, but it's still a goal open, and he's not going to let it through. Int Overflow and Elo Heaven need to get this last barrier here, and they do. So it's open goals now for both teams. We'll have to see who can get into the net first. Fiery is staggered. Really good core flip there to keep it out from Streak. We'll have to see if Elo Heaven and Int Overflow or Average Alex or Fiery in the forward duos can get it done first. Pretty good saves from Maddie. Great core flip from Alex. They're keeping it out. Lots of chances. A little bit scary on the side of PPL here. Core flip from Elo, down to Int Overflow. With Streak just keeping it out of Fiery's hands. Fiery's just having a tough time here making it work. Up over to Int Overflow here. I expect him to pass it down here. Hits it forward, Int Overflow and Elo Heaven playing together. The flip from Maddie. Streak just keeping it out of Fiery's hands. Once again, he cannot find the core here. Great save again, Int Overflow. He has core flip. We need to watch out for this. Into the core flip off the wrong angle and back down to Fiery. Back to Elo Heaven, back to Fiery. This is just mayhem this entire set. Streak is just the iron wall, and then a great save from Maddie, but oh, he can't keep it. The bad bounce, and Elo gets to stuff it in. Wow.
Oh, wait, I'm back.
Hey, perfect timing too. They just scored. I can also do play-by-play, I swear.
All right, well, thank you for holding it down for me there, Borg. So we are back on here. It's going to be a 1-0 lead once again for Core Overflow. Now going to knock things in here for Elo Heaven. And we're just going to be another easy goal here. They were not holding up very long once I rejoined.
Yeah, I mean, they just made it easy for you so you didn't have to cast as long. But pretty much what happened there is Maddie kind of whipped a strike, and it seemed like there was just nothing he could do with Int Overflow and the pressure from Elo Heaven on that Asher. Just no way he can hold both barriers there.
Yeah, definitely getting a lot done. Now moving it back over on towards the top side. Going to be one match point, or on match point already, 1 point away from being able to close out the set and take a clean 2-0 here for the side of Core Overflow. And that is exactly what they want to find for themselves here to get themselves higher up in the standings. Passing it down to Int Overflow. Elo Heaven moving it down towards the bottom, wants to be able to get that last barrier. The flip back over from Streak, just playing up at midfield. They want to slam this one in. They want to finish off this series quick and easy. And they are using their goalie to be able to do it, passing it down to Int Overflow now. So much damage coming through onto Average Alex, but they have not yet been able to take him out. Going elusive to protect against the barrier beam once again. There's going to be a KO actually for the other side here. PPL coming alive at the last possible second, looking to see if they can get something into this goal. One more Witching Beam coming on through, but not quite being able to find the core and any other target. And now the respawn back here. Elo Heaven going to open up the goal. Dives forward, flip back over. Into Overflow, can't hit it. Astral projection from Streak, trying to get it in here, trying to close out the series. Just one more shot would do it. But it will go on for just a little bit longer. A nice magical Maelstrom to get the numbers advantage back to the side of PPL.
Yeah, and I mean, a really good Era Tornadoes here, really good Maelstroms, just keeping it even, keeping them alive in here, but they still have to get that last goal barrier, Gordo. They really need, and they find it right here. Fiery, this is his chance to get it in, but Streak has just been so hard to score on here. And Elo Heaven and Into Overflow with the pressure, and then just shotguns it in right there. Yeah. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, just finding that last angle there. Into Overflow completes the series as he played it, constantly finding those angles. A masterclass showing there from Core Overflow. Textbook, as you said earlier, Borg. They close that series out very cleanly, not even dropping more than one set.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of life in PPL. You know, I don't think they played badly. I just think that Core Overflow I think they're the best team in the league right now. I'm going to say it. I really don't know if anyone can beat them at this point. We'll have to see until, you know, week 3 and week 4 what happens, but they're looking like they understand the meta. Their core control is absolutely key. They're not really dying that much other than a few kind of unlucky tornadoes on the side of PPL just kind of to take them out. But, man, that was just... It just seemed like a textbook play. I've been saying it the whole cast, but I sound like a broken record here. But, man, it's just... didn't feel like there was much PPL could do.
Yeah, getting so much done there. PPL going to drop down to 0-3, and going to be Core Overflow moving up to 3-0. We are going to pass it off to the analyst desk here. Kaz, take it away.
All right, welcome back to the analyst desk, guys. Right now I'm with Daftgrass here. I just want to say real quick, Streak, holy my god, this Streak guy, he's insane. Especially on this Atlas character, he was holding it down, doing his barcode impression. So Daftgrass, what we say is the draft.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
Yeah, look. So Core Overflow, you know, against I love Matty Branch, but you know what? They were completely outclassed in the drafts for both games. And starting off with this first one, you know, it is Demon Deus, right? So we have very standard kind of you want to play for kills, right? So let's look at what we have here. We have you know, rapid fire, spark of agility. It doesn't really matter too much. But when you look at the drafts, you have arrow with slick kicks coming from average Alex over here. They don't really have a lot of that midfield presence, right? Because you pick Juliet with this era, and it's like, okay, we're going to be able to shrink people, we're going to get our midfield presence through that way to keep it forward for the team. But it just doesn't matter on Demon Deus when you have Int Overflow over here on the Zentaro with the Siphoning Wand, and Elo Heaven with the Siphoning Wand too. So you get into these situations where they will try to play for core control, but it doesn't matter because you're just going to die. And Streak also is kind of able to enable his teammates because he is taking these pauldrons right here and is able to walk up on the field and able to kind of give some of that pressure for his team with that pendulum swing. And also they have so much kill confirm. When you look at Asher and you look at Streak playing this this Rasmus able to walk forward with that dash touch, with that pendulum swing, Elo Heaven having that Asher primary and the dash to just knock people off the edge. And I do have a nice lovely example for you here as I swap over on this. And so here's a great example of what plays out here as this round starts. So Elo hits the ball down, and now they're looking to kill Average Alex, right? Average Alex has no core flip bar. He has nothing he can do to evasive. So here comes that Zentaro ult. The Asher primary comes out too to try and do some damage. It does miss, so you get back into it here. And then there comes the dash, and here comes Zentaro primary, and then the dash from his built up meter underneath. And now Average Alex is walking up to the top of the screen right there. He gets hit by that dash, now is low, and now they have so much to work with. Is going to get hit by that core flip, and then he's going to get sent up to the top of the screen. And here comes the great part about picking Asher in this game, and one where you feel like you have so much confidence, you have so much ability to live. Here it is, as he's going to come up. Streak walking forward to try and deal some damage himself. Again, that enabling from Rasmus sends him up. And then here comes Elo Heaven with that Asher primary, one of the best confirms that you can get because it will send him straight off the map. And bonk, he's gone. And that is the complete difference between you picking something like this Asher Juliet, or sorry, this Era Juliet that doesn't really have as much damage output from Streak's team in this first game. And that is the reason why they did win that first game. However, it is a little different for this second game.
Absolutely, for the second game here, I wasn't seeing near as many kills from the second game. Could you explain that one, Mr. Daft?
So Core Overflow, completely different game, right? You see these starting awakenings. You have Monumentalist, and you have Dancer. Everyone loves Dancer. And now looking at the differences here, Streak taking the momentum boots off the start compared to Maddie, who does have that strike shot. And the difference between, taking the strike shot and taking the momentum boots is that Streak with this Dancer is able to walk up so much farther than Maddie is able to. And again, when you're drafting this Era and Juliet, and now you're playing into a Drakkar, a little bit of a switch up there. No Zentaro, but you do got, no Rasmus, but you do have the Drakkar now for kind of that midfield pressure-ish. So Int Overflow is able to put so much pressure on Alex in this midfield, because when you're playing that Era, you really only have Beam and Tornado, and for the Beam, you're going to be wanting throwing it on Elo Heaven as much as possible, and they also have Atlas now. So even if you want to try and kill people, which is, Fiery's taking the pummelers, so he's going to be even able to kill people, this Asher and Drakkar are really never going to die. And if they do die, it's because A, Atlas doesn't have ult up, or Julie decided to dash punch them off the edge, and you're really not going to be able to kill them. And I have a wonderful example as to what happens when we burn all of our cooldowns onto the enemy, and Atlas just has ult up. So here it comes as we start off the round, and now we're going to want to put pressure onto Int Overflow here. Does hit the core forward, is going to hit, average Alex, and there comes a dash punch and a beam. So that's three cooldowns we've burned on him, right? There comes the Atlas ult up from Streak. There's the ult. That's a fourth cooldown. And then here comes the Tornado to come and finish him off. But it doesn't matter, because Atlas ult is up. So we've burned a total of 5 cooldowns. 5 cooldowns for not a kill. And not a barrier. So that's really where our drafts kind of differ. And comparatively, the Drakkar is just able to push the midfield so much now. He's still alive. They're not playing for kills. They're playing for core control this game. And it works out for them in the end, as they do pick up a nice 2-0 victory over PP Legends.
Absolutely, I completely agree. And I just have to mention Streak again. Some of the saves he made were absolutely phenomenal here.
Yeah, Streak definitely did play the best game that I have seen on stream so far from him.
Absolutely. All right, we'll give it back to the casters here.
All right, thank you very much there, Kaz, as we are back onto the casting desk here, and we've got one more match before we're going to trade out to the next 2 Borg, where we have got Dog Like Spike taking on Prodigies here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, kind of similar story here as our last game was PPL versus Core Overflow. Kind of a lower placed team versus a pretty higher placed team. I think a lot of people are expecting DLS to win here, but I don't think you should sleep on Prodigies at all. I mean, hopefully, not cast or curse like I said with PPL last time, but I do think Prodigies now with Liari actually playing it instead of Crow Leon are looking really strong. They've been doing really, really well in scrims, I've heard. They've been doing very well in solo queue, playing against them all. Like, Pangui has been leveling up he has a Zentaro now, he's been playing Julie now. Like, he has a lot more picks than just that X now, so I definitely don't think they should be counted out this game.
Not at all, but, Dog Like Spike, you were talking about Core Overflow potentially being the most dominant team in this league. The one that would be contesting them, or the alternate choice for who the best team in show so far would be, is Dog Like Spike. These guys are sitting at 3-0-0. They have yet to drop a game. They even already went ahead and played one of this week's matches before this one, so they're already a little bit of a head start, and, they won that one too.
Yeah, I mean, I know I said Core Overflow is probably the best team right now, arguably. I saw Vaughn kind of getting a little angry at me in chat for that one, but I stand by what I said. I think they're looking really clean, but DLS also, another team, they're at the top of the leaderboards for a reason right now. You know what I mean? So I think that I'm expecting a fairly close game here, but I am expecting DLS to take this one fairly considerably 2-0.
That would be the expectation as well, but like you said, Prodigies, they got a little bit in the tank. I do not know. I assume if Vaughn is in Twitch chat, that means he's going to be playing for Dog Like Spike. During their streamed game last week, it was Megaverse coming in for them. But assuming they will be running that full 3-man roster, that just makes them even more dangerous now coming up against Prodigies.
Yeah, I'm assuming, like you said, it is Vaughn in. I don't see him anymore in the Twitch chat, so maybe he's talking to his team right now. Maybe they're focusing here.
Yeah, doing what he's supposed to do.
Yeah, doing what he's supposed to do. I did see it. It was a later message. It was, during the last game while we were casting. I was taking a scroll back up to read some of the messages. Also, thanks to everyone for tuning in, by the way. I think we're having a fun time here. These are really great games. And I think we'll be getting into this next one soon here, but yeah, anyway, players to look at, honestly, besides kind of who I already been talking about. On the side of Prodigy, Xeno Gemini. This guy has been holding it down. I think he has 2 accounts right now in Omega, working on his 3rd. He probably has 7 accounts in total. I'm expecting him to get Omega all of them before the season ends. So, absolute demon on the Atlas, and he's been practicing his Amy and his Estelle. He's got a lot of picks now. He's not just an Atlas one trick, so I'm expecting him to play really well. And then the side of DLS, Bells, as usual, just a standout player. This guy, what can he do? Maybe KO a little bit, but I think those days are done, actually. Rare Bells KO, no more. He now actually gets a lot of kills. He scores a lot of goals. What more do you want from a forward?
Yeah, and, was already somebody who was picking up a lot of that Rasmus last week, and now freshly buffed during that 30th mini patch, getting Rasmus even just a little bit stronger. I would not be surprised to see that one coming on through for Bells, as it does look like it is going to be Night Market here for our first game of Dog Like Spike taking on Prodigies.
And as we get into the draft, like you said, Night Market here, I'm expecting some fairly standard comps here, fairly standard midfielder. It looks like a Zentaro ban coming in for the side of DLS. We'll have to see what Prodigies will be banning here, and it is Bells' Juliet. So we can expect Bells probably to be on the Rasmus, and then I'm expecting Ginger Pop. Ginger Pop is the midfielder now. I'm expecting Ginger Pop to probably play a Vice, maybe a Rune, since it's Night Market. Sounds pretty good. And then as we see the Rasmus locked in here, a Dubu Hover. We might be seeing an Ice Skates Dubu here. Are you aware of that tech, Gordo?
I've heard it talked about on stream a little bit. I haven't gotten to experience it too much with my own eyes, and nobody was on Dubu last week when I was on stream, so I'm really excited to start to check it out here.
Yeah, and let's just real quick on the final comps. It will be on the side of Prodigy's Amy, Vice, Asher. I'm expecting it will be the Amy in the net, and then a Vice Asher forward, as we see it here. And then Rasmus, we do get the Dubu, and then I believe it was the Vice as well. And just real quick, I'm expecting to see a lot of pressure coming out from this Dubu. Vaughn does this a lot in solo queue. He builds up speed on those momentum boots, and he runs forward, he uses his ult, uses his log, keeps it forward for his aggressive forwards to get it into the net.
And already moving out here, actually somersaulting his way onto Pengui's face, looking to see if he can get a little damage onto that Asher, and Bells is going to finish the job on the Rasmus. Whiplash to finish off that kill, and knocking it even further. Ginger Pop exposes the goal, and Vaughn, maybe out a little bit too far here, does manage to catch up with the core and knock it back over, but it is going to be at the cost of one of their barriers. But looking to close out the goal here is Ginger Pop, passes it down to Bells, and that's the goal for Dog Like Spike.
Hey, for DLS, barriers are optional, it seems. They don't need 2. Or they only need 1. They don't need 2. All right? That's all they need. Just 1, hold it down. Vaughn runs up. Like I said, a lot of that pressure coming up. Bells, and Ginger Pop just get the quick KO, and then they just, execute a good goal there. Pretty standard.
For sure here. Ginger Pop getting some good damage in there with the Thunderstruck. It's Liari going to throw down the Supernova, but just get hooked back out. Death Touch finishes it off for Bells, and now Ginger Pop with a little bit of free time with that top side barrier, going to knock it down. Nice use of that sentry, going to keep the bottom one safe from Xeno Gemini on the time being. But Ginger Pop keeping the pressure on Vaughn, going so fast on the Dubu, will be continuing to play it aggressively. That's a knockout there, though, for the side of Prodigies, buying them a little bit of space. Ginger Pop staying defensive, but is now 1 versus 3. Pengui sees a chance to run rampant on these goal barriers, going to open it up, but Bells respawns in time. Will they be able to defend it? No, it slides right by Bells, and it's going to be evened up at 1-1.
Yeah, so I mean, Prodigy's, like I was saying, very aggressive team. They're very, very good at finding those KOs and those confirms, and then once they do that, it's pretty easy goal from there. As you just saw, they found the 2 KOs. They found Vaughn a little bit too far out of his goal arc, as, you know, we're saying might be an issue kind of earlier, but an issue for him, it seems, as a lot of damage early coming in now, and Ginger Pop's looking to be next on the list.
Got Ginger Pop getting pulled across the map there by that Firewall Sentry, but Vaughn finds a little KO of his own. And Bells up and aggressive, ready to try to knock it in. Nearly sneaks it in there, but Xeno Gemini is ready and waiting to save the goal. Liari on defense duty as well, as they are currently staggered and at risk of getting knocked off the map. Pengui has respawned and is going to get a KO right off the bat now. Bells, though, still staying aggressive, still keeping it towards the opposing side, using that stinger, using that damage. Liari nearly gets shattered. Vaughn can't save the one last barrier, and now it's open goals for both sides as Ginger Pop has just managed to respawn. Not going to be able to close it out, though. This one's being real close here, Borg.
Whoa, what a snipe! And right as he passed it off, the perfect, absolute perfect angle with that Vice ult through the middle of Night Market into the top bins. Really just hard save there from Xeno, but as we can see, Prodigy's really aggressive here. They're getting a lot of damage out and finding some KOs, but they're really struggling to find those goal barriers when they haven't done a KO, so we'll see how they kind of approach this going further, but it's a pretty close game so far.
Ginger Pop just knocked right out of there. Vaughn ticking down from the stinger. The damage output that's producing here for this Vice on the side of Liari actually getting a lot done for the side of Prodigies. Ginger Pop going to respawn, though. They only lose 1 goal barrier for the effort. And now Bells and Ginger Pop going to be up to them now to try to play the aggressive side. Nice death touch. Just barely finishes off another KO for Bells. And it's going to get moved on up by Vaughn. Goalie out of the box, ready to move up, ready to try to score. Ginger Pop going into the Supernova. Nearly scores, but actually takes down his own barrier. But with this massive numbers advantage, surely DLS is going to close it out. And Ginger Pop does.
And they do. I mean, I was talking about Prodigy's aggression, but Stinger is a starting awakening, and both sides have it, Gordo. So that means that both sides can be doing just as much damage. And I do believe there's a little bit more damage on the side of, on the side of Prodigies. However, I don't think that it is too much difference, you know, because Dubu can just play super far up and help out with that damage and with that pressure. They can find KOs on their own, too. The Rasmus is honestly finding a lot with that death touch, as you've been saying.
Yeah, no, just sneaking it in there. If you can land it onto somebody who's already staggered, the pull distance is just insane. And infinite tempo swing here, going to be utilized by multiple strikers here. 3 of them going to end up going over. They want that healing. They want that damage.
Yeah, and nothing super notable. Tempo helping them do a little bit more damage, a little bit more healing, help them live. I'm not expecting it to make too much of a difference since Bells has that tempo as well. Ginger Pop with that big fish is going to help him get a little bit more stagger, live a little bit better. But Vaughn actually taking the unstoppable, so he can play a little bit more dangerous, and I'm expecting him to do so as we see him walk towards the middle of the map right now.
We've seen him want to play dangerous throughout this entire set, and oh, a KO off the Thunderstruck there. Nicely played by Ginger Pop. Vaughn, though, lets one by him. That's going to be an opened up goal. This is definitely an advantage for Prodigies once they get their missing man back. And Pengui going to respawn. Open goal already for their side. They want to try to smack it in here, but Ginger Pop knocks it back. Open goals now for both teams. Bells getting very low here. Going to get taken out by one more shot from Xeno Gemini. But can Pengui close it out? Liari at midfield knocks it back over. Clear again from Ginger Pop. Going to buy that space. And Vaughn now on defense.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, as we get back to it, Ginger Pop comes in and just absolutely rocks on and just destroys Pengui from the field there. And now it's a 3-on-2. We'll see it, and they can't get it in. Yeah, Bells with a really good pendulum swing to find that goal. But, I mean, as we've been saying earlier, it just seems like Prodigies is trying to find those kills, but when they can't, it just seems like they can't find an opening and score.
That is the cost here. Pengui gonna move out here, been off the table for quite a while in this match, it feels like. Xeno Gemini not actually gonna be able to defend the barrier, not gonna get the second one either. Goals opened already. Bells accomplishing so much as Ginger Pop is just waiting to heal on up, and Bells has the Whiplash ready, nearly takes it in up against Xeno Gemini, still playing aggressively and knocks it in with a pendulum swing.
And I mean, Bells just does Bells things right there. Just finding a goal from seemingly nowhere. 2 people guarding, you know, he has almost no abilities left. As soon as his pendulum swing, that primary ability comes back up, the perfect usage of it through 2 people to get that goal. I mean, there's not much you can do there other than just play better.
God, no. I mean, incredible use of all the tools at his disposal there. Death touch back over Liari, taking a bunch of damage from the Stinger in the background here. Going to be staggers on both Bells and Liari. Liari going to force out the elusive with the use of that Supernova, and Ginger Pop getting pushed down towards the bottom, nearly getting taken out. Penguin wants to finish it, but can't find the opening. And now Vaughn just roll swapping with Ginger Pop midway through here while Ginger Pop takes the time to regen back up. And now Ginger Pop ready to return to the fray just in time to tag out Bells, who nearly gets knocked out by Penguin, and now going to be back into the 3-on-3 state.
Yeah, and I mean, as you saw there, Ginger Pop gets staggered, but one thing that I think Vaughn as a goalie does very, very good with his team is that he used to be a forward player, right? He's not shy to walk up and play forward. He loves playing forward, you know? Like, so I'm pretty sure he was yelling at Ginger Pop there, or Ginger Pop just knows. It might not even be calm, but runs back, takes that stagger up, Vaughn runs up, and just plays the forward role as well.
Yeah, Penguin jukes him out there a little bit, gets a KO as well, coming alive here with their backs against the wall in this set. Liari misses the strike, but gets it the second try. It's going to be open goals for both sides. Xeno Gemini passing it back down to Liari, bottom side, up to Penguin, going for the goal, and they get it. They keep it going. Prodigies finds another one.
Beautiful pass there from Liari. Good. I thought she was going to be shooting at bottom corner there, but perfect pass up to Penguin, who just squeezes it into the top, and Vaughn just can't get to it in time. Beautiful.
Really well played. Prodigies, you can see what you were talking about there, Orgus. They've done such a good job in this match, but it's just the little things are ending up favoring Dog-like Spike, and they're the ones who are coming out with more scores at the end of the day. But you can see the potential here. You can see that these guys are putting up a good fight. It's just not been enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a lot of good damage. I think they're struggling to find a lot of these kills, with Vaughn just kind of being able to swap with his forwards and being so comfortable playing forward there, keeping that core on their side of the field, or off of their side of the field rather, excuse me. And honestly, the damage isn't seeming to matter here with how good they're rotating.
That's definitely been the case, although Bells will get taken off the field here, so maybe a little bit of caster curse coming through. Xeno Gemini has the sentry, and they're going to get the score, and Penguin knocks it up and in. 2-2. Now a chance to actually take a set here for the side of Prodigies.
Yeah, Gordo, I fear I cursed it. I fear I might have cursed it a little bit there. But anyway, beautiful shot by Penguin. The Asher doing Asher things, just standing in front of the net, waiting for an opportunity. You know, as we see the round start here, honestly, I'm expecting Prodigies to make a comeback. Let's see if they can take this first set.
They've got the momentum. They've scored 2 in a row here, and they are going to lose a member to start things off. Probably not what you want to happen, as Bells now moving on over, wants to still be aggressive. Vaughn is in the other goal box. They are just 3-on-3 here on the other side of the field, risking so much, but accomplishing so much at the same time.
Yeah, and while you lose your goalie gear once you cross that midfield line, he gets the speed to get there in the first place, and he keeps that speed going forward and just can help his team. There's no threat when, you know, you have a million abilities blocking the side of the goal. I think this Dubu pick is very, very good on this map. We'll also see it utilized on maps like Amy's app, or things that have a very, very defined 2 sides, top and bottom.
Crucial somersault there from Vaughn to keep things safe, to keep things alive. Bells moving forward, gonna get pushed back though, and there's that barrier beam, or that path splitter there actually from Penguin, getting so much done. KOs from both sides. Bells very low here. Penguin wants to finish the job. Does so. Double KO to Penguin as the pass up from Liari, looking to score 2v1 up against Vaughn. The clears have been good though. Vaughn playing defense. The flip gets blocked away by Ginger Pop, and they stay alive for DLS. Liari though keeping the aggression on. Bells is respawned though. He clears it back out, and the match goes on just for a little bit longer. One more shot from Vaughn. Doesn't quite land, but does clear it out with that fortress, and the game goes on. They're not letting this through on either side.
Oh! As you say that, yeah, I think there's a little bit of curse going on, but regardless, a beautiful shot from Bells again. I think that Penguin and Liari, you know, they were making really good headway there. Like, you know, they scored 2 goals. They're getting barriers quite often. I think they're coming back in this set. It's just all going to depend on Awakenings here. And as I say that, Prime Time I'm expecting is going to come out for the Dubu here. Possibly Twin Drive. We'll have to see here. Yeah, he does take the Prime Time, more logs, and it's built different Infinite. So I'm expecting, honestly, almost everybody to take this except for maybe Xeno Gemini. Asher actually takes the Stagger Swagger to help live a little bit longer as he was dying quite a few times, so not what you want here as the aggressive comp. But the build different, I mean, everyone's going to be a lot bigger, and then bulk up actually on the side of Ginger Pop, so I'm assuming he just wants to try to live a little bit longer. He doesn't really need that damage, he already has the size from Big Fish, so we'll have to see how it works out for him.
Only Liari and Bell's actually going to be alternatively constructed this game. They are not going to end up taking it in too many cases. Ginger Pop taking a lot. Pengui just bullying dog like Spike here to start off this second round, getting a lot done and stepping up into their faces, threatening to knock them out. Will take one down. And now here comes Liari to try to push up on the other side. Vaughn, though, playing good defense. Bells knocks him out. Really good footwork here to avoid all of these skills, but can't avoid Pengui unless you go elusive. Now going to have to move aggressive in their own right. Does Death touch it back over, but that's going to be the opened up goal, taking advantage of Vaughn's aggressive positioning, going to result in an open goal here for the side of Prodigies, and they get themselves a KO as well, ready to try to knock this one in.
Yeah, and as they get a KO, it's a 2v3 here, so I'm expecting Liari and Pengui to try to find something. This is their time, as it is now 3-on-3, and Pengui is getting a little bit low, but with that Stagger Swagger, I don't expect them to be dying anytime soon. So we'll have to see if they can make use of their offensive pressure here, and they do. A perfect pass from Xeno. Amazing pass down the middle, down to Liari, wide open bottom side of the net. Great shot.
Pengui looking unleashed here with that Stagger Swagger, able to just stay up in the other team's face the whole way through. And dog like Spike, when they can't knock them around as easily, they don't seem to have a great answer to it quite yet. Let's see how they adapt as it goes on. Pengui playing aggressively in the bottom side here. Ginger Pop and Bells already both staggered, at risk of going down here, but they do have the man advantage and they do want to utilize it. Vaughn stepping up towards midfield, ready to try to knock it in, ready to try to at least take down some barriers, but it will be Bells taken off of the bottom side by Liari. Double KO for Pengui, and it's 3v1. Vaughn has to defend this against all odds. Will manage to clear it out, buying crucial seconds. One more on the Rasmus. Here comes Bells, and they do manage to barely keep it defended, but they do not. Pengui knocks it in. A 2-0 set so far for Prodigies.
And again, just really, really good man-up plays from Prodigies. They're able to find these kills now, and now that Pengui has that Stagger Swagger, not really in danger of dying at all. Really, it's impossible to really focus him, because if you do and he doesn't die, you're wasting all of your abilities. Liari can just sit there and play safe, get orbs, and it's just incredibly hard for DLS to play. I'm expecting them to kind of get another set here. DLS is looking like they're a bit in trouble.
That is the risk. Pengui taking a fair bit here, getting knocked back and forth, and Prodigies, they want to keep this game going on. You know, we've got 2 in the bag here, but not even 1 win in the pocket for dog like Spike quite yet here. They looked like they were being so dominant for those first 2, but it's been going back in the favor of Prodigies here in this third set. They might 3-0 it as they've opened up the goal once again, making so much difference here with the Stagger Swagger on Pengui. Liari looking for the bottom side, jumps on in with the Thunderstruck, but now Bells sees an opportunity to go aggressive, will open up one of the barriers, passing up to Ginger Pop, playing up in Gemini's face. Liari going to channel that Supernova to try to buy a little bit of additional space, but it's not going to clear the core just yet. Ginger Pop channeling their own now, trying to get a KO, can't quite find it, but the Staggers are there, and Ginger Pop ready to knock it in. Core flip from Xeno Gemini, clears it over to the other side, playing such great defense, and Vaughn's got his work cut out for him now with the Fortress up in front of him. Can't actually get the core cleared. Will manage to get it all the way back around, though.
Yeah, and both goalies here just absolutely dominating performances. You know, Vaughn, no barriers left, but he's holding it down. Like, he's made every single right move. Look at these clears. He's buying perfect time for his team. That's all he can do. And as his team finds that kill, and now it's a chance for DLS to swing this one back.
Thunderstruck finds another one. Ginger Pop makes it 2. And now it's the 3 versus 1. Pengui gonna have to play defense and just can't do it. 1-2 now in this set. Dog like Spike back on the board.
Yeah, beautiful passes there from Bells and Ginger Pop. They're able to finally grind it out, not get killed, find kills of their own, and then get that goal. And also, correction, it's not the Ice Skates Dubu. I've been so scarred by it in solo queue. It's actually not. It's Strike Shot Dubu here, which I kind of think is a better choice in this match.
Yeah, getting plenty of reflections there where he is able to land the projectile, and turning Dubu into a ranged character just a little bit of the time does plenty, but Pengui and Liari doing plenty themselves, already having opened up the goal, and they're not letting it down. There's going to be a set win for Prodigies.
Yeah, I mean, that whole set, besides that last point, or excuse me, the point that DLS won, Prodigy's just kind of stomping them. They're finding that damage, they're getting those kill confirms, and then besides, when DLS was able to grind it out and live the whole time, Prodigy's just looks unstoppable if they can get those KOs. They're finding those goals incredibly quick, no matter how much of an Iron Wall Vaughn can be. He's just able to keep it in, and if we look at the awakenings here, we get Timeless for Dubu, extra special on the side of Liari here, so a lot more aggression, and the adrenaline rush for Pangui. If anyone had watched the East qualifiers and saw Prodigies actually take on Liari's team before Liari joined Prodigies, we know that Pangui's a little bit of demon on the adrenaline rush, and so we'll have to see if he can utilize it as we get into this fourth set.
Yeah, and the aggressive playstyle from the Asher has been getting so much done for Pengui in that last set already. If they can keep up the pace that they've been getting these KOs, that Adrenaline Rush going to get so much done. Passing back up to Gemini now. Pengui's the only one who's taking a fair bit of damage. Bell's trying to buy some space. That's the Vice taken out. And Dog like Spike have found themselves a numbers advantage. Bell's going to knock down one of the barriers. Vaughn now has to chase down that core on the other side to make sure they can keep the aggression going, and they do. But Vaughn actually almost lets it go. Pengui does not want to let this go unpunished. Does take down one barrier. Ginger Pop now taking a fair bit. Blinks back to the other side with the Thunderstruck. But now gonna be Pengui playing aggressive, knocking it up, moving up for Liari. But Bells and Ginger Pop managed to clear it again.
Yeah, and I mean, we're kind of seeing here as Zemo's actually taking a lot of damage and might get KO'd here. Manages to live as I say that. But as we saw in the draft, actually, I didn't talk about it, but Ginger Pop, I believe, did get that Deadeye. So they have a lot of kill pressure as Bells just, I mean, they find, like I said, they find the kill. They're able to live, and then Bells, when that 3v2, it's just unstoppable. They can't save it on the side of Prodigies with their goalie gone.
Yeah, it's such an awkward position there for Xeno Gemini when they get pushed out to midfield and are staggered and would have to go through multiple members of Dog Like Spike to actually get anything done. Just not able to do it. Gonna get KO'd, gonna end up giving up the goal as a result. And Pengui looking for a quick little KO there onto Bells, doesn't find it, but the Supernova damage does more than enough. Shatters Bells and going to take him out of the action for at least a little bit longer. Liari stepping forward. Pengui takes down one of the barriers. Bells now going to move in the one-on-one up against Xeno Gemini. Pengui is there for the assistance. Vaughn goes for the core flip, knocks it back up towards the top side, but they aren't going to be able to take out that last barrier. And now it's Bells on the aggressive, looking for Liari. Knock back onto both targets from the Supernova, but neither one ends up getting knocked out. Ginger Pop finds the opening on the last bit of the goal. Bells and Ginger Pop looking to push forward. Xeno Gemini in the evasive. Liari fighting one-on-one up against Vaughn, just getting knocked away by the big Dubu, though, as Ginger Pop waiting on the top side, wants the pass. Pass comes up, but Xeno Gemini knocks it away. Pengui now opens up the goal on the other side. This one is so close here, Borg, but not going to end up being a score for either side quite yet. Whiplash going to be able to do it, and Ginger Pop knocks it in.
The perfect core flip from Ginger Pop there to find the kill, isolate that core, and then find the goal here. They're doing so much better this set with a little bit more damage that they found in that Awakening draft. And then with Timeless Creator on the Dubu, I don't know if you've noticed this, as we haven't really been talking about it, but these logs and these Dubu walls have been keeping the core forward for a majority of the match, allowing Bells and Ginger Pop to cook.
Oh, and already an opened goal here. Prodigies, just when you want to count them out, they come alive, but it's open goals instantly for both sides. There's still 40 seconds before overtime, and already both goals are open. Bells trying to find the angle. Supernova onto 3, and Ginger Pop closes the set just like that.
That was an absolutely beautiful Supernova by Ginger Pop there. Not only did he hit all 3 players on the side of Prodigies, he hit the core upward into the wall to pass it back down to him for that easy open net goal. And, I mean, I don't know how you're feeling about the game, but I thought that was an extremely close game. I thought that if Prodigies, were able to find maybe 1 or 2 or more of those KOs, I think that game could have gone either way.
100% agree with you there. I mean, Prodigies, starting on that third set, they just really look like a completely different team, and we're even playing it close on the fourth set as well. 3-1 might look like it's not that close, but it really came down to the wire there on a couple of those goals. There was a lot of opportunity for Prodigies to make something happen, and I'm real hyped for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious on how these stats look here, if we could kind of scroll over to that and see how that looks. Yeah, wow, I mean, fairly even on both sides. However, I do believe that the damage on that Amy, we did see a lot of staggered opponents on the side of DLS, so they were staggered a lot of the time. They were just playing their lives extremely, extremely well. So I'm expecting Prodigy's needs to, if they're going to stick with that kill strategy, they're going to have to find those crucial KOs, as they were pretty close on both sides in terms of KOs and damage. So they're going to have to find those confirms a little bit better. But when they did, I mean, they were looking unstoppable. So we'll have to see how Game 2 plays out. But I expect this to be a very, very close set.
Yeah, I wonder if we see Pengui on the Asher again. Last week it was the X and the Zentaro a little bit more often. X now nerfed versus where he was previously, and also de facto nerfed, I feel, by all of the size getting reduced across all the Awakenings. That just makes X have a little bit, all of his best options just a little bit worse. But the Zentaro, people have been all over the Zentaro for a lot of today, and would be curious to see if that's what we see end up coming through.
They banned it the first game. I'm expecting a ban on the second game. We'll have to see. Honestly, I'm kind of happy. It makes me sad to see it being banned, but I'm kind of happy that Zentaro is starting to get the recognition that he deserves. Because I've been grinding away out that character. I've played probably 250 games of it plus to get into Omega. And I saw the potential, and I'm glad we're finally able to see the respect he deserves here. But I kind of hope that they don't ban it so we can see it out. But without the Zentaro, and then with them having to ban Bells' Julie, I don't know if Pengui feels comfortable enough to play the X here. I kind of think he should. Even with the nerfs, I still think the character can put on a lot of hurt, but he didn't look too bad on the Asher. I think they just need to find those KOs and they'll be looking golden.
That is what I've been loving about getting into competitive Omega Strikers. Crazy. That's the word I can't pronounce today. Omega Strikers is almost all the characters are seeing some play here in the competitive scene. That might not stay true forever. We might end up in a little bit more of a set meta as time and balance patches go on. But right now, people have been willing to play almost everything. I think Luna is the only character I have not gotten to see on an NASL stream so far.
Yeah, and they actually did just buff Luna. I do think there is potential there. I just think that it's a lot harder to execute the Luna forward because I still don't really believe in the Luna goalie. I believe there's so many other higher value goalies that are going to be doing just as much, if not more damage than the Luna if you want something aggressive. And if you want something defensive, I mean, there's plenty of options out there with the Atlas. And as we just seen, the Dubu's making a resurgence. But I think that if we get an Atlas Lab, we might see a Luna on the side of DLS. We'll have to see. I can't promise anything, but I think if there's any team willing to play it, it might be them. We'll have to see here.
Yeah, I do see a loading screen here on my end, so I think we are getting into round number 2 of Dog Like Spike taking on Prodigies, and that first game was a good indicator of things to come. Want to see how Prodigies is going to be able to respond to this coming in to match number 2 as we are waiting to find out what the map is going to be. Excitement's starting to get to me here a little bit, Borg.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here stroking my mustache because I'm just sitting here staring at this loading like I want to get into game 2, Gordo. I want to get into game 2. I want to see this. I'm hype right now.
This is the longest loading screen I've ever seen in Omega Strikers. This might be the loading bug that I've heard.
It is the loading bug. Yeah, it is the loading bug, the dreaded loading bug. It has been getting a little bit better. It does not happen very much anymore, but it's kind of a nightmare for tournaments right now. So I haven't been getting it in solo queue. I'm glad that they were able to fix that. But, Odie, I believe they're working on a fix to help it with spectators and with tournament viewing and all that other stuff. But unfortunately, we're going to be trying it, I think, one more time before we find alternative measures to watch this game. But I'm trying to think of what to say, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll give it a little bit more time. We might have a little bit of a longer delay than we expected, but we will be getting into that DLS Prodigies game for too long if we have anything.
Alrighty, and then which player do you think surprised you the most that game? Let's just talk about last game. Let's kind of break down what happened. Oh, I think you're muted, Gordo. I'll answer the question first. Thank you very much, Borg. Yes. For me personally, I thought that on the side of DLS, I think Bells did an amazing job. I said before, it's a player to watch. He was rarely ever dying. I think he might have died maybe 2. I think I saw him die definitely 1 or 2 times, but he was not dying very often. And kind of just denying the win comp from Prod as their aggression. And actually, we're getting into the draft here as Gordo is also, I believe, back, and we're getting into the game. Maybe that was the issue.
Maybe it's just my Discord that's griefing the entire stream. Who's to say?
Possibly, yeah.
Well, we'll definitely get this fixed in the future. We got one more game here, so, I'm just writing it off at this point. If we're gonna get trolled by the Discord, we're gonna get trolled by the Discord, but we'll get this one figured out as we are on to Atlas's lab for game number 2. I think I missed what the bans were. Did you catch them, Borg?
So big, exciting here, exciting moment. They banned Xeno Gemini's Atlas instead of the Zentaro. So, oh, and there it is. Yep, I'm expecting to see the Zentaro here out for Pangui. The guy's been grinding it in solo queue. He's been playing in all these scrims. He's one of the best Zentaros right now, I think, in North America. As a Zentaro one trick, Zentaro main, I can play the characters, okay? But I think I see him playing it. He does everything right on the character, and I'm excited to see how he plays it. We have Rune for the Ginger Pop as well. Ginger Pop is playing the Rune, and I'm excited to see that too. I think there's a lot of interesting picks on both sides here.
All right, an exciting one to check out here as we are getting loaded on to Atlas's lab for round 2 between these teams. It's going to be Bells on that Rasmus once again, but Liari on the Vice, every chance they get, doing a good job so far of getting the early damage onto Ginger Pop and Bells. They look to clear it back over and start knocking down those barriers. First one already through, and that's going to be a KO early on for Pengui onto the Rasmus, and now ready to look for a goal here. Liari channels that Supernova, can't quite knock it in, back and forth volley, but not quite able to finish the job. But Pengui right onto the goalie, already 2 KOs. The Zentaro showing up as promised.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Asher, Zentaro probably does, 10 times more damage, we'll have to say. Asher's pretty good at securing those KOs, but Zentaro is one of the highest damage characters in the entire game, backed by Vice and Amy, which, as you can see, is their entire comp.
Yeah, just looking for the damage, looking for the KOs. KO actually going to be found onto the Zentaro himself there, though, is going to put a little bit of a damper onto the plans from Prodigies. This is going to go over to Dog-like Spike now. Xeno pulling it back. Pengui looking for the knockout onto Ginger Pop. Can't quite find it, though. And now looking to finish the job is going to be the Sentry Turret. Knocked back up very fast on this core in the overtime. But Xeno Gemini not able to defend that last barrier. Bell's going to knock it back over. Now a banish nicely landed. They're going to take the Vice right off the board. Liari no longer available. Pengui responds, though. It's a 2-on-2. Bells and Vaughn now stepping up onto the other team's side. Want to finish this off goal onto Prodigies, but Vaughn has to somersault to defend. Prodigies can't quite finish the job. Can Pengui take it out? The Fortress is going to stop him. And Liari, keeping up the aggression, goes in for the Supernova. Another crucial save by Vaughn.
Yeah, and I mean, the pressure from Prodigies is just insane coming out here, but on the same side, Bells, the goal pressure coming out from just him, by himself, is incredible. Every single time he has gotten the core almost, he's done something with it. As he looks here, and there was a really good clear there from Xeno, and then Liari, they're stuck in a 2v3. Let's see if they can get out of this, Gordo.
Yeah, Pengui off the board has been such a big deal for Dog-like Spike. They just get all of their opportunities to play aggressive once he is no longer there, as he's come back up and is immediately getting another KO. Pass up to Liari, down to Pengui, looking to score. And now the pressure from the turret going to get them plenty more of the way there. Vaughn going to knock it back over. Xeno Gemini ready to clear, though. The numbers advantage making up all the difference for Prodigies here, but Bells has respawned. Ginger Pop actually finds the goal.
Beautiful mix-up there. I mean, Xeno had to choose top or bottom, and then Ginger Pop chose bottom, Xeno chose top, and, it's just a penalty shootout, kind of like in soccer, but you had to choose one, and it was a 50-50 there. So beautiful shot from Ginger Pop, and honestly, DLS is just absolutely brick-walling right now, with the Rune kind of pillars helping out in net, and then the Dubu as well, kind of sectioning off with his big body. There's not really much that Pengui and Liari are able to do here to find that goal.
Yeah, nice damage there, landed onto Ginger Pop. He is just getting kind of bullied here as he gets stuck up against his own teammate's Fortress. Liari finally manages to clear it there with the core flip, passing up to Pengui, but a ton of damage there from the black hole. And now Pengui, in a little bit of a questionable situation, has to dodge all this damage coming in from Bells. Nearly gets knocked out on the bottom side blast cone. Now in the middle here, trying just to avoid skills but be ready to receive the core so that they can actually keep a little bit of an aggressive game plan going. Very difficult here. The banish comes through, and that might be the KO on a Pengui. Does manage to stay safe, but is just again getting mobbed by 2 members of Dog-like Spike.
Yeah, and I mean, right as you pass it off, perfect shot placement there from Bells. There's only so many abilities that Xeno has to save it, and he was running out at some point. So what we're seeing here is that Pengui's actually struggling to survive. They're starting to banish and put a lot of pressure on the Pengui, and Zentaro has one of the lowest base staggers in the entire game. So it's really hard for him to survive if you focus him here. So I think DLS is kind of learning that, and they're kind of realizing that, and they're putting all that pressure onto him and just leaving Liari and Xeno by themselves because they know that Bells can cook, and they're letting them.
Yeah, I mean, that first round for Pengui was beautiful with how many KOs they were able to find, but they don't quite close it out onto a goal, and it looks like Dog Like Spike have adapted, living up to the hype that they got as one of those invited teams. Now going to be looking to push it forward and take themselves the first set here of round 2. Pengui already staggered, already on the back foot. Vaughn just playing aggressively, going for the rollout. Doesn't quite take Zentaro out, but still keeping on that back foot is Pengui. Ginger Pop ready to defend. Vaughn falling back to defend that last barrier that they have available to them. Going to clear it towards the bottom side.
Yeah, and I mean, as we're looking here, it's 1 barrier to 1 barrier goal state. Things are kind of stagnant right now. You know, we're getting chances from both sides, but both goalies playing extremely well, and it just all comes down to the pressure. Core flip there from Pengui, able to survive. It really wasn't for core control. It was mainly for him to survive. And
Banish!
taken out by the room banish and the pillar there.
So nicely played there by Ginger Pop. Manages to snag Pengui in an unexpected angle and takes them off the map. And now with that numbers advantage, Dog Like Spike going to open up the goal and look to close it out. A nice flip by Liari. Vaughn barely defends at the last possible second. And Xeno Gemini clears it back over. This is not done yet. Prodigy is going to find themselves a KO on a Dog Like Spike. Pengui wants to take it the rest of the way in. Black Hole back forward, but knocked away by Vaughn, who is now going to move it back on towards the other side. Wants to keep it cleared. Wants to buy time for the respawn from Bells, who does return. Oni's Blade doesn't do anything as the banish had already come through. And now Vaughn again has to defend on the back foot. Bells still just level 3, has been pushed out of this match for so long. Black Hole going to knock him very low. Down to Pengui, doesn't quite land it with the slashing strike. And again, impeccable defense from Vaughn means they cannot find a way to score.
Yeah, and I mean, we're really seeing the weakness of Zentaro here early on. And as actually he gets a kill there, so he's definitely not weakness in terms of damage and kill-wise, but, and perfect core from the bottom corner. They're not even letting me speak, Gordo, but as I'm trying to say here, the weakness of Zentaro early is that he doesn't have very much dash range unless you can get that starting awakening, you know, Super Surge or aerials or Chrono Boost. But he doesn't have that, so he can't combo a lot of things into making those goals happen. And Liari doesn't have any abilities too, because she has to kind of pressure here as she gets taken out by Ginger Pop with another great banish.
So many KOs in the early rounds once again coming through here. Xeno Gemini can't defend, gonna get both barriers knocked down there, and Vaughn now stepping up down to Bells, and there's the set win for the side of Dog Like Spike.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty solid set there from DLS. Vaughn just with absolutely iron wall defense, nothing's getting past him. And then I think the difference maker here is that rune. Because I don't know if you're paying attention to it, but these banishes are just stopping everything and everyone in their tracks. Like, Pengui's getting banished all over the place. Liari got killed by it last set. So we'll have to see if the Awakenings here can make a difference. And I'm seeing Super Surge, so Zentaro is going to get Super Surge here, and I'm expecting Amy to take the extra special as well. And then Rune, and then the Dubuwa extra special. We're going to see a lot of ultimates this game.
Yeah, having 3 damage-dealing dashes or blinks, really helpful if you're Zentaro. They're going to end up taking that Super Surge for sure. Extra special for plenty of the rest of the team, as they are ready to take to the court for game number 2. They want to get themselves back competitive in this. I mean, Prodigies have been looking better and better as it's gone on, but Dog Like Spike are the ones who still keep finding the wins.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a game to win, it's definitely this one. And now that, you know, we have the Super Surge and the Zentaro, as I say that, you know, I mean, Bells just takes both entire goal barriers and then takes the goal as well. Let him cook. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Bells, one of the top scorers in the entire league, maybe the top scorer in the entire league so far. And he's proven it right here to us right now.
Sneaks it in there with the Whiplash. Well played by Bells. Under-leveled in this one as he's just been getting bullied by the Zentaro. Double banish comes through. Pengui loses everything, and Bells takes him out on the top blast zone. Now numbers advantage here for the side of Dog Like Spike, and they have not been one to let these go. Nice elusive there from the Rune. Goal gets opened up. Vaughn is here for the aggression. The pendulum swing nearly finishes the job. Bells can't quite do it this time, but Ginger Pop is there to try to clear it on the top side. Gets knocked back over. Vaughn is there to defend, and the banish once again, but a huge knockback from the Supernova, going to end up taking out one more member.
Yeah, and then Prodigy here, they have their chance. They need to get this barrier within the next 5 seconds here if they really want a good chance of continuing this set. And there we go, Pengui with the Super Surge dash. Perfect placement on there. And then perfect bottom corner. The Amy ult actually separated Ginger Pop, kept Vaughn on the other side, and he could not save the core there. It was perfect placement there. Perfect pass from Liari. Great shot from Pengui.
Great job there to keep it even at 1-1 in this second set. not going to go quietly here are Prodigies. They've got the awakenings they wanted for Pengui, and they can rely on him once again if they need to. The double banish, though, the damage is huge there. Bell's already going to take down one of the barriers. Xeno Gemini's got his work cut out for him here as Liari going to get very close to being staggered. Bell's ready to defend on the top side. Knocks Liari down very, very low. Going to be tough to play Vice in this kind of situation. A great Tofu Fortress there from Vaughn. Just stuffs the core flip, and they're still playing it as aggressively as they can. Liari forced onto the wrong side of the field here.
Yeah, and I mean, the map pressure from DLS is just insane here, and they're finding so many barriers because of it, with the Dubu wall coming in as the Ginger Pop actually gets KO'd here. But we'll see with the extra special on the Dubu, he can just ult after ult after ult. Lots of walls coming out.
No,
There's
Bells.
almost nothing Prodigies can do. As Bells is getting staggered here. Hard for him to live, and we'll have to see if he can stay alive.
Staying alive, but not able to really pull up much in the form of defense. Vaughn going to end up giving away one of those barriers. Now 1-1 in that department. Liari nearly takes out Bells once again. Pengui smells blood in the water, wants to finish the job, but Bells deftly avoiding some of those skills and is going to be able to pick up one more little boost to his health bar. Nice pick up there on the death touch. Bells gets another one.
Yeah, and Bells actually, in the training, he took Hotshot, which increases the core speed whenever you hit it with an ability, basically, and then refreshes the cooldown a little bit as well. So Hotshot is very, very good on Rasmus because of that reason we just saw right there. When you death touch the core, it is going to schmoove towards you, and he finds that perfectly placed shot from it as well.
Nice job there by Bells, going to immediately be staggered again, and Pengui hunting him down, looking to try to finish the job. Death touch landed, but gets interrupted there. I think it was by Liari. Bells now on the back foot, getting knocked around, getting bullied quite a bit here, but all three members there are there to defend for Prodigies. And now just on top of Bells, Pengui wishes he could land just one of these skills. It might be enough to finish the job. Liari going for the alley-oop there off the black hole, but can't find it. And the banish going to take Liari off the map. And again, dog-like Spike ready to play on the aggressive side.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm saying Prodigies, you know, their strength is all this aggressive, all the damage, but they're struggling right now. They cannot find the hits. They're struggling to keep the core on the other side of the field and get damage out, too, because of the pressure from DLS. And I'm not really sure how they're supposed to handle it. This is incredibly difficult to approach.
Yeah, the mechanical strength here from DLS is what's been making the difference, right? Pengui just can't find the last couple of skills that he needs to land to finish off these KOs. Bells and Ginger Pop have been too clean with it, and that's going to be a second set win over the dog like Spike.
Yeah, and then, like I said again, the hot shot from Rasmus kind of gets the core towards him. Perfect shot in the top corner, propels it forward. Xeno just can't get there on time. Amy's too small to reach it, and when there's no abilities out, because she has to use them all to save all the barriers and protect her teammates, it's very hard for Xeno to play right now. And as we get into this Awakening draft here, we have primetime for Rasmus, which is incredible. More pendulum swings, more hot shot placements, all of that going on. Deadeye for Xeno, actually, and Adrenaline Rush for Pengui, so they now have an opening. If they can find a single kill, then this might be looking really, really rough for DLS here.
The recipe for success for Pengui, that was the awakening that made all the difference in the first game. It's what actually got them that set win here up against DLS, but immediately off to a rough start here. Pengui going to get staggered. Bell's going to have the same happen to him. They pass it on down, now fighting over it in midfield, going to get one of those goal barriers off the board. A last-second elusive from Liari saves a KO, and Gemini now throwing down the turret to keep up the aggression. Vaughn stops it with a Tofu Fortress, though, and is willing to play forward if his teammates aren't able to. And again, Bell's pushed up towards the top, but manages to keep himself safe. Liari can't finish the job. Pengui has to play defense duty, and nobody falling low enough other than Pengui himself, who will get taken off the map.
This whole round is just weird. We have a Dubu playing forward, Bells, the Rasmus, playing back in their own net, and then KO'd from a random glitch pop across the map while Xeno is defending at the same time. So something's going crazy right now, but Ginger Pop looking low here. He's going to have to look to survive because you can tell Penguin's going to be hunting him here as Xeno holds it down.
Great block there by Xeno. Going to just throw down the barrier there to make sure that they will be able to defend the goal for at least a little bit longer. Liari there playing a little bit of assistance defense as well. The Supernova buys some time. The knockout there, the double for Vaughn as they bounce it back off the back wall. And now 3-on-1. They're going to banish. They're going to score. 1-0 start to the set for DLS.
And beautiful comms there, too, if you caught that. He actually waited. Bells waited to actually kind of shoot that until the banish was up. So Gingerpop and everyone just stalling, freezing, pause champing. The banish comes up. He doesn't even have to worry about wasting it because he does have that extra special. And then as 2 KOs come over from Prodigies, Penguin, it's time to cook, buddy. Let's go.
He's out here. He is not willing to go quietly, and they are going to open up the goal. Xeno Gemini waiting at midfield to knock it back in. They are not going to let off on this aggression. Vaughn taken low. Vaughn goes down. Another adrenaline surge proc. Penguin wants to take this the rest of the way in. Liari is there to knock it on in. They have got that barrier as well, and finally they will get it in with some help from the sentry turret.
Yeah, and actually what put it in there was the Rune Pillar, so he found the banish on Penguin to stop the threat of the score. But a little bit too, I think the pillar was just a little bit misplaced there and actually knocked the core in the net as well. So Tragic coming over, great defense from Gingerpop, the great try there. But, I mean, Prodigies, they get the point. Let's see if they can continue it.
Knocking it back in. Xeno Gemini trying to play defense on the top side. Bells going to be able to take out one of those barriers, and the elusive comes through from Gingerpop to save himself from getting KO'd by the Thunderstruck. Liari, though, in a bad position down onto the bottom side. Bells wants to finish the job, can't quite get him, goes into elusive. And now Xeno Gemini going to finish him off with the glitch pop. Nice placement there from the IME goalie. Going to give a numbers advantage, but actually nobody's there to defend the goal. They actually end up opening it up. Well, at a numbers disadvantage, Gingerpop and Vaughn, they're going to take that one for free.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a little bit of miscommunication there on the side of Prodigies, but I don't know if it'll matter because Gingerpop is very low. If they can find this kill, there's always a chance. And with the heavy impact from Liari, she's a kill threat from literally anywhere on the map. And then great shot from Bells, but a great cover there from Liari.
Penguin doing what Penguin does best, finding himself a KO there on the top side, taking out the Rune. Now going to be able to produce some space here, and now going aggressively up against Bells. They want to make this a 2 versus 1 if they can. Penguin going to get the KO, and now again going to be a 2-on-2 here. Xeno Gemini just hanging super far back, wants to make sure that they don't let a stray core come into their goal. Banish comes through from Gingerpop to buy some time, and the respawn is going to be there in time for Bells. Xeno Gemini trying to play defense with the glitch pop. Will be able to clear it back over, but it's back to 3-on-3. Vaughn already staggered, but Bells looking to get it into the goal. Can't quite find the target. Knocked back onto Vaughn, and there's the score for Prodigy.
Yeah, Liari with the perfect pass down. It was a little bit ahead of Penguin, but Penguin with the great foresight to see that. He couldn't reach it with a normal strike, and he propelled it forward with his primary ability there, and just absolute, great comeback there from Prodigies. And we'll see if they can take the whole set.
My look at Penguin is going to have to go into the elusive there for just a little bit, but getting so much damage done at the beginning of this round, knocking Gingerpop incredibly low, getting plenty out of Vaughn as well, but Bells going to show that he can finish the job whenever he needs to and takes Penguin off the map. That has been such a crucial piece of this comp. Will it be enough for them to take this set the full distance? Bells staggered now, stepping forward. Penguin's back up and is going to go in on towards Bells, trying to take the Rasmus off the map and trying to open up this goal. Gingerpop left alone on the offense, looking to move it in. Vaughn is ready. Vaughn knocks it into the black hole. Creative play there from the side of DLS, nearly taking Penguin off the map again, and Bells is going to be the one charged with chasing him the rest of the way down, but the goal gets opened up there with a nice shot from Liari. Penguin now no longer staggered, ready to step up, looks for Glitch Pop, who blinks to the other side of the map, and they do manage to clear it back over onto Prodigy's side. Going to be open goals for both parties. Dog-like Spike, they want to score here. They want to take it to 2-2. Liari looking to score. A little bit of time bought. Here comes that firewall sentry, and it's going to be enough to score.
And Vaughn just using absolutely everything. He had nothing left. He used everything perfectly to save it, but problem there was both of his team members, they didn't give him any help. They relied on Vaughn to get it to him, but Liari was doing such a great job there, keeping the core forward and just allowing Penguin, to section off that other side. So Vaughn had nowhere to clear it. There was nothing he could do, and beautiful kind of score there from the side of Prodigies. They take a set.
Great job by Prodigies, but they've been here before, Borg. Ooh. They did it in game number 1. They won themselves one set, and they got smacked back down in the 4th.
Gordo,
let's see if they can take this one the rest of the way. Oh my god,
I fear
really?
Infinite Awakenings. have struck again.
Oh, I thought for
Everybody-
sure you were saying my Discord wasn't working.
No, this is worse. Stagger, swagger, infinite trainings. Can I get some booze in chat because this is ridiculous. All 3 members of DLS take the stagger swagger, and sadly now the entire aggressive comp from the side of Prodigies has now been nullified. This is gonna be a little bit harder for them now.
It's the difficulty has to turn up as the story goes on, Borg, and oh, it's tough now. You can see it. Maybe they know that things have gotten a lot more difficult, as Bells is going to be able to easily smack one in there with the pendulum swing.
Yeah, and DLS is just absolutely just probably laughing right now at how ridiculous this is. There was such a close game. Prodigy showing signs of life, but now they can't even do damage without rewarding the enemy team. And as I say that, Penguin with a good play to get both barriers.
Going to just take both out there. Well played by Penguin. It is going to be at the cost of his own life. And will they be able to defend until Penguin can return? It looks like they just might be able to. Good defense from Liari and Zeno going to buy the time. And now Penguin is here. Penguin is ready to step up. He's got the dashes. And they do have that sentry turret to buy themselves a little bit of time. But Bells finds the opening again off the banish. And it's going to be 2-0.
The perfect banishes, I mean, as we've been seeing from Ginger Pop, you can tell this guy is known for the character for a reason, because him and Bells are just finding the perfect synergy together to pass it down to Bells, find that double banish, and then it's just a free shot. So I'm expecting DLS to clean this one quick, but hopefully we can see some life out of Prodigies. Maybe we can see a kill or a goal here. We'll have to see.
Oh, knocked back up there. They managed to take Penguin off the map once again, and that's going to be a quick one there. Dog-like Spike. They're going to take the match 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, really just a tragedy there. I mean, Prodigies played towards their kill comp. They were playing it very well, took that third set, and then they kind of just got a little bit screwed over by Stagger Swagger. There's not really too much I really expect for them to do at that point. Their whole, I guess, the whole point of their comp is to kill and to damage and keep them pressured, but you're actually rewarding the enemy team by damaging them when they take that Stagger Swagger. And as we take a look at the stats here, look at the damage from Prodigies. It's just absolutely insane. They're ahead on everybody except for the side of Bells, who was hanging with them that whole time. And if we look at the KOs here, I believe it is 14 KOs for the side of DLS and 16 KOs, so a little bit more for the side of Prodigies. And you could tell because they were really giving it to them. I love the fact that they were giving it to DLS. They weren't making the game easy, but I fear the game made the game easy for DLS there and rewarded them. They said, we want you to battle for fourth place with Core Overflow with this training. And, I mean, just kind of gave it to the easy one for free there. I think DLS still had a lot they could do, and it was definitely still a very close game. It definitely was not a Prodigy's win there without that training, but it definitely would have been as bad as it was with that.
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out to DLS though as well. Like with that massive damage disadvantage, I mean, part of that, right, is that every time they get staggered, they were so close to getting KO'd so many times, but they were really able to just kind of turn it up to an extra level once they are in that staggered position. They can get knocked right towards the edge, and then they'll dodge all of the crucial abilities, and they'll keep themselves alive for a lot longer than we've seen from a lot of players in this league. So some great mechanical showings from them as well, from both sides, really, as this was a ton of fun to watch, even though DLS on the scoreboard do end up looking pretty far ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, great games to cast. I mean, we're losing our voice there for a second there, trading off back and forth. I mean, there's just so much going on in those games. It didn't really feel like a 3-1, 3-1. It felt like a much closer set than that. But, you know, it goes how it goes. DLS with the win. Congratulations to them. And I believe, are they 4-0 now? I believe
that does make them 4-0. Yeah,
they are 4-0 in terms of their games. I'm not sure on how many points they have in the league. We're gonna have to check the stat sheet for that. But unfortunate for the side of Prodigies. But I do think that seeing this, they have some life in them, and they could contend for that 5th to 4th place spot, possibly to maybe get into the playoffs. We'll have to see how it goes.
Absolutely, and we are getting ready to send it over to the analyst desk. That's going to do it for Borg and I today. So thank you everybody for hanging out with us for 2 matches. Borg, probably going to be back next week. I think I'm going to be back in 2 weeks, but thank you all for hanging out with us. We're going to pass you on to our next set of casters, but first, over to Kaz in the analyst desk.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gordo. You guys had a great cast. Now, there's so much for me and Mr. Daffgrass to talk about here at this analyst desk. Real quick, I want to shout out Mr. Vaughn. He doesn't need skates when Dubu has a gun. It's pretty great. I think that there's just so much to talk about, especially Awakenings here. Mr. Deathgrass, like this first carousel, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so, alright, looking at this one, this is game one, PP Legends, DLS, they've been going at it, right? And you get to this point, and you get a bit of a jump scare, right? Looking at this carousel, you have specialized training on the board. You have Built Different Infinite, Stagger Swagger, Prime Time, Glass Cannon, Twin Drive, Stack Slot, I mean, like, come on. Somebody's gonna want, like, a vast majority of these. Realistically. So, starting off,
Absolutely.
the reason why DLS is able to kind of pull through is in their drafting in these carousels. For example, in this one, you start off, you go, okay, so you got Mr. Vaughn going first on the Dubu, and you look at what he can take, and you go instantly, he wants Stagger Swagger, right? Because you think about it in the fact that, they're playing a very heavy kill comp, they have a lot of damage, but you don't really want to give it to them when you have a Vice on your team yourself and a Rasmus who can kind of deal some damage. But you know what? He actually opts not to go into that. And instead, he picks up the Prime Time. And as I will get this clip going on right here, bam, there it is. He opts instead to pick up the Prime Time. And you might be going, well, that doesn't really make sense. But if you consider the fact that they actually have, honestly, really so much damage at this point, because it was a stinger start game, that they don't even need the Stagger Swagger, because they will deal so much damage to whichever one of these forwards decides to pick it up, and denying the Prime Time from Lyari, who can put out more damage and kind of cook more with that stinger, is so much more important than picking up the Stagger Swagger here, even if it is for their team. And they may have lost the next round, but because they were able to build up the more damage trainings, as you see at the end here, Rasmus went Built Different and Ginger went Bulk Up to give them more damage as much as possible. And it took them an extra set, but you know what? That's fine, because they had so much more power compared to Penguin, who took a defensive training here. He didn't have that damage to kind of work with his team in this first game.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Now, for the second toss-up of the game here, I think this one was much more close. Penguin on that Zentaro. What do you think about these awakenings?
Yeah, so here's the really kind of interesting kind of draft. You're playing a lot of characters who really want extra special here. You have Amy, you have Zentaro might want it, you have Rune with that banish. He's definitely going to want that. Vice can make so much use of it, and same with Dubu. Honestly, five out of these 6 characters can get a lot of value out of extra special. And looking through it, Vaughn is going to opt into it, and the reason why Vaughn might pick extra special here, as I click a little bit into this clip, just to kind of show it off. So there it is. There's the extra special. Is because this Amy is going to take extra special. And Dubu Wall is really good at stopping the Amy from really putting pressure on your barriers, because, whenever the Amy has turret, now he's going to have his wall. So he's just going to throw out that wall. He's going to forget about the turret, say, hey, I'm not going to care, because there's a wall on the way. And you know what? Maybe once in a while, Dubu Wall will do its thing and the core will magically go through it. But you know what? 99% of the time, you're not going to care about it. And as we do go through the rest of it, you can see so many more people opting into this extra special. Zentaro opting into the Super Surge instead, which makes sense because Penguin's going to want to be playing for kills here. You have the Amy, you have the Vice. They're going to output so much damage to you. And then Mr. Bell's going for the hot shot. I can't explain this one to you off the top of my head. I would imagine it's more for just midfield presence. Maybe he wants to be able to get barriers more, have some more cooldowns if he's using them on the core. And that's what I would imagine. But not the most important carousel in the game, as we do have this next one.
Infinite Stagger Swagger is so whiz for this team. It was an immediate red flag. I thought there was a hope for comeback, and I saw it, and I cried for him.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know and who maybe are kind of here just watching for fun, or we're sitting low on the ranks, Stagger Swagger is considered to be one of the most broken awakenings for professional play, and Infinites are also incredibly quote-unquote broken for competitive play, because they allow players to really just come out of nowhere and completely swing the set in their favor. So having Stagger Swagger in a game where 3 of the entire enemy team actually is going to be putting so much damage on you. Stagger Swagger gives you extra speed. It gives you faster regen. It gives you base speed. And in a game where you are trying to live as much as possible, rolling the Stagger Swagger is basically your ticket to victory. And the game after this wasn't even close. As you can see, all 3 members are from DLS do take the Stagger Swagger. And of course, Larry's team wants to take some damage. They go for the built different missile prop, the Stinger, hoping to outcome that Stagger Swagger damage, or Stagger Swagger regen, but at the end of the day, just doesn't happen. This was an incredible turning point for a team that might have been able to make a comeback.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Now, I do want to shout out to Mr. Ginger Pop here. The extra special banishes were so impactful on the game here. I really think that was a big turning point as well.
Yeah, it
Now,
definitely can be.
I definitely agree. Now, thank you guys for keeping up with the game so far. We're going to cut out to a break here, and then we're going to cut to Mr. Kino and Daft Grass on the casting bench.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the next section of our NASL league. I am Kino. I am being joined by the master of all things, player, caster, analyst. We got Daffgrass on the mic. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I guess you're right. I have played in the game. I've done the analyst desk. Now I'm here to cast. So
Yeah.
definitely got the triple threat.
Yeah,
coming
I mean,
out
you've been
here.
doing a great job, in my opinion, at all three. I saw you guys won your game earlier. Your set earlier. Congrats on that. But we have some pretty impressive matches coming up next for sure. Some very strong teams, some teams that you'll actually, maybe be playing against in the future. So maybe interesting to hear a competitor's take on who they'll be who they'll be commentating for soon. But the first match we have coming, we have Otaku Hideout versus J-Tang. So just right off the bat, what do you expect to see from these two teams? In particular, what do you think makes them unique compared to the other matches we've seen today?
All right, so starting off, J-Tang, a Juno goalie player, which I imagine it's not gonna go through. Like, there's no universe that Otaku Hideout lets the Juno goalie go through because it's his thing, right? Like he's that guy who picks it.
The league knows.
Yeah, of course. You don't want to let the guy who's known for something get his pick.
Yeah, and notably, just kind of on the back of what you're just saying, I know the Juno was banned by Aesop when they Aesop's Puck Champs when they played them last week. So maybe do you expect to see another Juno ban coming out, or maybe a more general ban based on the map they're playing on, or maybe just a comfort pick? What do you think we'll see there?
I think you just ban the Juno. I think it's going to be banned. I think it's going to be banned every single game of the league for them.
Wow.
I don't think they're ever getting it.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Of being so good at one really specific, unique thing. It's cool that this is your thing. Like, you're awesome at this. You're great at it. But when you're so good that you can't even use it in tournament because people are just gonna ban it or invalidate it or whatever, it's definitely tough. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it really sucks to be on the receiving end of, you really want to play your character, but it just doesn't really work out. And in speaking of not really working out, Mark XO, for lots of love, is very much one of those brawler players who I know has a ton of time on the Juliet. So do you think maybe they kind of want to ban the Juliet coming out of the side of J-Tang?
Yeah, I mean, possibly. Juliet is obviously a very common character. It's a character we see pretty often in, I would say, the majority of matches, just in general. I feel like it's a character that you don't ban very often, though, even if you have, a Juliet specialist, just because she's such a powerful force. Some of her things did get nerfed recently, but she's obviously still incredibly strong. I'm not sure if you'd go for a Juliet ban or if there's something more specific you would want to target. Of course, if the Juliet is the strongest thing that they perceive is on their opponent's team and they want to get rid of it, that of course totally makes sense as well.
Yeah, and if they do decide to ban it, then we would probably be looking at a Juno Juliet ban, which I can't imagine has been ever.
That has not.
I would be shocked if it's happened because
That's the Juju duo ban. That's gotta be a first, yeah.
Very, very much would be a first from what I can imagine, unless maybe people are out there banning Gravity's Juno, but hell if I know, right?
Yeah. On the other side, obviously, each team does have more than one player. J-Tang with Storm and Z Yoshi. I actually had the privilege to commentate one of J-Tang's matches back in qualifiers, and Z Yoshi actually really blew my mind. I only got to see them play in one set because they were subbed out for Fiery shortly afterwards, but when they played, they were on that X, and they were a force to be reckoned with. Now, again, I know X maybe not as strong as he was back in qualifiers, but that X just looked so good when I was watching it. I would really love to see it again. Do you think there's a chance we're going to see the X come out from Z Yoshi?
I would have to imagine if he feels really comfortable on the pick, he would probably go for it. Now, I think X is in a pretty bad spot right now, honestly. I personally consider him the second worst character in the game, only to
Wow.
Octavia.
Okay.
But
Okay.
he
Okay.
he feels he's big. He eats
He is
every
big.
single thing damage in the game. And
Mhm.
when you're trying to sit and play up front with him, it's just there's just so much damage in the game right now that you
There
will be
definitely
eating.
is.
And he has very little to kind of survive, and he's close range too. He has no
Mm-hmm.
real like ability to kind of help him outduel some of these characters that are really prevalent in the meta
Mhm.
right now.
Yeah, we've definitely been seeing more brawlers today. A lot more, Asher, of course. Again, Julie is everywhere. Um, it does seem like there just seems to be better picks right now than the X. So yeah, I'm definitely curious to see who Z Yoshi wants to opt for there. Of course, maybe the map that they end up playing on will have some sort of influence in that as well. But very excited for this next match. It looks like we're going to be getting started. Yes, we're on Oni Village. We got a ton of space to move around. Probably not the biggest, fisticuffs level that you'll see on this in this game. What kind of characters do you expect to see from these two teams coming into this map?
Well, look, Oni Village is an enigma in terms of the fact that people make a lot of stuff work on it. I would have to imagine if you are one of the two teams, you will be picking some sort of ranged goalie, because that makes sense in my head. Oni Village, a prevalent map where you want to keep the core forward, you want that type of ranged goalie who can also get barriers too.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as you were saying before, we do see the Juno band come out from Otaku Hideout. So yeah, not super surprising, forcing J-Tang, forcing their team's goalie to play on a less comfortable character, and I feel like that can be so rough, man. When like the goalie obviously already has so much responsibility, and when you can't play the character that you specialize in, even if he still has a fantastic Kai, if that's not like his bread and butter, he's already maybe not quite in his comfort zone. But we'll see, if he can pick up the slack. Looks like we got Chrono Boost and a Spark opening. And yeah, let's just go ahead and get right into game number one.
Yeah, it's Storm TFT on this bottom part. Kind of wants to get the core, blinks up with that cyber swipe as this glitch pop does come out and passes to himself there. Nice little move from Storm TFT to able to get both barriers pretty much by himself as this one does go into this top corner here. And Zioshi, whoa, what a dash range with that Chrono Boost. Dashes himself into the turret, but Storm TFT is going to end the round very quickly with that cyber swipe.
Yeah, wow, super quick round. It's just not really something you expect to see too often on Only Village. Maybe a sign of things to come, unsure, but really nice stuff right there for J-Tang's first game.
Yeah, hopefully no jinxing on the length of Oni Village.
Knock on wood, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Hey, if it happens later in the game, we know who caused it.
Oh no.
As this Giga Blast does come out from BestieInSlot, trying to keep the core forward as Yoshi is going to get this top barrier. Storm TFT now with the core, hits into BestieInSlot. BestieInSlot going to pass to Alpha Kibi, back to Storm TFT. Not really able to do anything with it. We are kind of sitting at almost a standstill, but J-Tang, I looked away for 2 seconds. His entire health bar completely gone as now Mark with the core. Alpha Kibi going to hit it right past Yoshi into the net. And where did he go?
I blinked and he was just gone. Z Yoshi unfortunately just missing that strike, not able to keep that goal safe, and we're gonna have an even set count right now, 1-1.
As this one does go to Storm TFT, J-Tang trying to use the Giga Blast, but actually Alpha Kibi gonna hit that one right back. Both bottom barriers gone, but Mark gonna get a kill off the top here. Really important as now Yoshi is off the map for a decent amount of time, and Mark, I guess, winning a strike war against Storm TFT is gonna hit that one in the bottom.
Yeah, nice stuff. Good shot, good awareness. Just right where I guess J-Tang not able to cover fast enough. Maybe barrage on cooldown, not entirely sure. But another quick point is gonna go to Otaku there.
Yeah, definitely a very fast point as this firewall sentry is gonna get another barrier for the side of Otaku Hideout. As Yoshi sitting on 1 HP, can't really do too much about it, and Alpha Kibi gonna cyber swipe him off the map as this one goes back to him and almost tries to glitch pop it forward. Here comes the core flip from Storm TFT, but Best Jelly gonna throw out the Giga Blast and is gonna save that one as he does lose his bottom barrier. but did save the top one, so at least they have one. As this one comes back to J-Tang. J-Tang gonna have to pop the court flip here as the Firewall Sentry put in front of his net. The glitch pop comes out from Alpha Kibi, and Mark almost getting that one, but J-Tang just barely able to get it with his strike there, as he is gonna Giga Blast this one forward after Zuyoshi gets it, but oh my god, J-Tang, we gotta run all the way back to the other side of the map as this speed almost gets a goal for the side of Otaku Hideout. As it does come back to J-Tang, is gonna use his strike shot there. As he, it was on cooldown, he has to strike the ball some way. But Storm almost going to get this one for himself as he does Cyber Swipe into that corner, and just barely loses the strike. But with Best Jelly, core flip going to come out from Alpha Kibi as he does throw the glitch pop on the Storm TFT. And now back to Mark, and Mark going to shove it all the way from the top of the map to the bottom of the map and in the net for his team, picking up this first set win.
And J-Tang's team was showing some incredible defense there. They were able to fend off a 3v1. J-Tang had some crazy saves, but not quite able to put on the pressure. And eventually, the core is just going to go in. So we have Zentaro first pick. He's just going to pick Primetime, which I definitely like a lot. Primetime, any sort of additional ability is just going to be very strong on any character. The Super Surge going to Amy. Oh, and we got an Orb on other Kai as well. This is an interesting pick. I'm not entirely sure all the time when, Orb is what you want to be going for at any of the Orb Awakenings. What do you think of those?
I think that Otaku Hideout's kind of in a position where they have a lot to work with. They're up a set, right? And oh my god, Alpha can be infinitely cyber swiping him off the map. But they are up a set, and when you have such an aggressive team, you're able to enable them with the Orb. And let's say you roll Ponder, let's say you roll Dancer, then you're sitting there with so much speed, so much CDR, and it could really enable your team even more as Alpha Kibi gets another cyber swipe kill. Holy moly!
Yeah, this guy's just a murderer. He's a serial killer right now. J-Tang's team definitely has to be worried of him. You cannot get close to this guy.
Yeah, Alpha Kibi out for blood as he uses the cyber swipe again. Man, does this guy even have cooldowns? As I feel like I've seen him throw it 3 times in a very short span.
Yeah, that prime time coming in clutch. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely can. As Jang sitting in this back, doesn't have anything. Almost died there. As Alpha Kibi is going to walk towards him, pops the core flip, kills him. As Mark going to hit this one, Alpha Kibi. Mark going to go back to Alpha Kibi. Oh my god, doing a little pass and play, but can't get the barrier. As Storm TFT is going to hold it down, but eventually it will fall. And here comes the Firewall Sentry. Best Jelly running forward with that eject button as the Giga Blast does come through. And Best Jelly with the Giga Blast into the speed is going to get a goal for himself. Says, I don't need my forwards. I'll do it myself.
I always love seeing the goalie get it. As a goalie myself, I always love it when the goalie's able to get a goal. Just show, hey guys, I can contribute too.
Definitely showing his participation with that eject button as that bottom barrier goes as Mark gets his own barrier as well. 1 for 2 special today coming outside of Otaku Hideout as J-Tang tried to elusive something that Mark might have thrown at him to try and save that top barrier, but isn't going to be able to as Mark getting thrown down on the bottom side of the map with that Giga Blast. And Best Jelly, whoa, we popped core flip and unfortunately missed as we're shooting for the binders here. As it comes back to J-Tang, and now Zuyoshi with that Adrenaline Rush pack that he picked up in that last carousel gives him the ability to take that top barrier, as now Alpha Kibi is hunting. He is on the move, and whoa, Zuyoshi popped his core flip. Didn't hit the core as Alpha Kibi finishes his hunt with that cyber swipe into the net.
And you hate to see that. A core flip has to be one of the worst feelings in the game. I feel like the overall theme right now we've been seeing is just a ton of pressure from Otaku Hideout. J-Tang's team has been, putting on, a great effort to, on defense, but it doesn't seem like the pressure. It doesn't seem like the pressure is there. There's not a ton of offense coming up from their team right now, I think.
Yeah, and Mark and Alpha Kibi are doing a great job at just keeping the sustained pressure. Look at Storm TFT in this bottom corner. He is doing everything that he can. Well, Best Jelly is basically just soloing Yoshi as Alpha Kibi once again with another cyber swipe as Mark now having the core flip. Decides not to pop it there. Could have probably gotten a goal. Is going to pop it here, and it's going to go in the net. And that was maybe one of the fastest 3 points I've seen in a while.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that we're on Oni Village if you just, saw a the length of a YouTube video. If this was, you wouldn't be this can't be Only Village. But again, it just looks like the offense is not there from J-Tank's team. The core is on the right side of the field the majority of the time, and I'm not entirely sure what J-Tank's team, maybe there's some awakenings available to them here that they can use to start mounting some pressure, or just stay away from this Zentaro axe murderer that's just picking up a kill anytime he's nearby.
Yeah, and something interesting to note. Yoshi did not take Stagger Swagger, which in a game where I feel like they have been out-damaged in practically every regard, and now Mark, having the prime time, you definitely want the Stagger Swagger there. And it, maybe they choose not to target you, but J-Tang is going to pick up one for himself. Oh my god. As Bestiality runs forward with that eject button, and now it comes back to Storm TFT. Storm going to blink forward with that Cyber Swipe, get another goal barrier, as Yoshi, throwing out his primary, is going to get that top one, and looks like they're in a great spot here to possibly pick up a point for themselves, much needed, as it comes back to Alpha Kiwi. Alpha Kiwi going to throw the glitch pop, and J-Tang hitting it right into the glitch pop, goes right back into his net.
Yeah, it looked like they were, finally able to mount some offense. They got both gates open on Otaku's side of the field, but unfortunately that core is just going to slip right in there past J-Tang's barrage, and first point once again is going to go to Otaku Hideouts on this set.
Yeah, and Otaku Hideout's doing a great job of just keeping this massive sustained pressure as Bestiality wins that strike war. Very important. Could have lost both barriers if he didn't. But Ziyoshi's going to take that top one as the Giga Blast does come through from J-Tang, and Mark winning that strike war. It's coming forward. Whoa, Storm TFT almost blinked that one into his own barrier, but it doesn't matter as the bottom one does fall eventually in the Giga Blast from Bestiality. Bestiality's running up, and he is like running all the way from his goal barrier all the way out to the goal box, and it is a little ridiculous to watch right now.
Yeah, something about passing a certain line, and we might hear in the community pretty often. Right now, both one barrier down a piece for each team. This round right now definitely looking a little bit stronger. But as soon as I say that, A-Tank goes down. There's no goalie, and the core is just gonna get sent right in. Unfortunate. I apologize if there's any sort of a commentator's curse there.
You know what? Hey, at least the Oni Village going long prediction hasn't come true so far, as it does seem like Otaku Hideout is primed to win this game very soon.
Yeah, really, really strong showing right now. One barrier down on J-Tang Angel side. The core's still on their side of the field. They're trying to clear it. Really nice clear though from Bestiality on the other side of the field. And yeah, they need to keep this core off their side right now. Their goal is open, and never mind. There it goes, man. That's a quick 3-0 on that set.
Yeah, Oni Village, considered one of the longest stalling maps in the game, definitely not being shown to its full value here, as Taco Hideout picking up one of the fastest, I have to imagine, matches of NASL we have had so far. 11 minutes and 4 seconds. Very, very quick. You'd think we were playing old Omega Strikers over here.
Yeah, I would love to see some stats on what the fastest Only Village match is versus like the slowest like Demon Days match or something. I think that'd be super funny. But anyways, that was an incredibly dominant performance from Otaku Hideout in that first series. What kind of adjustments do you think we need to see from J-Tank's team in order to just get on the board, man? Just start applying more pressure. Maybe some of them stop dying as much. Again, Mark has just been a monster with this Zentaro. What kind of adjustments do you want to see going into Game 2 for J-Tank's team?
Yeah, it's pretty rough. There really isn't much that I could say that they could do a quick fix of. It's a lot of underlying kind of fixes that would add up to a better start, better draft, and it's really just the flexibility that Otaku Hideout does have on their characters, and they are able to pick. Obviously, we did have a bit of a mirror there, but at the same time, they just played so much better and almost every conceivable way.
I agree. It really did look, I don't want to say skill diff, but it really did look like they were the better team between the two. And yeah, I mean, maybe we'll just, if you're J-Tang, you gotta dig deep. You gotta pull something out to get back in this game. And maybe a change of stage is what they need as well. Maybe a stage that they're more comfortable on. I'm not entirely sure of what this team's preferences are in regards to that. But maybe just a more comfortable stage. I know a lot of people don't like Oni Village for certain reasons. So maybe something like that would be effective for them as well.
Yeah, a bit of a stage change could help them. Maybe they're more fans of Night Market. Maybe they like Labs more. Maybe a little bit of Demon Deus. I personally don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you, but hey, you know what? If we do roll a different map, the story will tell itself there.
Exactly, definitely. So we should be getting into the next game pretty soon. Yeah, I don't really expect to see a different ban, especially from Otaku. I think the Juno ban was like pretty spot on. You want to, keep that, keep the unique characteristic of their team, restricted. And maybe another. Do you remember? I'm sorry. Can you remind me who they banned? Who J-Tank's team banned in the first game?
You know what? The game went so fast that I don't even remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I can't.
I imagine.
Actually, yeah.
I imagine.
Sorry to everyone, but
no, you're fine. I imagine I can look at it. It was X. It was an X ban.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, X-Ban seems like an interesting pick. You were mentioning that X maybe, well, certainly at the very least, not as strong as he used to be. So maybe another ban coming up from J-Tank's team. Zentaro maybe, just because of how strong of a performance Mark just put on. Maybe we'll see something like that in how they want to adjust to this.
Yeah, maybe you decide to ban the Zentaro instead and say, hey, maybe we do go to that X mirror that might come out. As you said, Yoshi, a X player that you watched, was it during quals?
Yeah, it was during quals. Yep.
During quals. So, maybe that's more of kind of his vibe, and maybe it'll be what his team needs to kind of push them over the edge here and dig deep and grab a few wins here and there.
Yeah. Hopefully, well, like you're saying, they gotta find something just because of how strong that performance was. We are searching. It looks like we are getting started. Drum roll, please.
Fingers crossed on no loading bug.
Of course, always. All right, we're loading in, and we are on Night Market. Okay, so certainly a pretty, maybe not the most different map from Oni Village, but it's still a pretty different map. You got those walls in the center kind of dividing the upper and lower parts of the map, making it, a little, I guess, positioning a little bit more important for the midfielders. What kind of, do you expect to see any changes in the roster going into this next game?
Honestly, I think there might be a bit more. Ooh, we see an Amy ban coming out.
Okay.
So it looks like they don't want to match that and are instead going to pick what looks like this Jakar as it's now picked. So a bit more of a switch up in this midfield for both teams.
Yep. And do you think Jakar offers any particular advantage to them to this map, or do you think they just, Storms, it wasn't working out the first time. We wanna change up characters, see if the Jakar just, ends up a little better.
Now, you know what? Some of the things I would have to look at are what's going to be our starting awakenings, but Jakar into X is actually very good for the side of Jakar, as X really struggles to kind of put any sort of pressure, as Jakar does have the lock and load. Ooh, it does look like it is missile prop. So Mark is going to be in a bit of peril here, as this Jakar will be able to completely kind of make him helpless if he so desires.
Yeah, it seems like he will have an easier time just zoning him out. Like you mentioned, X obviously complete melee character, doesn't really have any sort of projectiles or anything to speak of. And Jakar, between being able to move very fast and have a projectile, might be able to just run away and kind of kite X, bully him a little bit. Let's see if this is able to help them going into game number 2.
Yeah, as this core does come back to Best Jelly, J-Tang's going to try and throw the Giga Blast, but Mark actually going to hit that one with the Bull Rush after. And whoa, he is going to get a massive burst of speed there. That looked a lot faster than normal in my head. I don't know why he went. I imagine that's the normal speed, but
he just did. This X did not skip leg day. I think that's the bottom line.
No, it definitely didn't skip leg day, and Kiwi
he's definitely on the treadmill.
Kiwi did not skip his core flip privileges, as he does pop it and hits that one at the bottom of that.
And Otaku Hideout taking the first point again, going into the second game, into the next set.
Yeah, and Alpha Kibi already 1 HP with the combined force of J-Tank, Z Yoshi, and Storm. And Z Yoshi is going to be looking at this kill as Mark does pop the core flip. And it comes back to Z Yoshi. Z Yoshi does have the core flip here, and that was... I'm not too sure what happened there.
Interesting.
So I've never seen that interaction before, but
yeah.
I imagine we could get some sort of clip of it to look at it later. But as now Z Yoshi does use that primary to push the core forward, and Mark actually doing a great job at keeping damage on Storm TFT, and Z Yoshi is both of them in grave peril of being killed off the map here, as J-Tang is going to try and keep this core forward.
All right. Yeah, still both teams just vying for the positioning. Obviously, the gate is completely open on Otaku's side of the field right now. That kind of weird interaction earlier. Definitely working out in J-Tang's team's favor. One barrier going down now on J-Tang's side, though. Let's see if he can clear it. Nice. Gonna be able to block the barrier, but it's still on his side, and there it goes. All right, we are back on the right side of the field. And just as I say it, both barriers are now down for both teams. Can they defend this open net?
Yeah, as it does go back to Z Yoshi, and Z Yoshi gonna get a kill on Alpha Kiwi, but it doesn't matter as Mark gonna use that bull rush, dashes forward and smacks that one past J-Tang. Nothing really he could do there except hope and pray.
Yeah, and unfortunately sometimes that is just not enough.
Not enough indeed, as his team is already down 2 points in this set. Especially is going to use this Kai Barrage to try and get the core forward and hit that bottom barrier. And now Mark, in the face of J-Tang, is going to sit there very menacingly, but it doesn't matter, as Alpha Kiwi on the other side is going to pick up a kill for himself on Storm TFT, as Best Jelly now going to use this barrage very offensively. Is going to lose his barrier for it, as the Yoshi does pop that ultimate on the Zentaro, as it now comes back to Storm TFT. Storm TFT might be lagging a little bit, as he does miss the core there, and Best Jelly now in a very dangerous situation. The Yoshi does have the core flip here, pops it, catches it, comes back, hits that center, and goes back to Alpha Kiwi. Alpha Kiwi gonna hit it forward, and now Mark with the bull rush. J-Tang has to be careful, and Alpha Kiwi showing him why he needs to play around his stagger bar, manages to kill him off the map, and now they have a great shot at getting this top barrier, or this bottom barrier here. Last barrier they need is Best Jelly gonna walk forward, and there's the bell ringer into the bull rush, but it doesn't manage to get the core, and now both team members of Otaku Hideout were staggered there. Alpha Kiwi getting knocked off the map by Z Yoshi, and Best Jelly gonna hit this one up. Throws a barrage a little too early. Mark doing all he can to survive here, pops the X Maximus, but doesn't get anything out of it, as now Best Jelly hits this one forward, and Mark, getting the Molten Bolt thrown on him, is getting thrashed around 24/7, and now he's dead. He's gone.
They finally got rid of the big problem. Let's see if they can capitalize off of this right now. All right, good defense right now from Best Jelly. Oh, but not going to be enough. Excuse me, not going to be enough. JT Angels is going to finally get on the scoreboard. I feel like it's been a while since we saw a point from them. So nice to see they're still hanging in there. They're still cooking. They're trying to claw their way back up.
Yeah, and this match definitely looking a lot closer than what the last one was. Even off of the starting, as the Shakar is putting so much pressure on Mark, but Mark putting pressure on Dae-Chang and the entire team, as Z Yoshi getting cracked here, does have his core flip, opts not to use it. Might have been a mistake, as now his bottom barrier is gone, and Best Jelly gonna walk forward. J-Tang gonna get his own core flip, and Best Jelly in a bit of a precarious situation here, as now Z Yoshi gonna pop his core flip, is gonna send it down. Best Jelly's gonna catch it with his own core flip, and Z Yoshi getting knocked off the map by Mark. XO stands for lots of love, and lots of love indeed, as he picks up yet another kill in this game, and Best Jelly showing us why he can score, uses that Giga Blast, gets it forward for his team, and puts one in the net to end our first set.
Yep, another goalie goal. You love to see it. So we're gonna go into Carousel now. I'm particularly curious about the awakenings that the X and the Drekar are gonna want to take here, because like you mentioned, it seemed like, you know, JT was they were cooking, right? For the next game, they said, let's not ban the X, let's unpick the X, let's pick Drekar to maybe have a better matchup into the X. But the X is still proving to be extremely effective, and he's also going to pick up Cast to last. So when he comes to town, he is staying in town.
Yeah, that Cast to last is definitely going to help him put even more pressure on top of what he's already done to J-Tang. That Cast to last gives him such a longer ult duration.
Yeah, definitely. All right, going into the next set, kicking it off. JT Angels able to kind of win that first interaction, but still and get a barrier for it, but still a lot of back and forth going on between these two teams right now.
Yeah, as this one does come back to Best Jelly and Tsuyoshi having a nice little passing session as Storm TFT is fighting for his life. Already cracked, gets hit by the Bull Rush. And now the Giga Blast from Best Jelly coming forward and keeping it forward one more time, one more ability that they needed to get that bottom barrier, as Alpha Kiwi is going to throw that piercing shot. Doesn't really get anything off of it, and now Mark almost dying there. Tsuyoshi having pretty much everything he can to kill him. But as that one almost goes in, J-Tang doing a nice job to save it, and Best Jelly gonna Giga Blast Storm TFT off the map. Mark one-shot himself, but has the cast to lasts long enough for him to pick up that kill there, and is gonna win that strike war in front of the net, and picks up yet another point for his team.
Oh yeah, Mark was hanging on with literally 0 stagger. At one point, he was just sitting in that middle area waiting for the green orb to spawn, able to come back, protect his character's life and get a kill, and then capitalize off of it with a goal as well. So great stuff to Mark on that round.
Yeah, as Mark is showing us why he is that guy on the X here. He's already got that top barrier. And now a little low, but he has a lot to work with as his ult cooldown should be up. Here it is. Here's the X Maximus dropping a Sword of TFT as Alpha Kiwi working here in the midfield. Doesn't have enough to finish him off, but Alpha Kiwi maybe going to help him as he does. And Mark using that Bull Rush to get yet another kill as this one comes back to Alpha Kiwi. And now Best Jelly gonna pop the score flip, getting it forward to Mark. J-Tang gonna have that barrage to keep it away as Best Jelly hits this one up to the top of the map. As Alpha Kiwi gonna hit that with a piercing shot, and Mark winning a strike war, getting another barrier for himself. Now the net is open, they just need a little something, but Storm TFT is gonna lock and load Alpha Kiwi off the map as this one comes back to Best Jelly. Best Jelly losing both of his barriers to Storm TFT, and now they have the advantage. Do they get the goal? Hitting it right in the Best Jelly. Guys, we gotta focus a little bit on our shot placement, but shot placement be damned, as it doesn't matter. Both teammates of Otaku Hideout missing that core, going into the bottom of the net, and they have picked up 1 point. But you know what?
Nice.
Any point matters at this point.
Exactly. You know what? You need 1 point to get 2, and you need 2 points to get 3. And they're both gone instantly. What happened there?
But Mark needs no points to get both goal barriers as Tsuyoshi returns the favor, says, hey, if you can do it, I can do it too. As now Mark, with this Bull Rush, going to put a lot of damage on Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi has to play his life here, but Mark, now with the X Maximus, with the cast to last, we are throwing our core flip on absolutely nothing. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Oh my god, we just hit it into J-Tang. For no reason, the top of the net was open. Mark, come on. We gotta cook a little harder here as this Giga Blast does come forward from J-Tang. And now Tsuyoshi sitting here and trying to get a kill on Alpha Kiwi, but Alpha Kiwi going to use that Rose Warp to stagger Tsuyoshi. And now Tsuyoshi has to play his life as the Crystal Thorns come through. And now, Alpha Kiwi just kind of trying to play his life. Decides not to hit the core there instead. But now they have the advantage. Mark popping the ult on to J-Tang. And J-Tang not able to get to the core, getting stunned by that X Maximus. And they pick up another point.
Yeah, that was pretty cool right there, actually. Just interrupting J-Tang's core flip, and again, just perfectly capitalizing off of getting a goal. Mark really showing he's an expert on this character, absolutely.
Yeah, and Mark showing why he is the brawler for his team, as he has picked up tons of damage and multiple kills so far in this game. But you know what? Alpha Kiwi also putting so much pressure on the enemy team himself, as Best Jelly is going to core flip this one forward, not going to get anything out of it as he does push it to Alpha Kiwi. Alpha Kiwi going to lose the strike war against Storm TFT, and now Tsuyoshi is in full control of the core here as J-Tang is in the back. No one really notices him, but he is almost dead as Alpha Kiwi is going to use that piercing shot to get that barrier, and Mark winning a strike war in front of J-Tang. J-Tang fighting for his life in this game as Mark is sitting on him with that X Maximus every chance he gets.
Yeah, I almost didn't notice that. There was so much action happening on the right side of the field. I didn't notice just Mark hanging out on the left, just duking it out with J-Tang's Kai. That was pretty funny. Just look over there and see, wait a minute, there's a fight going on over here. So we're going into Awakenings now. Drekar gonna take that built different. I like that a lot. Just again, another way to help fight against that X with Castellas, which is already really scary. X gonna pick up the Spark of Strength. Was this a Spark opener? Do you happen to remember?
I do believe it was Spark of Cooldown.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, so
remember.
got a couple sparks stacking on this X. I like that. Obviously, Spark of Strength is going to be just very useful for him in general. Pretty good awakening choices between those two characters, and just immediately, I hate that angle, man. Both barricades going down. The gates are open, and this is a rough start right now for JT Angel's team.
Yeah, Best Jelly using that Giga Blast and got both barriers instantly as now Mark in the position to cook as Alpha Kibi's going to feed him the core here. Here comes the Bull Rush. J-Tang doing a bit of lagging. Just still holding on though, manages to get it. And now it's just a wait for Mark to get ultimate angle as he is going to steal this orb from J-Tang. J-Tang needs to start using his elusive to dodge some of these abilities as it does appear like he is lagging a little, and here comes the X Maximus. He is going to strike, doesn't manage to get the core, but is going to knock J-Tang off the map. Now all Alpha Kibi needs to do is give him the core. He does, as Mark spins it into the net.
Yeah, good play. Super unfortunate if there happens to be a lag issue, but I mean, sometimes you just got to play with the hand you're dealt. Mark's still doing a fantastic job though, capitalizing off of that kill, able to put the core in and secure the point for his team.
As Storm TFT does use the core flip here, manages to get this bottom barrier, but they need a lot more than one barrier as now Mark using his core flip to dodge that multi-bolt from Storm TFT, and here come the Crystal Thorns onto Storm TFT. Storm TFT running for his life, gonna get bull rushed into a punch from that Maximus as Alpha Kibi picks up a kill himself. J-Tang all alone has to hold it down. Very little stagger. And here comes the pass, the piercing shot, and the bell ringer into another goal. And man, they need something right now to pull through.
Yeah, this has been so dominant. And I mean, we've been talking the whole time about just all the damage and kills that Marco has been doing and getting. But Alpha Kibi these last couple rounds, picking up a KO and a double KO in the previous round as well. So definitely still able to put on a lot of pressure against Yoshi, against the midfield, while, you know, Mark is just doing his thing off in the other team's goal, just, you know, having a boxing match. Both gates open right now. Best Jelly not gonna get the core flip, and Yoshi just gonna poke it right in. Not entirely sure what happened there, but if you're JT's team, you take those absolutely.
Yeah, might have forgotten to hit a little bit of left click there, but you know what? It's okay as they're up completely at every possible way in this game. As now Mark gonna pop his ultimate. And doesn't really get too much out of it. Is going to hit multiple people here, and then gets the bell ringer, and actually now they're sitting in a really nice spot as the multi-molt does come onto Mark, as Best Jelly going to use this barrage to keep it forward as much as possible, as Alpha Kibi is going to mess up a little bit of a strike there, and Best Jelly, whoa!
Not like this.
Own barrier jump scare there, as Mark is going to get that top one, and now Storm TFT with the ability to cook, and almost gets it there with that missile propulsion in that lock and load. As I don't even know what's going on the other side of the map, but Mark manages to get a barrier, and now Mark in a prime position, 2 core flips up from the side of J-Tang though, so they do have the ability to kind of stall it out, but actually Storm TFT is going to die to that Best Jelly barrage, and now we are sitting in a little bit of a 2v2. It looks like both teammates have gone AFK in the situation that we are, as they are off the map. But they are going to respawn right here, as Alpha Kibi is going to use that piercing shot to get it forward, as Yoshi really needs, I mean, he's hunting for this goal. He really needs it as much as possible, but Best Jelly's going to deny him with the core flip. And Mark sending lots of love to his goalie with that bell ringer, pushing it into his own net. And hey, maybe they can get a reverse sweep going on.
Yeah, that was kind of a definitely an unfortunate, you know, happening right there. He had such a really cool, like, aimed secondary, the bull rush, on, you know, on a really fast moving core, was able to hit it, and then immediately afterwards the bell ringer hitting the core the wrong way. You hate to see it, but like you said, they're still in a pretty good spot. They have a nice lead. They're up an entire series as well. So, excuse me, yeah, up an entire series as well. So, you know, they don't need to be sweating too much just yet.
Yeah, and not sweating they are, as, you know what, they've gotten a kill already in this round, and Yoshi looking a little low, gonna get hit by this bull rush, is gonna get hit. Oh my god, almost died. Best Jelly actually pushing him out of the way with that barrage, as Yoshi popping the core flip, and Best Jelly gonna barrage it again. My god, I don't even think the barrage is on a cooldown, as I've seen him use it 20 times in about 3 seconds, as there's so much going on. People are dying left and right, as now Mark is gonna punch. Oh wow, what a core flip
great
to
save.
save that one, as Best Jelly, we forgot the core, tries to walk forward and barrage it himself. Forgot he had core flip. Garfield, you had burst as it does come up to Alpha Kibi, and now back to Best Jelly. Best Jelly gonna strike shot that one, and Storm TFT is trying to look for this barrier. Here comes a piercing shot from Alpha Kibi, and now Mark with the speed, with everything in his hands, kind of strikes the air. He's showing a little bit of dominance in this game as Best Jelly is walking too far forward again, and now Mark with the ult, and Alpha Kibi gonna Rose Warp that one into the top of the net and pick up the clean 2-0 for his team.
Yeah, even after, maybe a few mistakes, a handful of mistakes from Otaku's side the last, few moments of that set, still able to secure the point. Alpha Kibi, I think, kind of an unsung hero of this entire series for sure. We saw obviously Mark just taking care of business, right? Getting kills left and right on whoever he wants. But Alpha Kibi doing a great job controlling the midfield. A lot of the time, the core was just on JT Angel's side of the field because they weren't able to get it past the combination of Alpha Kibi's just control of the midfield, and also, of course, Belly Jelly able to influence the midfield as well with his ranged attacks on Kai. Great stuff overall from both teams. But Otaku Hideout just played phenomenally, and they are going to be the victors of the series.
Yeah, and if you look at the damage that Otaku Hideout is able to put out compared to J-Tangles with a shotgun, look at that difference. Mark XO sending lots of love with his damage stat, 33,000, Alpha Kibi 28,000, and Best Jelly actually living up to the damage of Storm and J-Tang, kind of keeping it equal with both of those, as, I mean, it really is a bit of a damage difference, and Mark showing us why he was the MVP in this series for both games. Look at those KOs, picking up 8 in this game, and picking up a multitude of others in that last game.
Yeah, super strong showing. It seemed like their comp was it was so fleshed out. They had, good, excellent KO capability, obviously. They had great control of the midfield. They had great scoring power, and they all just executed their jobs perfectly. So great job. I don't know what else to say about that. That was a fantastic job to Otaku Hideout.
Yeah, and something else you can look at is if you look at the redirects, Best Jelly sitting with 192 most in the game. Definitely a big proprietor from the prime time that he picked up from what I remember. He had his barrage up almost every second, and he was really able to keep that core forward in a map like Night Market. And someone to, kind of help better explain it to us is our analyst desk.
All right, thank you guys. We're back at the analyst desk here. I'm back with Mr. Coach Yoki himself. Now, talking about this first game, there's lots to talk about here. Now, we're looking at a bit of a mirror match now. Why was one side so much more favored to win than the other? It seemed that it was very one-sided, even though it was a mirror match, Mr. Yoki.
So this game, I saw some people in chat saying it was a skill matchup, and to a large degree, that's pretty true. But I specifically want to highlight the IME play on both sides, because the IME ended up being what was banned. Alpha Kibi, with the Chrono Boost started with pummelers, meaning with the range, the Alpha Kibi is going to be able to follow up on the damage dealt from Marco and Best Jelly onto whoever they target. And then whenever Alpha Kibi also got the Super Surge, that knockback is just scaling with pummelers, and the range is scaling with Chrono Boost. And that's what led into the first kickoff after the first draft, where we had Best Jelly and Alpha Kibi both bot side of where the core is at. And because the core spawned top side, and both Best Jelly and Alpha Kibi both have the range in their kits, they just set up this beautiful 1-2, even though that got removed from the game, with a 1-2 punch of the freaking Giga Blast. And then the cross map IME blink to instantly get the kill and convert onto Yoshi. And if you're Yoshi, I mean, what do you do there? Realistically, what can you do? And this game as a whole just kind of was a lot of that. There was better ability use synergy in this match specifically from the side of Otaku that led into them having a 10-3 KO advantage. So just they were on the same page. They were damaging the right players at the right times, and they were just extremely efficient. That kickoff was really cool to me. But then on offense, whenever we talk about offense, J Tangles, they kind of struggled a bit, if we're being honest. They were a little inefficient when it came to getting barriers, even whenever they had a man advantage. And we saw this early in game 2, was anytime they killed this X, that's where all of their offense came from. In the neutral 3v3, they really struggled. So if we look at like where they're at, even when they have advantage, J-Tang is able to get this clear away from the Aimi, which puts them in a Yoshi and Storm in a 2-versus-1 versus Best Shelly. So Yoshi initially passes the core to Best Shelly and then stops with his primary, which I like. This gives time for Storm to position from their half of the field down to the bottom half, rotating along this like center line, where Yoshi should be able to now pitch a pass to Storm, which is either going to bait out an ability from Best Jelly or at least force Best Jelly to rotate and respond. What happens is after Yoshi uses his primary, he does hit the core back at Jelly, and Jelly's rotation is cut short, and this leaves Storm out of the play. So then whenever Best Jelly clears with Barrage, J-Tang is able to clear it back into Yoshi, which is fine, and then Alpha Kibi is now in position to deny this pass. So Yoshi is able to pressure the clear at least away from him, or towards Alpha Kibi, and Jang puts it back at Yoshi, and he follows up with a secondary, which secures the goal barrier, but you only have 3 seconds left before Marco respawns. This core cannot leave your possession, and Yoshi does not core flip here to keep it in possession, which goes back to J-Tang, and then whenever Marco respawns on defense, we see a pretty nice like defensive position formed where Marco and Alpha Kibi are both denying the core from Yoshi. And so because of this like positioning, Yoshi's core flip gets no value, and then Alpha Kibi and Marco are both back on J-Tang. So they just need to be a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient, and they can convert a lot more on these opportunities that they're able to secure for themselves. In game 2,
I completely agree. Yeah, with game 2 here, we can see. I'd like to shout out Mr. Stormington Teamfight Tactics here. I think he played quite beautifully off of his so-called one-trick Amy here, playing on the Drek after their own team banned out the Amy. But why was Mr. Mark XO lots of love so unstoppable this game?
Lots of love.
Lots of love.
So if we pull up the stats page actually before, you'll see Mark XO kind of putting a hurting on the team of J-Tang. And really, you have to look at the forward damage difference. From the midfielder, you're 11k down, and from the forward, you are 12k down. I wish I got like a screenshot or something of the Awakenings, but the Awakenings weren't too indifferent, if I'm being honest. There wasn't too much of a dramatic difference in damage Awakenings that I noticed, but then again, I kind of didn't get the best eye for them. But really what I noticed a lot was whenever you have Marco sitting on top of J-Tang, J-Tang's ability...
Lots of love.
Mark XO, I don't know. I just call him Marco. Whenever he's positioned on top of J-Tang, it really limits his ability to get clears. And so we see the absolute turbo best in slot, the rare double barrier.
Ogo bundle.
From the side of Otaku. But what I noticed pretty consistently throughout this match is anytime J-Tangles were able to remove Marco or Mark XO from the match, then that enabled J-Tang to exercise his normal Juno aggressive midfield core control playstyle, where he's able to now freely position further up on the field and actually influence and contribute to offense, like we saw in the previous clip, where he's feeding his forwards the core. So here we see J-Tangles doing everything they can to kill Mark XO. Yoshi misses a dash, but it hits the primary. They lose the orb, and J-Tang is able to play aggressive since Yoshi is in net at the moment. And then because Yoshi was left in net and elusively used late, Mark XO is regened a lot of HP and doesn't get hit. The HP is not reset. And whenever the side of J-Tangles didn't all unanimously focus on Mark XO, it was just strictly losing for them. You're using abilities without getting the kill, without moving the core. Well, after losing barriers, they need to get that kill and be able to convert. I had a clip of them doing that, but Twitch deleted it. Actually deleted it, so it's actually worse than Slot. Twitch, blame Twitch. But
Sony 07.
yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
for the most
that was
part pretty much it.
wonderful analysis, Mr. Yoki. I was really seeing the hearts on their sleeves for the teams and the players on this draft here, or on these games here, especially from Mr. J Tang with some good saves. But on to the next game here. I'll bring you guys back over to Keynote and Daft.
And for that reason, we're back. I would have to imagine.
Are we back? We
Sorry,
are
my
back. All right,
audio
hey.
is dying.
Oh, no worries. But we are back, guys. Welcome. Awesome, great analyst stuff going on there from Kaz and Coach. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, really great set. Congrats again to Otaku. They're going to be getting 2 points moving forward. But now we're going to have our next set. We have Oxygen Overdrive against Bounty Hunters. And these are two incredibly talented teams. Oxygen Overdrive, one of the only two teams, I believe, to go 5-1 in their qualifiers in the round robin. I think actually the other team was Otaku, funny enough. But obviously a very strong team. Bounty Hunters, though, I mean, so many strong players on that team. Davcrest, do you want to tell us, who do you expect to see? Who should we be keeping an eye on going into this next match from these two teams?
Yeah, so in terms of the matches you could definitely get in West League, this is what I would consider two of my personal top 3 teams. And I think we're really gonna have a huge match on our hands here. And the biggest thing to look at is Gumi, definitely one of the best West goalies, if not the West goalie. He is kind of the West goalie. Definitely going to be a big match between him and Kilius in terms of who can provide the most value to their team in that goalie position. And I would say that matchup is definitely going to be something to watch as we do get kind of into talking about team specific stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is going to be definitely very exciting. So what characters do you expect to see banned going into this next match? Do you think this will be maybe a more flexible match? Do you think there's going to be any standout target bans, or maybe they're going to, very stage dependent thing?
If I'm the side of Bounty Hunters and I'm looking at Oxygen Overdrive, I would definitely be a massive fan of banning Era. It's kind of the character that Naka plays a lot, and really getting it off the field is definitely something I would consider. In terms of Bounty Hunters, what you ban is kind of difficult when you think about the flexibility that Kainoob has, when you think about the flexibility that Gravity can kind of bring to the table. He can kind of play that Estelle, Juno, Vice. He's a decent amount to work with, and Gumi himself can also kind of flex a little bit. So I would have to say your ban would definitely be their favorite characters based on what type of awakenings / map is really in the game.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Obviously, it's a huge advantage to have so many, strong characters in the pocket. You don't really have to worry about the character I feel most comfortable on is banned. Now I have to kind of move down to a secondary, which, I can pilot, but maybe not as effectively as, the character I'm most comfortable on. So obviously that's going to make it so much harder to ban against them too. Like you said, I would definitely expect in that case that they would, have to see what kind of awakenings they're offered, what kind of map they're going to, and things like that.
Yeah, and I definitely think a pick that you might have not seen before might come out here. A little bit of rune goalie.
Okay, interesting. I have heard a little bit of a rise of a rune goalie since the last I want to say 2 patches or micro patches, but I don't think I've physically seen any rune goalie yet.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the Gumi pick. He did it
cool.
back in beta. A little bit of rune goalie action going on. Started from what I remember by PP7, and then Gumi picked it up himself. Definitely was a bit of a menace on it. a little bit of people yelling at him for throwing their games, but you know what? He picked it up, and I think it's definitely a lot better than it was in the past. You take something like momentum boots, and you're able to kind of help your team a lot more than you were able to by running up as fast as possible, crossing that midfield line, and then if you need to get back to defend your barrier, you just press that spacebar.
Right. And maybe, a hidden buff of having that rune goalie available as well is I can't imagine their opposing team, any of their opponents actually have so much experience against rune goalie, since it's definitely not as common of a pick as, say, like a Kai or an Amy or something like that.
No, it's definitely really more on the out there type side on who you would get to kind of play that character, because most of the time you see something really good for rune in the starting. You probably might just pick him forward instead of trying to play him in the net. But you know what? If you do have the guy who's known for playing the rune in the net, might as well stick him on it.
Yeah, especially if he's good at it. Especially if he's one of the best goalies, just in general. Stick him on the character that he's gonna, be able to outplay maybe due to matchup knowledge, and also just maybe player diff them. It seems like a pretty strong combination. So definitely some solid reasons for going with that pick. If they choose to do so, we'll be seeing that pretty soon. So don't be going anywhere. But I'm definitely excited for this next match. Like you said, both of these teams are probably two of the best teams in the league. And I think we're gonna have a really close back and forth game. And those are always the most fun to watch. So I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, back and forth games are always really enjoyable, and in a league where there's a lot of individual skill thrown around. I think that seeing two really close teams is always a treat, because you definitely get to watch individual players excel and really push their team kind of forward to that victory point.
Absolutely. So we should be getting into the match shortly. Looks like we are searching. I see some of the teammates from each team in Twitch chat, so I guess they're around, I guess. But yeah, no, like I said, we're just pretty excited for this one. Trying to see, looking at my notes, wondering what else I can ask about this, but I don't know. I mean, I just need to see this action, man. I know.
I'm here for it. I'm waiting. Yeah. I feel like I've pretty much gone through the whole rigmarole.
Yeah, like what else is there to say?
I know, right? I guess we could talk about Kai Noob, one of my favorite players to play with. I've been playing him for a long time. I know him well. Very flexible in that brawler position. He has a lot of stuff that he can play. Likes the Juliet, for the most part. So I wonder if we'll see a little bit of Julie action. Could be map dependent, right? Maybe if it's Amy's app, he might opt towards picking something like Rasmus. But he definitely has a lot to work with compared to someone like Snake, where I think Snake is a very good player. I just think Kai Noob has a lot more of a character pool.
Yeah, more characters they can play just to push forward, more options available. And again, just making that's got to be another dimension. Maybe if you're going up against a team where one of their strongest players has multiple characters that they can play, you don't really want to ban against them. Maybe ban against someone else, take out another character that maybe their second scariest player is kind of more focused on. But when you have multiple players that can play multiple characters, that it's how do you even target ban that? You really have to play for what the game's going to throw at you, the map, the awakenings, so on and so forth. And so I want to talk about Kiliast on goalie as well. Not a player I've seen too often. Pretty excited to see this though. What can you tell me about Kiliast?
If I'm being completely 100% honest, I really don't know much about him. I would say out of the 6 players in this match, he's the one I have heard about the least. I know he played. I believe he played in beta. Yeah, he is a bit of a wild card to me. I really can't say too much. I know I've heard more about him recently than I have ever. So gotcha. I guess that's saying something there.
Well, I'm down to say that he's got to be at least a good player by association, right? If you've made it this far and you're on a team this good, that's not an accident. So I'm definitely excited to see, what he's able to provide and bring to the table. The goalie is obviously such a stressful role, man. Because if anyone scores, it's always your fault, right? Like you're the one to blame. Why'd you let that go in? So I'm looking forward to see how they play, what character they're going to play, and just kind of in general if they're going to be maybe a more proactive goalie, maybe a more reactive goalie. Obviously, it's going to depend a lot on the character as well, and just how he's able to synergize with the rest of the team with players that people may be more familiar with.
It's always the goalie's fault.
It's always the goalie's fault. I hate it.
It's always the goalie's fault. It doesn't matter what your forwards are doing. If it goes in,
absolutely not. Yeah.
Gotta be the goalie's fault.
Yeah, if they both got KO'd and you got scored on in a 3v1, it's still your fault. Like,
yeah, why didn't you save it?
Why? Yeah, you could have just not let them score. It's just that simple. But
that's the whole point of the game. You just don't let people score, right? Like
exactly. You really can't lose if you don't let them score, but also score. That part's probably more important, actually.
That's how we get Oni Village.
Yeah, that's true. Exactly. That is what happens in Oni Village. All right, here we go. We are loading into the game. No more stalling. Let's see what map we are going to. What awakenings we have. We have Amy's app. I don't know if this is a hot topic or not, but I love Amy's app, especially as a spectator/caster, just because of the chaos, man. I love seeing Rasmus on Amy's app. I just like watching Rasmus in general, to be fair. But it's just always exciting. I like seeing maps where people die a lot.
Yeah, I definitely can agree. I normally play the Rasmus on this map, so I press the funny button and watch people get yoinked into the hole over and over. And it gives me free dopamine.
I agree. Speaking of which, though, we're actually not going to see a Rasmus ban from either team, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Rasmus pick on both teams. Rasmus, obviously, a very good character, but, maybe just a little bit stronger on Amy's app, particularly compared to some other maps. Looks like we're going to, like you said, we are going to be seeing Rune Goalie, which I'm looking forward to seeing. This is going to be really cool. And Snake is going to be on the Juliet, which I think makes a lot of sense. One of, the best forwards in the game, can score, can kill, kind of a really strong jack of all trades.
Yeah, Rune Goalie. Not from the person I thought would be playing it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Gumi's going to be playing
Achilles.
Dubu.
Okay.
You know what? Let him cook.
Let's see, yeah. I mean, we saw a Dubu goalie come out from who was that? Oh, shoot, it was like the match right before we casted. I cannot remember who it was. Yes, and it was awesome. It was Vaughn, that's right. I mean, he was playing forward half the time too, which was pretty cool. But anyways, looks like we have Stagger Swagger, Quick Strike opening Awakening as well. Going into game one, looking forward to seeing how these Awakenings are going to impact the rest of the game. A pretty quick kill. Oh, night episode one. Just kidding.
Stagger jump scare. But Snake did kill Kainoob at the start of the match there with that dash punch.
Okay.
And Kainoob losing his entire health bar to the rune buffs right there, getting banished into the double pillar. As this one down comes to Snake. Snake getting that buff from the Stagger Swagger speed. Not getting it. Instead choosing quick strikes, as Gumi's showing us why his APM is the highest among Omega Strikers players, using that emote. Gumi has created a whole new category, EPM, emotes per second. As it now comes to Snake, and Naka gonna pull Kainoob into the hole. Kainoob twice he's died already as Gumi comes down here. Snake low as all get out, as he is gonna pop that core flip to try and live, as Naka is sitting here with the pendulum swing. It doesn't really get anything from it, as it now comes back to him. Gravity trying to throw Juno Slimes to do anything here, but isn't really gonna get a value in Gravity. Hitting it into Kainoob's death touch, and it's gonna go right back into his own net, and a little bit of miscommunication there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a rough start, but they're just warming up. They're just getting started. Good start right now from Kile's team, and we're gonna go into the second round right now.
Yeah, Naka throwing out that death touch, trying to get a kill onto Gumi. Gumi walking forward there, trying to get some sort of value for his team as the Flame Flurry does come out from Snake. And Gravity on this top side is going to throw that Friend Fling, is going to get that barrier on Amy's app. Only one barrier that you have to work with, and it's really difficult to defend as the Tofu Fortress does come out as Gravity core flips it. And now Naka going to pull Kainoob on into the hole again. Kainoob, we got to watch our positioning a little bit as Snake is going to run back with his Stagger Swagger. Oh, almost Flying Phoenixes it into the barrier, but Naka's going to catch it on the back down as Kaidub, a little lost here, whiplashes it into the center hole as Snake going to pop that core flip, and Snake getting it off of that pillar on the top and getting a kill and a goal for his team there.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of emotes coming out from Gumi. We're not seeing a lot of saves though. There's a phrase I love in the FGC that goes taunt to get bodied, and that's kind of what we've seen so far.
Taunt to get bodied indeed, but the one getting bodied is Kainoob as his own teammate is taunted for him, but Snake gonna hit that one with the fiery fist, and that's a set.
That might have been the fastest set we've seen today. Need to see some statistics on that, but going into the Awakenings, Julie up first, and Big Fish is right there. Do you think we're gonna just see the quick take on the Big Fish, or maybe there's something there she wants even more?
I would have to imagine the Julie. Oh, okay. Takes the Big Fish instead of opting not to grab the Unstoppable. So maybe he's gonna try and play more for kills.
Yeah, I can see that. Big Fish getting a small nerf, but like probably still very strong. We're gonna see Unstoppable on Dubu, which I think is kind of interesting. It didn't seem like the I guess aggressive pressure was what was netting them the goals. Do you know any particular callouts on these Awakenings that you think might be interesting picks like that?
So Gumi's taking the Unstoppable because otherwise it's going to go to one of the other team's forwards, and Unstoppable basically negates Rasmus's Death Touch.
Gotcha. Okay, really, really smart design on Gumi's part. Then it makes a lot of sense. And really, yeah, let's get right into set 2 now.
Yeah, and barrier already down on the side of O2O. I didn't even see it happen, but Gravity almost getting that one. The pillar coming out from Kilius to save that one as Kainoob now really low, has to kind of play his life a little bit, but is going to get healed up by that Stagger Spire, and both Rasmuses, I think, pulled each other into the hole. One of them while he was dying, and the other one beforehand, as now Gravity with the core here is going to try and do something with the slick kicks that he does have. The Flame Flurry is going to come out from Snake, and Snake is dash punching the air there. Might have seen an invisible T-Mel. Wrong game, buddy, as the Tofu Fortress does come out, and Kainoob is dead again. Kainoob getting pulled by the Death Touch from Naka. Once again, Naka sitting here on this bottom side of the map is an absolute menace, as it is going to come forward to Snake. Gumi going to pop his core flip back to Kilius. Kilius going to hit this one forward, and now Snake with the Stagger Swagger speed isn't going to get much value out of it in the slime here. Whoa!
Wow.
Kilius coming forward,
the needle.
throwing out the core flip, but misses the core, and the pillar is going to hit it in off of Gravity Strike.
Yeah, that was some precision right there. I gotta wonder how accurate did you have to be? Oh my god, just kidding. We have a kill from Kainoob just immediately on round start. You gotta watch out for that Rasmus on the stage, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you watch people die 20 times to it.
I love it.
And you go, surely they won't die to it again. And then we get round start where Naka getting pulled by Kaidoob's Death Touch there, as Kaidoob's about to have it up again, and Snake's gonna get caught by it this time. Guys, we gotta dodge the hook. We know he has it as this Rune Pillar comes up and saves this barrier, but Gravity managing to get it in the end. Gumi walking forward with this momentum boost is gonna lose his speed there, as Kaidoob is gonna get banished, possibly even killed here, but nothing really gonna come out as Snake does use the Flying Phoenix. And whoa, that hook went far, as now Kainoob in a great position to get something done, but Gumi's actually losing the battle. The Naka and Snake here on the bottom. There's Rune Pillar going to come out. Gravity throwing the slime down there. The friend fling isn't going to go fast enough or in the right direction there, as now Gumi walking forward using that Tofu Fortress doesn't really get anything out of it. Here's another friend fling. Innocent fast. Kilius having to use that Rune Pillar in place, as Kainoob getting out of the banish at a perfect time. Doesn't get anything from it though. And man, this game is sitting at kind of a standstill, going back and forth so far.
Yeah, this was the back and forth I was looking forward to seeing. That being said, Gumi's team not able to break down, not able to keep their own barrier up. Kilius team not able to break down that barrier so far. Just both teams going for a lot of plays. I really like they tried to get the core strike off the Rasmus ult, but as I'm speaking, Gumi's team able to find their goal at the top of the net.
Yeah, Kainoob striking that one and then hitting it with the pendulum swing, just setting it to the top and almost grabbing Snake off rip. He definitely has some sort of awakening that gives him a little bit of a speed increase on that hook. because by God, it is going a million miles per hour as Naka throws his too, and it also looks like his is going far as Gumi is going to elusive in place. Unfortunately, does lose that barrier to that core flip. Killy's going to pop his own core flip, and there's the whiplash from Naka, sending it backwards into his team, as now Snake, with all the time in the world, just barely misses the core, as Kainoob's going to hook Naka into the center with that death touch, and now Gravity with the ultimate Make It Rain. Make it rain, he does, as it comes to Kainoob. Kainoob striking it into the bottom of the net. Does a little bit of a lag there, but you know what? He picked up the goal for his team, so he's pretty happy.
Yeah, that was a really, really, really nice answer from Bounty Hunters. After, losing the first set in a pretty quick fashion, they're able to take the second one almost just as quickly. So really nice job from them right there. Got some pretty interesting awakenings on the board right now with infinite stacks on stacks. I want to see if anyone's going to want to take that. Rasmus going for the specialized training, just going to make that hook even more dangerous on Amy's app. So now, if you thought that was going to be a problem before, it's going to be a huge problem now for the blue team for Oxygen Overdrive.
Yeah, and Naka kind of, honestly, what I would say is making a mistake, not picking up that Adrenaline Rush, and Gravity able to snipe it before he can. Adrenaline Rush on Rasmus on this map is kind of really best in slot for him outside of, specialized or anything to make his hook pull farther. It's really good because you get that one kill and now you're zooming, you get the speed of like 10 million horsepower and you are moving on the map, but it might not matter as Snake is going to fire fist that one past Gumi. Gumi using the rollout there, but just not able to save it.
Yeah, really solid stuff right there. Also, notably, no Rasmus kill right after picking up the Awakening for his special.
Yeah, it does get that specialized, but hasn't managed to get a kill with it so far, but I would imagine it's going to come sometime soon as he's able to get on the other side of those players. And, on the other side of those players, here he is, there it is. Doesn't manage to grab anyone within it, though, and it might be a detriment that it's actually going that far now that he has that specialized, because he's not able to trick people into walking into it. And now here comes Gumi on this bottom side, going to pass it right to Kaiden. Kaiden going to get banished, going to get hit with a pillar, and combos into Snake, and now Gravity almost going to get pulled himself, as now Snake, all the time in the world, core flips it, but just completely butchers it. I don't know where he was going in that one, going into the corner, and tries to dash punch that one past Gumi, and Gumi's holding on. Gumi is the line here. He is holding it down, and Gravity doing an excellent job dodging that banish while core flipping it, but Snake going to get it on the other end, and there's that hook coming out from Naka. Not anything that he's going to be able to do with it, and Killius walking forward, and there's the friend fling pass to pass, one slime to another into the net, and Gravity's going to pick up a goal for his team.
Yeah, really nice job there. Slime's perfectly placed, just able to kind of 1-2 send it in, and Killius just not going to be able to get there in time to stop it.
Yeah, and Killius walking a little too far forward there. Didn't have any rune shadow in the back to teleport to, as kind of in this bottom isn't getting much value out of his hook as he is fighting for his life and stagger bar, but now maybe an opportunity. Pops the whiplash, doesn't really get anything out of it. Not sure if death touch is on cooldown. Throws the pendulum swing on air, as now it goes back to Gumi. Gumi gonna pass up to Gravity, and there's the hook. There's the death touch kill we were talking about, as the rollout does come through from Gumi, keeping it forward, and the friend fling and the pillars fighting for core control. I mean, at this point, as Gravity's just gonna tap that one in, as Killius had to clear it up there, and they pick up yet another point.
Yeah, just in time too. Snake just came back on Juliet, but just, moments too late to be able to help on the defense.
Yeah, as Gravity throws this friend fling off the start, trying to get anything out of it. As, whoa, Kainu almost getting the barrier with that specialized, but is going to pendulum swing Snake into the center hole there, as Killius is going to have to teleport. Doesn't have a pillar, doesn't have a strike. Even if he did strike, he would have gotten hit by the pendulum swing, and Kainu's gonna put his team in first for this carousel.
Yep, and a really nice assist from Gumi, just putting that out there, not letting the core go anywhere but straight into the net. All right, we have a first pick Juno. I would expect to see, Timeless Creator probably. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Rune, I'm not entirely sure what they're going to be picking here, but extra special I feel like has to be denied from the Rasmus.
Cast to last. I want to see the cast to last Rune.
Hey, and there it is. Nice. Extra special is going to be denied from the Rasmus. which I mean makes sense. Also, of course, it's perfectly fine on Julie. And we're gonna see. Let's see. We got Infinite Bulk Up going to one Rasmus, and I didn't see what the other one took.
Yeah, Castellast on Rune is God's biggest headache. As whatever
so tell me about it.
All right, look. So his banish lasts for oh my god, as Naga Pendulum slings gravity off the map already. His banish is going to last for 30 years, as you can see here. He's waiting to get out of it.
Wow. Yeah,
and,
he's just stuck.
And it does a ton of damage too. So if they're any amount of low at all, and you land the banish on them, as Naka's gonna get this one with the pendulum swing, they will like die. Like they're guaranteed dead, no matter what they try and do.
Nice, yeah, really good stuff right there. It's definitely cool to see kind of the more niche, unique picks coming out. The Castellast Rune also just showing that it's good too, not just kind of like a funny, haha, look at this is annoying, but like also very effective.
Yeah, and Gravity has died twice off a round start to that pendulum swing. Maybe he needs to start trying to dodge it a little. As you can see, there's the power. That right there was the power of that Castellast, as he was hit in it for so long. As now Snake and Knocker are working to get this barrier, manages to get it, passes down, not a crisp enough pass. This Gravity is now going to jump forward and is actually going to get pulled off the map by Knocker. Back to Snake. Snake using that Flame Flurry, trying to get the core forward. They're doing everything in their power, but Gumi is holding it down, spamming emotes while doing so, and hits it up back to kind of. There's the pillars to hit it back forward. Snake now with the core. Snake, oh my god, Gumi using that Summer Assault, keeping it alive. How has the core not gone in yet? Gumi holding it down. Oh my, wow, I'm surprised Naka didn't die there. Got yoinked from the bottom of the screen almost into the hole, and Gravity waiting as long as possible there to try and get it in the front fling. That was the left from what I imagine was the jump. I think it was actually his jump that got it. That slime hits it into the net.
Yeah, and I think maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there as well between, I think it was Kilius and Naka, both of them kind of taking up the same space, not really controlling a lot of space. I think maybe one of them thinking he's going to get it or he's going to get it. So maybe slight miscommunication. But as I'm saying that, already they're going to just answer right back with another goal.
Yeah, and Gumi making the mistake there of not walking up and just logging right in front of him, instead choosing to try and read the insta-clear down. Definitely had some time to walk forward there with the momentum boots, as once again kind of completely lost in that banish. Had no evasive, nothing to really work with to try and dodge it in the first place, as now Gumi's going to go forward. Gumi showing us why the ice skating is real, as he does use the rollout, uses all of his abilities, doesn't really get anything for it, but did manage to put some pressure for Gravity and kind of to work with now, and Gravity getting that barrier with the front fling. And the death touch coming out from Naka to save that one from going in the net, as now Gumi has to fight off Snake. Gonna throw the Tofu Fortress, and there's the banish once again. And the core is just, it's there for so long, but now kind of all the space and time to work with here. Almost gets it past Kilius as he death touches it back into himself and does a little bit of a whiplash action to hit it back into himself. Pops the Omega emote and hits it into the bottom.
Yeah, really good stuff from them. I like Gumi also just really showing that he knows when to come out, when to go back, stay in the goal. When he can, like right now, he's at the half field point. When his team's able to apply pressure, he is able to walk up and help them as well. Right now, though, looks like he's gonna have to be back in goal. Both teams just vying for control as first gate goes down on O2 Oxygen's side.
Yeah, and kind of once again off the map. Really has to work on dodging some of these kills that are coming towards him, as now Gravity with the friend fling and Achilles using that pillars just to try to keep it out of his net, as now it comes back to Kainub and Achilles, nothing in his kit. Kainub's going to pick up the match point for his team, and there's the first win.
Nice, great stuff to them. I want to point out maybe a little bit of like the hidden meta right here for Team Bounty Hunters. Like you mentioned, Gumi has this, he's developed this meta where he is just able to emote all the time without impacting his play, right? And what I've been seeing, especially from like Snake, it is kind of goading the other team into emoting back at them. But, if they're not able to emote as well, maybe, that's kind of distracting them or making them play worse if they're focusing on emoting back. Not sure, but we're seeing a lot of emotes from both teams, and Gumi's definitely the one starting it, I'll say that.
Yeah, I wish I knew how he does it. I would have to imagine maybe he has something bound to his mouse that he's clicking 24/7. But
That
man,
would make sense.
I I would not. I can't imagine that's healthy for the hands.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's like he's pushing them on cooldown, man. He's just pushing the emotes on cooldown. But
Like-
it's funny. It's funny to think like, if I can get the other team to try and match me in emotes, maybe I can make them play worse.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a mental hit.
Mhm.
But what also was a hit that game was the fact that Naka was definitely putting a lot more KO pressure on the map, but they weren't. They
Mhm.
didn't actually manage to pick up the win there. Even though what I felt like was they had permanent KO advantage over the other
Yeah,
team.
yeah, they really did. Yeah, I believe Naka had the not the empowered special. He had no, he did have empowered special, right? Specialized training.
Yeah, he did take
Yeah,
specialized.
Yeah, because I know the cooldown one was.
Oh no,
not
no, no, no,
empowered.
no. He didn't have specialized. Kai Noob had specialized. Kai Noob had
Oh,
specialized.
kind of had it. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But
Hard to keep
definitely,
track of the two.
definitely wasn't enough to help, kind of outweigh those KOs there.
Yeah, stay able to come out on top though, and we are going to be going into the next game soon.
Yeah,
so,
maybe.
Again, what kind of? Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, I was just gonna say maybe a change of pace in terms of the map will definitely help Oxygen Overdrive to really kind of use their team strength more effectively with that rune.
Yeah. Do you expect any character changes or other adaptations going into the next game, or is it just kind of like a play better type of thing?
I would have to imagine if we're not on Amy Zap, we probably won't have Erasmus.
True.
Maybe more of a standard brawler, maybe something like Juliet. Or maybe a different type of midfielder. Who knows, though, really? I guess we will find out as we do load into... I thought this was going to load faster, so I set it up to say... Never mind.
Oh my god,
I
we're
guess
back!
we jinxed it. We're back. And for that reason, we're back.
Yep. So I'm sure we're gonna see double Rasmus again. And okay, maybe not double. I'm sure we're gonna see at least one Rasmus. That's for sure. Unless one of the teams decides to ban it. I don't know if they would want to do that though.
You know what? If you can't match it, you ban it. But it looks like the team that lost against it isn't gonna ban it, and we have the same bans from last game, maybe even possibly the same picks, unless there's something that they're seeing in the opening awakenings that would really kind of pull them towards another character.
Yeah, we saw them ban Vice both games now. Do you know what the Vice ban might be targeting?
Definitely Gravity. Gravity, big fan of the Vice. Vice is one of those characters that's really difficult if you're not mirroring her to kind of match your damage. She has a really high output. She hurts.
Oh, yeah. All right, so it looks like we're gonna be seeing the same 6 characters, both sides of the field. And yeah, set number 2. Let's get it started. I'm sorry. Yeah, set number 2. Let's get it started.
One thing to note, Gumi actually now on the Kai and Snake on the Zentaro. So a little bit of a mix-up for both teams, as I would imagine maybe Gumi wanting to take advantage of this Orb Ponderer, and Snake wanting to take advantage of the fact that Super Surge was in the game.
Hey, we actually do have Kai Zentaro now. So both teams, again, just trying to see who can break that gate first.
Yeah, definitely important to get that one out first, as now Gravity to Kainub to his own slimes that he threw down from the Make It Rain, and is able to Super Surge halfway across the map there, as Gumi now popping the funny Raditz emotes as he is going to Giga Blast Snake right in front of his net, as now Gravity with the ability to kind of work the core here a little, and Kainub, whoa! Gravity going to throw the friend fling and is actually managing to kill Naka as the banish does come out from Kilius, but Kainub actually going to stand in the pillar so the pillar doesn't get the full time to form and isn't able to stop the core, as now Gravity and Kainub going to cook up a little bit of a passing play there and is going to hit that one to the top of the net.
Yep, really nice job. Just pretty classic stuff. You got 2-on-1 against the goalie. You just pass it back and forth until one of them finds an opening, and they're just gonna get that goal. Nice and standard.
opening they did find, as Kainub finds one to pendulum swing Naka into the net as the pillar does come out from Kilius, but Kainub hitting it around the pillar there. Back to Snake, and now Snake towards Gumi, and Gumi gonna throw that Giga Blast all the way from the other side of the net. Comes back to Gravity, and Naka really needs to win one of these with his Whiplash. Manages to do just that, as now Snake pops the core flip, doesn't get anything out of it. Gumi popping his own core flip, trying to live more than using it to clear the core, as now Kainub's gonna pass this one to Gravity. Gravity has a lot of his cooldowns here, is gonna use the Make It Rain on his own. Oh my god. Snake using his
What a Giga Blast.
dash forward, and Gumi gonna punish him for it. Gumi hitting him with the clown emotes there, and oh my god, Kainub holding it for 30 years is gonna wait. I don't even know how Kilius didn't get that one. I would have to imagine it was mere milliseconds between him catching that with his core flip or not.
Yeah, definitely just a really nice timing mix-up. When you're that close to the core strike, it's like impossible to react to it. You really just have to guess when the timing is going to happen, and unfortunately, Kilius just not going to guess correctly there.
Possible react to indeed, as Naka. Oh my god, Gravity's gonna super surge from halfway across the map all the way in front of the net, dropping a little bit of a clown emote onto Snake, probably for that dice ban. I don't know if we're watching ranked or a tournament game.
All right, so going into First Awakening, Juno up first. Let's see what they're going to want to take. Unstoppable being hovered by the Rasmus, but Juno's just going to take it. Never mind. And there's the orb replicator. You thought we might be seeing some orbs for this match.
Yeah, that Unstoppable is really good, especially against the Rasmus.
Definitely. Yeah, just kind of help you in the midfield. You don't have to worry about your positioning too much. It's going to be a lot easier to survive those Rasmus ults as long as you're not too close to that gaping black hole in the center of the map. And yeah, let's get into it. Set number 2 right now.
Yeah, 90% reduction. You know what? If you're able to outdistance yourself from that 10%, you're perfectly fine. As the banish does come out from Kilius after losing his barrier, is now Gumi with time and space to dribble the score, sends it forward, and Gravity going to blob bounce his way.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that one's definitely hard to say on the fly. But you know what isn't hard to do? Kaidu picking up kills over and over, as now he has a lot of time and space, hits it into the pillar. I didn't even know I thought that pillar had that one. It's disappeared, as now Gumi walking forward with the momentum boots. Doesn't really get anything. There's a Make It Rain, as kind of doing a great job there, elusive and making sure that he's getting everything out. Oh my god. My voice is killing me here, as Snake's gonna core flip that one into the bottom of the net, and
yeah, that was really nice, really well played from Oxygen Overdrive. Though they were able to, Gumi was pretty far out on the bottom side of the map, so just take the core over the top. Gumi not able to get back to his net in time to save the barricade, and by that time it's just a matter of time before they're able to score with that much pressure on their side of the field.
Yeah, I've been talking a lot today, but Kaidub's been killing a lot today, as he picks up yet another kill with that death touch onto Naka, and now Kaidub to Gravity. Gravity sends it into the bottom corner, throws the friend fling after it, just to give a nice little bit of insurance, but doesn't need it, as he gets another point and throws another clown emote.
More clowns. Is there like some bad blood here that I'm like not aware of? Do these teams just secretly hate each other? What's going on?
So I talked to Gravity before the match, and he said that Snake was too scared to mirror him on the Vice. So I would have to imagine that might be what's going on here. Maybe a little bit of clown gameplay, because of said fact. As Gumi's playing some clown gameplays. He is dead, but oh wow, and Kilius doing a great job there. Yeah, I didn't even think he would get that one.
I thought it was just in, and they're able to capitalize and score off of it as well. Wow, that was great. Yeah, I thought that was just going in. I thought there was very little Kilius was going to be able to do about that, but yeah, able to get the save and just return fire immediately.
Yeah, using that shadow swap to able to get actually up to that top there. I didn't even think he had it there, but Kainub already almost dead round start as he's trying not to walk into the pillar, but he definitely does want to try and get this barrier as he does dodge the banish coming out from Kilius, and I don't know how he didn't get hit by the pendulum swing. He is dodging every single ability. You'd think he'd be in the Matrix, but maybe sent to the Matrix he is, as he is sent into the black hole on Amy's app, as now Gumi needs to fight off Snake and Naka. There's one barrage and is able to clear it up to the top side, but there's the pillar coming forth and the death touch onto Gravity. Gravity showing us why he did take that unstoppable as that slime does come out. Not sure how it didn't grab the core there. I would have to imagine it tried to target it, but there's a disadvantage of the unstoppable, as if you do get stuck in one of those rune pillars with that banish, you will take 20 million damage, as Naka's going to pull Kainub into that center hole, and now they have tons of time to work with. Naka using that pendulum swing to get that barrier, and now Gumi needs to clear this on the top side, is going to walk up as Gravity is sitting there defending him. Gravity using that blob bounce. Ah, that's the worst one.
The blob bounce, that's always the one that trips up.
Bounce.
Yep.
That's the one that gets me. We need to not do the double like the BB or the FF. Like, it's not working for me here, but you know what is working? Kainub, as he is going to pendulum swing. Oh my god, I didn't even think Naka would save that one. I was getting prepared to say the goal, but it doesn't matter, as Kainub is going to hit that one into the top corner. And man, I got to work on my pronunciation for blob bounce.
I wanna point out Gumi's defense that entire round also. He was in like two different like 2v1, 3v1 scenarios. He was able to keep the barricade up for so long, able to defend the net, just keep the core in play, so his teammates were able to revive. And that, you know, there's such a cute, and there's a goal right there. I'm not even done with my sentence. And just right immediately, Bounty Hunters are just gonna close out that set.
Yeah, Gravity
great
using
stuff
that
from
Fred
Gumi.
fling. A little bit of a crazy quick goal.
All right, we're going into what might be the last carousel if Oxygen Overdrive does not get one on the board. Rasmus first pick. This looks terrifying. He is going to take Adrenaline Rush. He is going to be cooking with these abilities. This has got to be super scary. And Timeless Creator coming out on Juno as well, just going to make those blobs even, you know, harder to deal with. They're going to be staying on the field for a lot longer. They're going to be a lot larger. They're going to be taking up a lot of space, and just being able to inherently put up a lot more pressure just simply by existing. You know, we've already seen how good Gravity is at using those friend flings and that blob bounce, and it's just going to be even more effective now.
And effective it may not be, as Kainub dead already due to Kilius' banish. And Gumi now needs to fight against Snake here, as now Kainub with the ability to kind of cook here, but it doesn't matter, as Snake is actually going to get the core from Gumi. Gumi trying to barrage it up into that top area, and Snake's just going to hit it right past him and pick up a very important point for their team.
You're making yourself say these alliterations now. The important point, the blob bounce.
It's getting to me here. But
we need some tongue twister exercises.
Tongue twister exercises. She sells cheese. Oh, I can't do it.
But going into next set, left side gate is open. Let's see if Bounty Hunters are going to be able to capitalize on this. Gumi again, just the impenetrable wall, not letting this core get anywhere near his gate.
Yeah, as Kainub now got the Adrenaline Rush proc off of Naka, as now Gravity with all the time in the world is going to hit it. Kilius going to try and clear it downwards, but Gravity going to throw that friend fling at him, and that Blobbo is going to hit the core right into the net.
Yep, really good stuff from Gravity. That's classic Juno, right? Like, that is what the character, that's what the character does, right? And he's just an expert at utilizing his character's tools.
Yeah, and Gumi getting that barrier with the Giga Blast, as Kainub, tries to throw the death touch right in Kilius' face. I don't know if he was trying to grab the core, maybe trying to pull him back. Doesn't manage to hit anything but the core, but that pendulum swing does, as he is going to get a kill with it. And now Kainub, all the speed in the world here, is going to get a pass from Gravity, is going to death touch it back to himself, able to dodge that pillar, and there's the friend fling, as it does send that one into the net.
Yeah, Kainub right there was just the one-man wrecking machine. He had so much control over that entire space just due to how fast he was able to move, just able to create so much pressure, find and give Gravity an opening to score that last point.
Yeah, and Kainub already getting that bottom barrier, and now they're on match point. barriers open for them as this Giga Blast does come through, and there's the Death Touch from kind of trying to grab it for himself, and there's the Make It Rain, trying to push it forward. They want this point, they want this double, and there it is. There's the friend fling with the combination of Pendulum Swing past Kilius, nothing they can do. Gravity throwing the clown emotes, making this look like my ranked games.
Yeah,
and
right?
they pick up a nice 2-0.
Yep, good stuff to them. Definitely, it felt like every round was close, but bounty hunters just they were able to get the kills, they were able to apply the pressure, they were able to score, they were able to score more goals, and at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, end of the day, it do be, as you know, they were just simply able to get so much value out of that Juno pick. As I do look at it, Gravity having 85 redirects and 33 shots on net. So he had so much core control compared to someone like Naka. Naka only having the 78 and 29 shots. So Gravity really working a nice combination with Kainu.
Yep, absolutely. And we're going to be throwing it over to the analyst desk. They can tell you even more about how they were able to orchestrate this very impressive victory. Oh, but not yet. Sorry, guys.
I'm ready whenever, actually.
Oh.
With Kaz.
Yeah, no, good stuff again. Good stuff again to bounty hunters. I mean, they're such a strong team. Like you said, Gumi, one of the best goalies on the West, maybe just one of the best goalies, period. And really demonstrating that this game as well. A lot of just really smart decision making between when to apply the pressure, when to fall back, where to clear the core, where safe areas he's able to deliver it to his teammates. Just really solid gameplay. And on Dubu also, which certainly I think Dubu for a while was considered not exactly the best goalie, but we have seen a decent amount of Dubu throughout the league and the qualifiers, and Gumi also showing like Dubu can he can hang with the best goalies. He's definitely an extremely viable character.
Yeah, and to talk more about that, we're gonna send it over to our analyst desk this time for sure.
For real this time, yeah.
All right. Welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm back with Yoki again, and we're talking about this wonderful game here. Now, game 1, game 2, they're pretty similar. They're the same run back of the map for both games, and only 2 of the 6 characters swap out for the second game. So, seeing a bit of a mirror and a run back for lots of the game here. The big difference we can see between the 2 games and everything, and the 2 teams, would be the Awakenings and the Rasmus Mirror for the obvious Amy's app, where it's so SSS tier. So Yoki, what do you think about that? Yoki, you're muted.
You are correct. I am. Saying for the first round of the game 1, Naka played pretty phenomenal in the matchup against Kainu. I took this clip as a decent example. This instance happened actually in the game 2 as well. But what we see is Naka and Kainu are playing opposite sides of the IMESAP but whenever you have Gravity on Juno, who's applying this like forward pressure with the core, Naka, if Naka was on this side by himself, he would be more focused on responding to the pressure that Gravity is applying, and that's why Juno has kind of been considered a counter pick to Rasmus on this map and High Elo. But because Snake and Naka are both like present in this top lane, it gives Naka a little bit more freedom to kind of do what he wishes, and there's less risk. And so then whenever like Snake is able to win that and kind of gets caught in rotation here, so it's just really good like awareness and good like strategical play. But after this first round, scaling really became a lot more of a factor. If you look at the picks that everybody has, we have Gumi running Ice Skates Dubu, plus the Rasmus Mirror matchup, and then a IMESAP Juliet, then an IMESAP Juno, and then a Rune Goalie. So the Rune Goalie is wanting to scale super hard with those pillar, those size, those core control trainings, or more in the cast to last, prime time KO direction. And then the Juno's wanting to like overwhelm and swarm midfield control. Both Rasmuses are looking to kill each other. Snake's looking to get KOs around the well. But the Gumi's actually a little bit different, where he's looking for glass cannon. He's going to be looking for missile prop, just things that allow him to exert himself onto the map. And so Gumi's draft ended up being, he started momentum boots and quick strikes. Then round 1 was able to secure Unstoppable with the second pick. And then he picked up Glass Cannon for Ice Gate Stubu, 3rd round, and then finished it off with Missile Prop. And so what we see is Gumi, after the first round of draft, or actually later, this was last round, I believe, is Gumi's has scaled. He's secured all of the awakenings that he wants, and he's freaking shamoving on his net, where he's able to easily push up to midfield and apply this like forward pressure. And then that's applying pressure even while like Kainub is low on the side of O2's half. So like whenever Gumi is applying this pressure, it relieves pressure off of Kainub and lets Kainub like kind of reset. So then Gumi is still just playing aggressive, like on their half, doing whatever he wants. And another thing is because Gumi has Unstoppable, he's free to position up and aggressively around the well because he can't be punished, he can't be KO'd. So what we see is because Gumi's such a problem, Snake has to overextend his positioning from midfield to wrap all the way down onto Gumi just to reset Glass Cannon. So Snake invests an ult to reset Glass Cannon, and now Snake's out of position. We have Kainub and Gravity applying this offensive pressure on the top side again. And then that is able to like convert into a barrier. So that was really the story from game 1, is just Gumi and the scaling that bounty hunters were able to like lead up to. But then as we transition into game 2 more, what it was kind of similar, but what we saw continued was Kainub, or sorry, in the first game, I didn't mention this. In the first game, there was a 14-7 or 6. It was a 14-6 KO differential between the two teams. O2 had 14 and Bounty Hunters had 6. All 6 KOs were Kainub's. Kainub had all 6 KOs for his team. So I was kind of trying to wonder and piece together the question, if O2 is securing all of these KOs and they didn't have much of a statistical deficit whenever it came to redirects or any other factors, how was Bounty Hunter still in that? And so then in the second game, that was a little bit more of my focus. And you see here, Kainub is gone. He's out of the play. And Gravity's applying this pressure. And really, it was just Gumi, bro. Look at this. 2v1 using the Giga to create some space. Getting collapsed on in this 1v2. Getting the cleared, not going to miss a read. Getting the barrage touch there, which misses the strike. And then wins this 50, protecting the goal barrier still. So then as Kainub respawns, we see the core being played aggressively on the top side. And then Killist uses the time to kind of get a little funky KO there on Gravity. So notice that Kainub and Naka are playing now the same bottom side of Imi's well. Whenever Gravity dies topside, there's an absence in presence on the side of Bounty Hunters. This baits Kainub in a way to whenever Naka clears up, Naka clears the core up to his goalie to rotate his Snake. Kainub chases on the... ooh, what is happening here? Little Twitch bug. Thank you. But Kainub rotates on the side of O2's half, and then this sets Naka up for an easy KO. So despite both forwards being dead, once again, Gumi is just able to hold it down in net. He loses the barrier there, but you know that's first barrier compared to no barrier. Gives Gravity time to get back up. And then this clip continues into the other half where after Gumi's forwards respawn, actually this begins with some nice little elusive play from kind of a Naka. Naka rotating, pretty elusive. Insane freaking read from Naka, actually. Look at this. Chat, look at this. Pretty elusive. Naka's crazy, bro. Mad respect on Naka. Then Naka trades it back. Kind of hits it with the elusive as well. But now this like offensive pressure that Gravity and kind of are able to apply after respawning from the earlier clip ends up getting the kill on Killist. Naka makes an amazing save there again, but ultimately it's not enough. And so that was kind of the difference. The big differential factor was despite O2 having more KOs, Naka ended up having Kainub ended up having 15 KOs to Naka's 9. I believe he was still the only person on Bounty Hunters who had KOs. But Gumi held it down. Kainub played great. Gravity did their job. They were just able to secure from execution, to be honest.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it really came down to just Gumi being able to hold out in those 1v3 situations. Gumi being the
Real.
Iron Wall and the #1 West goalie title. It's staying with him today.
Yeah.
All
And we
right.
hold on.
Yes, sir. And if I have anything else to say to you guys, is thank you for staying around for North American Striker League on the west side right now. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with K-Bot and Saya.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League broadcast. My name is K-Bot, and I am joined by our lovely producer, Saya, for our last quarter of matches. We're almost there on the marathon day, Saya.
Yep, and we have a bit of a cool matchup ahead of us. Aesop's Little Pogjamps versus Sundubu Strikers, and both teams have existed for quite a long time, since the beginning of beta, since even before, but right here, well, I gotta say, I gotta get it out. I do not have hope in Sundubu Strikers. Aesop's Little Pogjamps have been too dominant. They have been too strong. They are, well, actually, maybe you saying why not is correct.
I mean, okay. Let me make the argument. Let me make the argument for Sundubu Strikers. Okay, their first two matches in the West were probably against the two strongest teams in the league. Okay, they went up against. We just saw the Bounty Hunters, right? They've been crushing it this entire league. They were one of the invited teams. We knew that coming in. They also played against Best Western for their first week. Okay, yeah, and guess what? In the match versus Best Western, which was on Thursday, they actually got it to a set 5 and a set 4 in both maps. So like, I'm not counting them out. I think they just had an incredibly difficult schedule coming off of week 1. And they'll be looking to the latter half of the league. They're probably like, okay, you know what? We've got some opponents coming up that we can start, taking strides in. And yeah, while Aesop's Little PogChamp's been playing well, they don't have any results that actually differentiate them. They also lost to the it was Bounty Hunters, right? I have my notes right somewhere. Yes, it was Bounty Hunters they lost to last week. So like, there's not actually any head-to-head results differentiating these two teams, and that's the reason why I'm incredibly excited, even though Sundubu Strikers has yet to get a map win on the board this league.
Honestly, now that I'm looking at who each of these teams played, you may be right. Sundubu Strikers probably had the hardest possible schedule, and this includes this, because a lot of people were saying Aesop's Little PogChamps were the best team in the league. Those people are a little quieter now that they've lost one, but going against 3 contenders for the top spot in a row, I feel bad for the Sundubu Strikers.
I honestly was worried that Aesop's Little PogChamps would show up and be like washed to the league or something, but they proved it in qualifiers. They can still stand, and look, they've had decent results so far. They were able to dismiss what do you say this team? The J-Tangels? Is that how you say this?
The J-Tangels with a shotgun.
J-Tangels. J-Tangels with a shotgun.
Because it's like half inside joke, half serious name.
Oh my goodness. So they dismissed the J-Tangels, which is fine. But again, losing to Bounty Hunters, I think both teams are coming into this match with a decent bit to prove. And these middle spots in the league are going to be incredibly important. Remember, at the end of the season, it's top 4 that moves on to playoffs. So getting these kinds of matches are probably going to be intense, and they'll probably be the difference maker with some of those standings as they shake out later on. Couple of players we're interested in, Saya. Do you have anyone on your mind that you're really looking out for trying to step up here?
So as always, I think Threezy Breezy, he's now back from vacation, and we'll see if his powerful forward can be the difference maker for the Sundubu Strikers. But on the other side, of course, you can't forget the goalies, but the forward duos on both sides I think will be the real difference maker here, because midfield control is the name of the game, and when both teams have a powerful midfielder and a brawler player, I think Aesop's Little PogChamps have a little bit of an advantage in the damage department.
Perhaps a bit of an advantage in the damage department, but also perhaps in the core control department as well. I pulled up the stat screens from their series on stream last week versus the J-Tangels, and Gunner ended up having a 94% goal participation rate. He was involved in every goal, whether that have been passing it off to Schneider for getting the actual goal, or being the person getting the assist, or scoring it himself. Either or, he was involved in all but a single goal for their 3-0 and 3-0 sweeps over the J-Tangels. And look, I think that's probably going to be the difference maker. If Gunner is going to be sitting here on the era, able to run around the map, have that core control, and pass it off to Schneider, who can just set up those scores, and they find a couple of KOs along the way, that could be danger and disaster. But of course, Threezy Breezy and Grimella will be looking to do the exact same. Saya, what do you think here? Are we going to see mirror matches come out of these teams? Because it seems like that's how they kind of want to play.
I'm not really sure, because I think the character pool is the preferred characters, because, when you're at the top level, most people have pretty deep character pools. I think the preferred characters, however, are a little different on both sides. Threezy can play Julian X, pretty standard, play the brawlers, play whatever's necessary in that position. Grimel can play the midfielders, but I think Zentaro is the big difference, because not everyone's comfortable on Zentaro, but Gunner is. And for Aesop's Little PogChamps, I think a whole nother level of compositions can open up with that pick, especially as it's rising in popularity nowadays.
That said, teams have opted to ban away the Zentaro versus Aesop's Little PogChamps for perhaps that exact reason. So there might be a world where that does indeed happen. Drakkar, X, and Julie have all been banned against the Sundubu Strikers. Each of those three makes sense. You either take one of the picks away from 3Z, or you take Reznok's classic Drakkar goalie away as well there. So not exactly surprising, and a lot of tough decisions for these teams that they have to make while they're deciding what exactly their game plan and overall strategy goes into things is going to be. But of course, we have to wait till we see the stage and the awakenings for all of that to take effect, because that plays such a big role.
Yep, and we should be heading into game shortly, unless there has been some kind of difficulty. Yeah, we are waiting on one of the teams, and K-Bot has left me. The Elgato virtual camera
What
here
just
with me
happened?
now.
The Elgato virtual camera, huge. Why did I literally just looked at my browser, which is already taking my virtual camera, and then it just decided to stop working. That's sweet. Hello from the void, everybody.
All right, while they get sorted, I gotta say, there are a lot of Sundubu Striker supporters in chat, but some of you have a 1 next to your name, which indicates you placed your channel points on Aesop's Little PogChamps, and you know, right now, it kind of divides out to a 65%, 20%, 15%. So where are the Sundubu faithful? They're not putting their channel points where their mouths are, you know?
I mean, hey, gotta make sure you're doing that. Although there is a chance that people just think that, or the Aesop's Little PogChamps team thinks that they'll be able to win better or something. So that could be the case all of the same as well. As I continue to try to troubleshoot why my camera just decided to break, which is huge for me. I actually don't know what happened. That's crazy. See, the good news for you, Saya, is that your camera it's probably more difficult for it to just break, no?
Yeah, I kind of get the advantage of the local setup. Oh, you're back.
Okay.
Wait, but now
I'm
your
back.
aspect ratio is broken. Oh no.
Yeah, because I did change the different source, but that'll be fixed.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
It's as they say in the business chat, it's so chill. Isn't that what they say? Isn't that what you all say in chat? Isn't that the case or something? I don't know, man. We'll be getting in this one in just a little bit. As we mentioned, we kind of ran over this already. Both these teams coming in with a lot to prove. What was that, Saya?
It's working now.
It's working now. Huge. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to get in this one. Saya, how about this? You've obviously been a little preoccupied, but hopefully you've had the chance to watch some of the games that have happened so far. If you had one takeaway over the course of the day so far today, what would that takeaway be?
One takeaway? I know we're on the West broadcast, but it's an East takeaway, okay? I'm going to say it right now. Prodigies are making playoffs. They're going to be top half. You're going to watch it happen in real time, and I will be correct.
Okay. Calling the shot right now is your broadcast producer, Saya. I don't know that I have like anything that spicy or anything that I can throw into this. I just show up and I like talk loudly over the games. That's about all I can provide. But I've been enjoying a lot of the gameplay that we've been seeing so far. We saw all of that earlier from the East side. Also, there was discussion in the chat about what league West is in comparison to the East League. What's more exciting? Actually, East or West in chat right now? It's probably going to be mostly West because you all are only watching the West, admittedly. But I'm curious to know what you all think is more exciting. East or West? We'll see what that is in a bit. But
it looks
hopefully
like we are getting into game, and we won't loading bug, surely.
Loading bug, surely not.
We're on the loading screen.
We got this. 3, 2, 1. You do the like little countdown off of the red light to try to get it to like change, or you clap or something. Okay, well, I guess your computer can't hear me. Well, it can, but
we're on the loading screen. I've had it take this long and actually send us into the game, so I'm not a doubter yet, but
not a doubter yet. Okay,
but it's not looking good.
Bad. These things happen. It's all right. You know, we'll get there. We will get there soon enough. Of course, folks, if you're just joining us, you are listening to the NASL West podcast, where we are getting our teams into match. It's the Sundubu Strikers versus Aesop's Little PogChamps in a bit. Those of you that might be newer, Aesop's Little PogChamps being a team of veteran players coming from the alphas of the game that have been playing this for 2 years. Same goes for Sundubu Strikers. The Sundubu Strikers have actually been a team that's been around for pretty much the entire length of things like the beta and so on and so forth. Have appeared in numerous tournaments time after time with very similar rosters. So you know the synergy is there, and we'll see if they're able to put on a show. Again, the Sundubu Strikers haven't been able to win a match so far, and I pointed out that's kind of because they went against maybe the best 2 teams in the league. Maybe, according to records, at least so far. They lost versus both Bounty Hunters and Best Western. You know, we're seeing what they can do still. And even still, they were able to keep some of those matches pretty close. If you want, Threezy Breezy was streaming himself the match versus Best Western on Thursday. So you can go back and check that out if you'd like to see what's going on there. But yeah, we'll see what happens. It was indeed a loading bug, folks. What word was that, folks? So hopefully we'll be getting into things in a bit, yeah, we'll see where this goes. I'm excited. Show me some Omega Strikers. I want to see the Omega Strikers.
And while we're here, we might as well talk about how has your Omega Strikers experience been through launch so far?
My Omega Strikers experience. Well, the unfortunate part is that I have to play in like gold right now, because I'm not as good as any of you all, and I'm not as good as any of you all because I don't play as much. For me right now, it is as much play better, win more as it is play more, win more. Because I only have like 100 hours cumulatively on the game, at least so far. So you know, but I've been enjoying it so far. I think it is much more fun when you're playing with people you know, right? It's much more fun when you're able to queue up with friends. I mean, that's true for like any game under the sun, but I think it's especially true for this one. Even if you're only duo queuing or something, being able to have like a goalie you know you can rely on, or a forward you know you can rely on, rather than just being able to sit there and be like, why aren't you spreading out more? Why are you sitting in the goal box? And getting all those emotions inside of you like it's a mini League of Legends or something of this sort. But no, it's a lot of fun, even to play at the lower levels. So folks, if you're, you know, newer to the game, try it out. It's free to play on like every platform in existence. So just play the game. It's that simple, really. You just start by playing the game.
Right, but honestly, I think if I was a player, I would prefer Sundubu's... No, actually, no, I would not. Never mind. Sundubu's schedule is just rough all around because you can't even count on like the copium, the absolute like hope that you will beat all of the top teams later on by scaling. You face them all at the start, and it is rough. So, all in all, definitely rough for them.
But if you just take those 2 losses and you go, okay, we know what we need to work on, let's play better in the next few, you like crush all of your other opponents and you end up with like a 3rd place. It's that simple, really, if you're the Sundubu Strikers. I imagine that's about what they're thinking too, as they go on with it. But yeah, Kumi, I would not be rank 1. I can assure you, I would not be rank 1. I'm reacting to this message very late.
It is like there's a stream delay too, so you'll be like
I know
5 minutes late.
I'm very late on this, but there is no universe where I would be rank 1.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not even that good. I'm not even that good in the game that I like normally play or play, I suppose, in air quotes. I'm not even that good there because I just don't play. As it turns out, playing is vital to practicing your skills in anything. And when you don't do that, you're not going to be good. Shocking development, I know. Even if you have the biggest brain in the universe, you need some level of mechanics. And the mechanics is not where that is. K-Bot loves when I'm molding at him not to ping pong the goalie. I'm learning Magic. Thank you. I am slowly playing more and winning more. Thank you. As we go on with that. We're still working on getting into the lobby, folks. Loading bug after loading bug has continued to persist. So we're still working on that. We'll be getting into this one hopefully in a bit. Thank you all for sticking around with us. There's a lot of Omega Strikers today between both the college LAN and obviously like a NASL broadcast day, which means we've got 16 games going back to back to back that last all afternoon. So thank you for sticking on. I'm imagine that there's a decent few of you that have been around since 3 p.m. Eastern or noon Pacific when we started this whole thing and are still with us now, or you've gone back and forth and checked in on things throughout the day. So thank you all for bearing with us and being a part of the community, because honestly, the community is kind of fun. In case you haven't got that vibe yet from the Twitch chat, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I think I saw a little bit of some suspicious copy pasta, but...
Suspicious copy pasta. Oh, dear. Oh, well. We'll look past that. It's fine. It's fine. Truly. At some point, we will be all good. What else can I talk about at this point? Gosh, I don't even know. Do we get to like leak some of the lobby codes we've been using today, Saya, at this point?
There's nothing special. There's nothing special. Like I just randomly type 4 capital letters and that's the lobby code. That has been the lobby code for like...
That's right, chat. You can try to guess the lobby code. No, please don't do that. And also good luck typing in all possible combinations of 4 random letters. Good luck with that. Yeah, we'll be getting this one in a bit. I think we are ditching the spectator mode, folks, and we are now going to be switching over to a player perspective. So we'll be getting that up in just a moment here as we start getting set for our match. Again, soon to be Strikers versus NASL Little Pog Champs. Coming soon, surely. If you pray to the Omega Strikers gods enough, surely the game will come online soon. Surely.
Yeah, it is a little unfortunate. We almost made it through the entirety of NASL without having to use the Discord perspective, but...
So close.
But I fear the world has not been so kind.
These things happen. For reference, folks, I believe we'll be watching Bull JSS's perspective, Schneider's perspective. Not that the individual perspective matters much if you're playing a game of Omega Strikers, because it's top down and you can basically see the whole map, but you still get to see the mechanics perhaps of one of the best MOBA brawler players, and I say that knowing that there are 2 MOBA brawler players on both teams here.
That's a lot of them. And that's like the lobby.
That is actually probably all 2 high-level MOBA brawler players. I kid. I don't actually know everybody's controls off memory because I don't know everyone well enough yet. But we'll get there. We will get there. And in the second match tonight, for my next trick, I'll try actually pronouncing the names of the GOAT Esports players correctly. Because I botched that. I botched that so many times during qualifiers. So we'll get there. We will get there. It's a learning experience for all of us. And we will we'll be there soon, TM. But that's all right.
Yeah, and we should be getting started because we have swapped to the Discord POV again. I hate having this happen. I don't know. As like the person that's running the stream, it feels like I've been defeated. It feels like it's my loss. And that,
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I feel like there's not much you could do other than just keep trying it over and over again, right? I mean, maybe it's like close the client and boot the client back up and then try or something.
Maybe.
But there's like, it's kind of just the definition of insanity is like your only option of keep trying the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, which is difficult to do. And sometimes it does work, admittedly. But you know, oh well.
Oh,
These things happen.
I have a funny stat while we wait.
Sure.
3Z Breezy has the second highest average orbs per game of every forward in NASL West.
3Z, really?
He's a bit of an orb muncher, I think.
Bit of an orb muncher. Second highest. Who's first? Do you have that
Marco.
on him?
Not Marco. Sorry, Mark XO with lots of love.
Mark XO with lots of man.
It is the brawler players, it seems, though.
Yeah, the brawler players. I mean, I guess it makes sense, right? The brawler players want to be on the sides of the map anyway, right? When you think about it. So they want to walk over there. They want to be able to get those orbs. And finally, folks, we are getting into game one draft. Demon Dias is the map for us to start. And the starter awakenings here, we get to see them in the draft stages. Quick Strike and Stinger coming out for these players.
Yeah, and Demon Days with Stinger, this is the most offensive map, and they throw the most offensive awakening with it. It's like there will be death and destruction, and it is inevitable, and everyone is going to pick Stinger, because if they don't, they will lose.
And by the way, you want to talk about the death and destruction, talk about the fact that Gunnar might be able to play on this Zentaro, as it looks like that is what will come through for them. Yeah, that's going to be what's locked in. So with the combination here of that Rasmus and the Zentaro, you still have all your bases covered, right? With enough core control options in addition to a significant amount of damage output, in overall range and presence. Composition looks good, and it's actually going to be basically matched on the other side. The only differences are the goalie picks here.
Yep, and it's as expected, right? You want to pick some combination of offensive forwards, and I'm actually a little surprised that the Rasmus goalie didn't come out from either of them. Geek instead opting for the more standard Kai, Reznok on the Drakkar, like you said. And overall, I think the big difference will be who gets the first KO, who gets the first level lead, who gets the first of anything, really. Because when levels determine how tanky you are, in a game full of Stingers and lots of kills, that lead could snowball fast.
There's the first KO as Gunnar falls off of the map to the hands of Grimella, the opposing Zentaro. Grimella trying to match Gunnar's Zentaro here, which we got to talk about a little bit earlier, but still feels confident enough to go out and play it in this kind of a match. And hey, you might as well when Stinger is one of your options. Now, Schneider down to rather low health, along with Grimella, able to pick up the orb here and try to dash in, just staying alive temporarily. And you see all these players clustered around the center of the map.
Yep, and that center is where the magic happens on this map. The two barriers so close together that you just have to stay in the center. You have to brawl it out for clear access to them, and both of the goalies holding quite well, but a flip comes out from Grimella. It does not work. Even the enhanced primary dash not sending it through two members of Aesop's Little PogChamps, and wow, just a kill on 3Z Breezy. I feel like 3Z spent a lot of time dead so far. The focus so good, so precise from Aesop's Little PogChamps. They're so, I guess, focused, and they coordinate to get the barrier as well. Now trying to pass it up with the barrage, but again, now Grimel's the one that's staggered, and I swear Gunnar and Low JSS have been staggered for basically forever, but they're not going down.
There it is. Now 2 members of either side fly up the map, making this a 2 versus 2. Reznok, the only one with max health, is Schneider's just trying to play core control, trying to find a way in order to get this one to the net, but it doesn't happen before both members come back in off the respawn. Freezy passing back to Reznok, and that one slips through. Schneider able to find the primary to put our first goal on the board.
Oh, it looks like we're having some slight issues, but the feed is still working as far as I can see. Oh, well. It's demon days, okay? So basically, they're brawling it out right now. 2 of them are cracked. I don't know which 2. Probably 3Z, Breezy, and Gunner62. They're cracked. They're trying to fight it out, but 3Z gets KO'd and taken off the map. Now Grimella and Reznok left to defend the barrier, and it's just a little bit of a struggle here because there's just so much damage pressure, and overall, I really think that the coordination difference, the kill pressure, and all of that has just been so much better from the side of Aesop's Little PogChamps, and that's why they're winning the game right now. But okay.
Or maybe they're not. We don't know. Maybe 2 other goals went in for the Sundubu Strikers. We'll get this sorted out, folks. Apologies again for the technical issues, but we are working through them here to try to come on back in this one. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring more gameplay back to you. But rest assured, players' gameplay experience is not being impacted right now. They're still going through, playing the game, and we'll provide updates where we can as it comes on in. We'll see what ends up happening here.
Oh, we're back.
Our feed's coming back online, and we are back again. It was another goal scored by the side of Aesop's Little PogChamps, and now power play opportunity once again, but there's still a goal barrier standing. Reznok still defending this one here for the Sundubu Strikers.
And that's the power of Drakkar goalie. Drakkar put his gun down. He still has it, but it's turned into some kind of magical Estelle copycat because that shotgun goes so far, is so good at defending, but right there, Reznok kind of had a little bit of trouble. Gunner getting in there with the vertical strike, trying to score, interrupted by Reznok's shotgun. Grimella in to help, but that core flip, such a good angle, but no, Reznok with the clear somehow manages to get it around low JSS, and now Geek is under a little bit of pressure, but Gunner and Schneider have been so good at just instantly staggering both of them, and now both of them are staggered once again. 3Z's primary not going to score on Geek, not from that distance, not without hitting him, and now with Reznok robbing the core from Schneider, maybe there's a scoring opportunity for 3Z, but staggered and taken out, and I fear this passing play will be the final goal necessary.
Well done on the passing play there. And one of the things that I want to highlight is sometimes when you're in my rank, your power plays don't often get capitalized on. But that's because you need to find those kinds of passing plays. And how many times did they send it back and forth before someone finally decided to take a shot on the net? It's exactly what you need to do, especially when you're trying to get it around such a strong goalie like Reznok. But now we see our first carousel, and Stagger Swagger is the first pick here coming in for Geek. That'll be huge as we look further into this match.
Yeah, and that Stagger Swagger, not just good for Geek himself, but so good to deny from the members of Sundubu Strikers, as well as a Twin Drive coming out for Gunner. And the damage difference is just being made even more extreme now, because having 2 of those entire dashes, Geek being basically immortal in this game, and of course with the Stinger being an ever-present factor, I really just think that Aesop's Little PogChamps will continue to KO both members of the Sundubu Strikers, both forwards.
And not only, will Geek be probably unkillable, he'll also be faster for like half the time too, because he'll still have decent damage coming his way. As you see another KO already come up here. This is what to expect in some of these Stinger games, folks. And now you see Reznok goes off to JSS. The goal barrier about to fall here. Actually, 3Z Breezy able to keep it alive for now. Sundubu Strikers holding on to this defense, but now both members cracked. There's the Giga Blast that comes through. Gunner's able to secure the goal barrier, and it's still a power play opportunity for Aesop's Little PogChamps. All 3 members will team up in order to put the first goal back in the second set.
Yeah, and if I look correctly, I just feel like that Stagger Swagger take is so important. It just shows how much Geek is committed to this game plan, because of course there were better choices for the Kai. There were so many, like, of course there were better choices in a vacuum, but removing all hope, removing that Stagger Swagger so early just means that Aesop's little PogChamps will permanently have the win condition of killing both of the Sundubu Strikers forwards. And once again, they're doing it right here. But no, Grimella fighting back with 3Z. Both of them are cracked, but now they put damage onto Geek. But maybe that wasn't the right person, because now Geek is moving at hyper speed.
Still going to be looking for this one, but the goal barrier is going to fall nonetheless. Sundubu Strikers still have an opportunity, but they've got one man down. Geek still trying to pass this off of the corner, and meanwhile, Gunnar trying to dash around on the Zentara to stay alive, gets knocked out by 3Z Breezy, and now Geek playing the patience game. Grimella looking for the pass on over to 3Z, but it doesn't connect now. Reznok getting involved, and finally, Sundubu Strikers will find their goal. It took so much for them to be able to come through with that one, but they're finally able to do it.
Yeah, and I guess it is Stinger start. You can still play the damage game, even if you're behind. If you manage to dodge enough of their abilities, land enough abilities of your own, you will still deal that amount of damage, especially with Reznok's Drakkar special on low JSS. But just as I say that, Breezy's taking out Grimella is almost cracked, and that... It's just so hard to play when both of your forwards are taken out, but Reznok takes it into his own hands with that core flip, KOing Gunnar, and now it is a 3v2. They have to make the most of this 3Z, trying to get the barrier, but that missed strike could be everything, because that barrier still stays alive for Geek to play with.
And speaking of Geek playing with that barrier, look at how patient he's being before he decides which angle to clear from. That's not going to matter this time around, though, as it looks like Grimella's still in position to shove it through to the barrier. But with 3Z going down, it's going to be difficult to convert on the goal, especially as Reznok has to play further back to try to defend his own barrier. Now Gunnar cracked. Gets knocked away from 3Z, who tries to take a shot, but it's not successful now. Reznok uses the dash, again trying to keep up the pressure. There's the core flip sent around the stage, and we're still having a difficult time here, finding the connection, finding the pass for the Sundubu Strikers to put this one back. Grimella dashing in, looking to try to just stay alive, and now you use that dodge part of that ability as well, but KOs both sides of the screen. It's a 2v2 once again, as Gunnar tries to get a goal barrier here, looking for the pass as well, but Reznok going to slip back in the cloak and again try to keep this one alive. Now 3v3 once again, as both these other players are going to come back alive. 3Z Breezy now is going to be the one cracked, sent off of the stage immediately, and a power play for the Sundubu Strikers. 3Z, though, gets met with a Giga Blast coming in from Geek, and once again, it's another 2v2 equalize. JSS trying to find the play with this Rasmus, but can't quite seem to find the abilities, and Grimella puts it back off of the dash. Sundubu Strikers take their first lead in a set so far.
What a round, because Gunnar was doing so well. Gunnar got both barriers in basically just one extended combo, one extended pressure sequence. But eventually he was taken out because of all the damage, and eventually Sundubu Strikers brought it all the way back, and now they have the lead 2-1. They just need one goal here, but I don't know. The damage is stacking up. Grimella is cracked, 3Z is low, and despite Gunnar being cracked, the core is on the left side. Reznok has the flip, and maybe Sundubu Strikers have this because they took both barriers.
How low are these health bars? You see a KO finally come through, and now 3Z getting awful close to that edge of the map, but perhaps saved by those sound pulses on the side. Still Gunnar now. Gonna be able to stay alive for just a moment longer, and then we'll get knocked away. Core flip comes out, not able to connect with much of anything, and there's the primary from 3Z Breezy that's able to both knock out Geek and send the goal back to equalize the match.
And 3Z was there. 3Z was being damaged so much too, but recognizing the situation, oh, I need to get this goal, threw the primary out, and Geek getting clipped by it, having to be there, but when you're that close to the goal, and that's the only way to make the save, you're going to get clipped, you're going to die. And now tempo swing coming out for not low JSS, for 3Z, maybe getting a little bit of health back, but right now I think the draft is not as like filled with tons of great options, because that unstoppable, sure, but you're going to get cracked by the Stinger anyway.
Yeah.
So overall, I think the biggest the highest profile pickup is actually the Deadeye from Geek, because we saw him snipe people off the edge with that Giga Blast.
And imagine a Giga Blast that's going to be that much more powerful coming in from Geek here or there, with all these members sitting in the center of the map. And already rather low again. Grimella, unfortunately, that unstoppable doesn't help him, as now he's taken off of the map already. And the power play opportunity is going to get cleared away here by Reznok by the looks of it. Only one barrier down so far, and still keeping up the pressure here. Gunnar dashing around, trying to create some chaos, and will indeed find the knockout onto Threezy. But again, still playing a solid game here is Reznok, having to use all of these dodges just to try to get around Gunnar.
Yep, and with those dodges burned, you see the bars on everyone. Gunnar has a lot of dodges left. He has a lot to play with, and he finally uses one. I think he was greeting for flip a little, but realized that life is a little better than death with no flip. It's like you can't have your cake and eat it too. But
as it turns out, you probably want to stay alive if you want to have an impact on the map.
And Threezy getting a hook from all across the stage, and now he has half. Oh wait, no, I was about to say he has some health to work with, but there he goes. The power of the Stinger and the Giga Blast taking him out. And now Geek is pushing up. He has to flip. He can afford to do so, but as his health bar dwindles, he is forced to retreat as another KO on Threezy Breezy. Now Gunnar and LowJS is trying to set up a passing play, but Grimella interrupting most of it. No, one barrier traded for one barrier, but that's worth it if you're Aesop's little PogChamps, because all you need is one strike, and both Gunnar and LowJS has missed, but they'll have plenty of opportunities with an open goal and Geek in the back ready to pass it to them. LowJS has right there a flip from Gunnar, and that is the first goal of this third set.
Core flip out finally, and it secures it here for Aesop's little PogChamps. But fantastically played, really, by the forward duo, who was still able to keep it out of the net for a long while, even with Reznok down, who's been able to hold down this goal barrier for quite some time. There's the dash coming out of Grimella, and the Zentaro comes up with another KO once again. And again, folks, I mean, welcome to Stinger First Awakening. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and that's what these players are putting up with now, as you see them constantly fly off of the screen. But potential opportunity here for the Sundubu Strikers. They've got rather large health bars now, but a nice pullback in, and another follow-up from Gunnar means that it's open nets on both sides. Core flip out, denied, doesn't come up with any value now, and Geek's gonna play the patient game again. Finds Gunnar, looking to try to put this one back to the red side of the pitch, but no, Threezy going to interrupt it. Now the strike war won by Gunnar, sent away again by Reznok, and the goalies now continuing to keep things up and keep this core out of the net. There's the primary coming out of the Shiner, but it doesn't connect now. The double KO, though, comes through from Gunnar, and finally, the core will go back. Aesop's little PogChamps looking to come roaring back in this set.
This game really is on like a razor's edge, because individual abilities matter so much. If you miss one, if you land one, it can lead to one team dying before the other. And when you're in those like 3v1, even the 2v3 scenarios, the amount like top players can push those leads is so crazy because of those coordinated passing plays, those angles that you can use when you're at a numbers advantage. You can abuse that numbers advantage. And right here, it is 3v2, and LowJSS and Gunnar get two strikes, get a flip, and Gunnar is there for the second strike.
Well done patience there by Gunnar to be in the right place in the right time, able to be there as that core comes through, and still able to win the strike war versus two of them in some cases. Reznok just trying to clear that away, but again, if you're able to find those connections to one another, you'll be able to put these goals back. And now Aesop's little PogChamps looking to take their third set here as we head now to this carousel. A heavy impact comes in for Gunnar. That'll be huge and send even more people flying off of them.
Well, I think there's one thing that most players are flocking to, and it's that adrenaline rush. Half of the draft opting for it, and in a world where KOs are extremely frequent, if you have that extra speed, if you have the cooldown reduction on the KO, you can be chaining KOs, you can be chaining goals, you can be chaining barriers, and just be so favored if you have it and the opponent does it. So both were kind of peer pressured into taking it.
That's fair enough. I mean, you have to imagine, with as frequent as these have been so far, it'll be useful. But it's the two members of Aesop's Little PogChamps that have the lowest health bars now. I say that as 3Z Breezy's the one that gets sent off of the map first. Raznok tries to keep this out with the strike shot coming through on the other side of the pitch, but still, Gunnar and Schneider are bullying the Sundubu strikers back. Geek is looking to try to get involved here, but is going to give away one of those goal barriers. Now the double KO comes through. The pullback as Schneider is able to take care of that first goal barrier, but now Reznok's going to come back alive. 3Z Breezy trying to stay this alive, trying to keep Schneider away for the time being, and the other goal barrier will fall here as well. Grimella tries to keep up the pressure here, but it's 3Z Breezy trying to go in on that top side. Primary doesn't quite connect. Reznok keeps it alive, but no, now it's Grimella that's sent off of the map. Schneider now might have an opportunity and wins the strike war to send it back.
Yep, and you saw that speed. You saw the cooldowns that were given by that adrenaline rush, and it just turns one small opening, a KO. Those precise passing plays we saw earlier, those are gone now. You get the adrenaline rush, and you truly just run at them. It's just such a big advantage here, especially with the Stinger and this map. It is just the perfect storm for a KO-filled game. And right now, Geek just holding the core there, knowing that his team is currently winning the Brawler War, and helps out a little with his abilities as well. The KO's coming through. The Adrenaline Rush procced for low JSS, but Gunnar getting killed, and now 3Z Breezy has the Adrenaline Rush and has the ability to get the barrier. Will he get a pass? Because if he gets a pass, no, Grimella and Reznok, the communication was not there.
Oh, no. You hate to see that if you're Reznok and Grimella, but I do want to say that Schneider had a pretty fancy play there with a handful of those hooks to even get core control in the first place. And so I imagine while the shot might have been a little weak, the fact that Schneider had control of the core at all there was rather surprising for them. The other thing I'll say is that it feels like 3Z Breezy is the one playing more forward for the side of the Sundubu Strikers. Meanwhile, Gunner's the one playing more forward in the goal line for Aesop's Little PogChamps. What did you think that's playing at all into this difference?
I think in general, I think it's a more flexible position for Aesop's Little PogChamps because they're really just like moving around the map. I think both teams are doing this. They're kind of mini rotating based on how low they are and how many cooldowns they have. Because you kind of have to do that on a map like this where cooldowns just drain your opponent's health, and if you don't have them, your health will be gone soon. So right now, I think it's just whoever has stuff at the moment just walks up and uses the stuff, because right now, Gunnar and OJSS just trying to KO 3Z and get another adrenaline proc.
Reznok still playing so well in order to keep things away. Gunnar looking to pass forward over to Schneider. Now 3Z Breezy is the one stacked, but you see the lock and load of Reznok on that shotgun, able to continue setting it back, but Schneider once again in position. And Aesop's Little PogChamps will take the first stage in their match tonight.
I don't think the second one will match this one because you cannot match Demon Days Stinger with Adrenaline Rush.
Well. Oh. What are those numbers, by the way? 27, 6, so that's 33 KOs for Aesop's Little PogChamps to the 15 of Sundubu Strikers. I mean, there's the story of the game right there for Demon Days. With Stinger. Comes down to the KOs, as it turns out. One team had double the KOs, they ended up winning the stage.
Yep.
Whew.
And we'll...
That was a game of Omega Strikers of all time. That's what I...
Yeah.
Oh. Although strap in, folks, who knows? Maybe we get Stinger again on the Starter Awakenings. Always a possibility.
Yep.
I've seen crazier things happen.
I'm just wondering what the next that match was. I don't know.
I don't know what other analytical things to say, and I'm sure all of the players are just laughing at how goofy that was. And yep, that was a match that we had to play. on a competitive setting with money on the line, with everyone just flying off of the stage every rally, like 2 or 3 times a point. Wow.
I'd also like to point out, Reznok had exactly one more redirect than Geek. Reznok won the battle, but Aesop's little Poggems won the war.
Oh, man. Yeah. The funny thing too is Geek had 200 redirects, Reznok has 201 redirects. That's...
He's had to one-up him, and both goalies were definitely having an interesting game while their forwards were flying across the map.
Yeah.
Geek definitely assisting quite a ton, Reznok as well with the burn damage on the special, but I think Geek had more participation for sure with those Giga Blasts.
With the Giga Blast, I mean, you see it in the KO numbers, right? 6 KOs for Geek versus the 3 out of Reznok, but even still, right? The other thing too, I mean, maybe on a different stage where we're able to get different starter awakenings, I imagined a little bit more of a forward presence, right, that we were seeing from both goalies will be beneficial. You saw Reznok occasionally have that with the lock and load shotgun, that empowered distance with the strike shot comes to play as well, and perhaps picking up another awakening. All of a sudden, your shotgun covers like half of the stage, all the way out to the midfield line, and you're able to play a little bit more and keep up the pressure that much more consistently with some of your forwards. It's one of the things that I saw earlier today with some of the Tubu goalie as well, right? This more that you can try to keep that core out in front and be that almost third forward, or less of a goalie, but more of someone that can help keep the pressure up. I think it plays to your advantage sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the original reason why Dubu isn't very favored, because he doesn't really help as much. That's why people have switched to the playstyle. Well, use the strike shot and use the speed. It depends on what you want to do, but the reason why Dubu is played so offensively, so up front, is because you're trying to get some of that midfield presence that he doesn't have otherwise.
Yeah. Which is probably difficult to do unless you happen to have your cooldowns online, right, with the log or the Tofu Fortress or something of the sort. But nonetheless, yeah, I mean, again, folks, what a game of all time. We'll be heading into our second game now. Oni Village with much less interesting, or game-altering, I should say, first awakenings here.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of like the polar opposite, right? Because before it was KO land, and this has the potential to just be core control land. Oni Village is a wide open map, a lot of speed. KOs generally happen through catching people on the edge, not by chasing them down with Stinger and burning them. It's a much more spontaneous, I guess, game.
So the X and the Rune both taken away on that bans list. The Dakar still locked in for Reznok on the goalie side. And then a forward mirror match once again, Juliet Era both coming through. We were talking a little bit about this earlier today. And obviously both JSS, 3Z Breezy, known for playing this Juliet, and they'll have Grimella and Gunnar to support. May I remind you, look out for how often Gunnar is going to be able to find those assists and those passes off to Schneider as they try to put some of these back.
Yep, and also 3Z Breezy immediately catching Gunnar on the edge. That is where the majority of KOs, if not every single KO, will happen. Instead of damage, it's someone sitting on the speed lane and getting Julie dash punched, or air tornadoed, or Giga Blasted, your choice. But right now, it's one barrier to one barrier, and it's like the game hasn't even started yet, because usually the goalies just lock down one barrier for as long as they can, because locking down 2 barriers is basically impossible, and sometimes they'll bounce off one onto the other, which is definitely not what you want.
And to that end too, you know, you talk about 3Z able to find the KO right off the bat. Well, they actually played this map versus Best Western on Thursday. So they've got a little bit of experience on this one, and they might have gone back, watched those games back, tried to find some things that they could have improved on individually, and are now looking to bring this basic mirror matchup, because that was a mirror matchup as well. I think something similar with Juliet Era for the forwards at bare minimum. And now they're looking to play this one here as well. But it's both goal barriers down right now for Sundubu Strikers, and a very nice core flip comes out of Geek to the top corner, putting the first strike on the board.
Yeah, Geek saying I'll do it myself, and Reznok can't cover the entire goal, of course, for a very understandable first goal as both eras jockey for position at the top, but it ends up falling to the bottom as Reznok moves there. It's so funny because both the goalies are just moving up and down simultaneously. When you look at both sides of the screen, they're just so protective of the barrier. Now Geek will stay at the bottom because that one's gone, but low JSS gets passed to by Reznok, it seems, and now it is even, but honestly, not the worst thing in the world. Reznok still has a barrier left, and overall, I think this game will take quite a while because the only way to force a goal is a dash punch or a Julie pressing buttons right in front of the barrier, pretty much. And if the goalies really just stay in their positions, and well, of course, there's always the chance that shots make it past them, but in general, the barriers will stay up unless a Julie or an air tornado forces it to go down.
And to that end, it's not like the Julie has cooldowns up all of the time or something of the sort, especially within the first set. And so that'll be something else to watch out for. The other thing to watch out for, overtime. When that core starts going a little faster and starts to find these lanes, but never mind overtime in those lanes, because that's exactly what you were talking about. 3Z Breezy finds the dash to the top corner there, securing the equalizer.
Yup, and this is definitely also a passer's map. We'll have to take a look at how they pass, but right now the strike shot from Reznok dribbles it down, and Dreezy and Grimella are trying to get open, but Dreezy saying I'll do it myself, self passes to the top, dash punches it, and has a flip ready to maybe take down this barrier after. No, just goes for a special into punch instead, and now Grimella being pushed back by the tornado. Gunner sneaking a shot in under the shotgun of Reznok. Breezy getting the dash punch into the flip for the KO, and now Grimella and 3Z will be able to pass to their heart's content, but no, low JSS once again interrupts with the dash punch. The punch knocks him back, but still has a strike, and now Grimella giving it to 3Z, but since that punch was used, can't really dash punch. That punch is there, and overall, it's just right now, both teams need to find a moment where they all have their cooldowns and spend them on the barrier, because right now that they're desperately trying it, but the goalies are just too good.
And look, while you say that, look at how much time JSS was able to kill with those cooldowns that he did use. He was able to buy enough time for Gunner to come back online, but now finally goal barrier falls here. 3Z Breezy starting to challenge Geek, but no, this one continues to get sent back down to that south fast lane as that core continues to just bounce back and forth across the map. Now it's Schneider's turn to try to keep it up, but without much speed here in the Juliet, he's only going to have such a limited pressure. Now we see core flips exchanged out of JSS and Grimella, but Gunner's going to be able to stop it at the midfield line. Finally falls back. 3Z Breeze and Grimella not quite in position, and there's the KO. Finally comes through. Power play opportunity. Reznok over to Grimella, looks for 3Z, but that one's denied first. Now looking for the connection onto the goal, but Geek's able to have the patience to send it back and able to hold on for now as JSS has just come back online. Grimella might be looking for this one. Dash punch the goalie back as now 3Z is going to be looking for the shot, and there it is. Finally goes back. And in a completely different game state to what we saw this one compared to the last one, the KOs are still important and those power plays still matter, Sia.
Yeah, especially with the Juliets on both sides, with the eras, debuffing them, powering them up. Oh, and this time more goalie warfare as Reznok is taken out by a dash punch near the edge, and those are the critical KOs right there. Just like when you dash punch a goalie near the goal and maybe you don't get the goal, but you get the goalie and it's an inevitable goal afterwards. Catching a goalie sleeping near the side, trying to defend that shorter side of the barrier on this map happens so much, and Reznok paying the price there, but managing to defend along with Grimella, but Gunner still has the pass, and Reznok, low JSS was just on top of him, and that presence just let it be the freest strike war ever, because if you let it go past you, it's a goal, and if you strike, JSS is right there. Schneider's sitting on top of you.
I mean, what are you going to do if you're Reznok in that position, right? Like, try to shove the Julie away? She's just going to walk right back up with her Fiery Flurry already still online. Like, there's not much you can do there if you're Reznok, especially with the open net. So, hats off there. But now it's Breezy's turn, who's going on a 4 KO streak, uninterrupted for now. Grimella looking for the passing play, but the Cyclones both coming out of each era. And that'll cause a little bit of havoc for now, but now Reznok gets a little involved, tries to save the upper barrier, but it'll fall nonetheless. Decent price to pay, though, for another barrier goes down, and that's exactly why Breezy finds the dash punch with the core and the goalie both, and that'll be a set on the board for the Sundubu Strikers.
And Breezy's been on vacation for quite a bit. Like, was on vacation for the first part of the game's launch, was gone for a while, and I don't know, my doubts are cleared at this point. He is in the right spot at the right time. The dash punch flip combo, we saw it twice. So emphatic, such a difference maker. And right here, the prime time falling to Geek, however, I don't know, like, of course, as 3Z, you want that size. That is the Julie pick right there. But it kind of feels bad that Geek is getting the prime time despite losing.
Yeah, I mean, that's valid, but I don't know. I mean, you have to imagine you like the size, you like being able to hit more things with your abilities, and maybe that's exactly why is now a surprise shot's able to take care of both goal barriers. Oni Village moment here, and perhaps an opportunity for the Sundubu Strikers once more. There is a dodge force out of Schneider, and now 3Z trying to dribble to himself off the top fast lane. Isn't going to be able to quite be in position to send that one back, and now doesn't have the cooldowns up to really find a potential scoring opportunity. Schneider trying to bully 3Z right back, but it doesn't happen this time around. Very nice cloak coming out of Reznok, though. Saves that one out of the net as both nets are open. Grimella now looking to try to find the pass and the shovel off to 3Z, but doesn't connect for now. And again, 3Z still bullied out of the goal line. There it is, finally goes through, as that one's going to get credited to 3Z. Eventually, if you just send the Julie forward enough times, the core is bound to find the net.
Yeah, and I was honestly amazed. Grimella was getting 3Z so many touches. Like, it almost felt like the side of Aesop's little PogChamps was passing to Grimella with how on point they were with their positioning. And, you know, when you give it to 3Z enough times, eventually he will score. But right now, we're kind of getting the display of core control on the other end. Aesop's little PogChamps getting the core to low JSS with the Julie special, but no, it did not work out that time.
The other thing that's so critical is reading the bounces off of the goal barriers, right? If you're able to hit it on the top side, it'll get sent right back towards you instead of on that diagonal, and being able to capitalize off of that will be huge. Now Geek starts to get involved. You'll notice Geek moving forward has core flip at his disposal. Won't find the opportunity to use that, as now will be forced to come on back for the goal barriers. JSS also trying to get into position, defending this goal barrier. Core flip used for the dodge, dodging that punch coming out of 3Z Breezy. And now we're back to about even here. Grimella close to core flip, as well as Schneider will be looking for this one. 3Z going to use that Fiery Flurry, but again, they're not able to find this last one. And now finally, the Cyclone comes through. The Maelstrom out of Gunner, will be the thing to put that one back. And that Cyclone's starting to get pretty large as well.
Yeah, and although usually it's like, no, forget that. Gunner just find the right place, find the right time. But right now, Grimella and 3Z, once again, I feel like a broken record. When I talk, it's Grimella, 3Z. When you talk, it's Gunner and Schneider. But right now, they're connecting. The passes are there, and 3Z is walking towards the core, but Gunner does the error thing. Error a little overtuned in just pressing the primary on the opponent and making them not play the game as well for quite a bit.
I mean, look at how small Schneider was. You think that little bitty Juliet's going to be able to do much of anything? Not quite, but a larger Juliet will. It'll find the goal barrier here, and now Grimella going to use the core flip on the edge of its effective range. Doesn't able to find the goal, and now 3Z Breezy has the opportunity here. Fire Flurry comes out, but still, Gunner and Geek are both back. The discipline to stay strong and be able to strike that core out is huge. And now it has disrupted the momentum from Grimella and 3Z Breezy. And now possession's gone back over to Aesop's little PogChamps. Reznok trying to send it back, but no, we're in overtime. That core's flying all over the map, and Gunnar still rather low. Speed boost comes out here as we're starting to see more shots go towards the net, but even still, goalies are able to find the saves. But now KO comes through. JSS starts to move forward. Gunnar looking for the pass as well as the Maelstrom comes out, but able to dodge around that for now as the core wasn't quite timed in position. JSS trying to shove it up through the corner, but it's going to be Gunnar that's able to find the goal there. Aesop's little PogChamps now looking to take the second set. Saya, I feel like we were on set 4. By this time in terms of gameplay on the last one. These teams now having to play more disciplined and looking for all of these saves.
Yeah, definitely. And earlier today, we had a very quick Oni Village match. I believe it was like 11 minutes, but to those unaware, this is what Oni Village usually looks like. It is a defensive paradise as the core moves at fast speeds, but the barriers are just so easy to defend for the goalies, and it's all about that midfield control, about how many opportunities you can get, about how many tools you can force out from the goalies so that you can get those almost guaranteed or maybe even not very guaranteed hits on the barrier. And right now, Low JSS and Gunnar have the player advantage. Dreezy is down, so they can play without fear near the edges. They can pass without an additional interrupting member from Sundubu Strikers, but so far they haven't really found that much success. That barrier still stands.
And look, as you mentioned, talking about this being a defensive paradise, really all you need is one goal barrier around, right? It's such a small area that you're going to be able to be effective in terms of being able to find those defenses. It's a lot easier to defend the little parallelogram on one of the corners of the map as it is the empty net, or for that matter, both of them. But finally, it'll get forced by the dash coming out of 3Z Breezy. Core flip used by Grimella won't connect now, and 3Z Breezy will let one by. There's the primary, Bewitching Beam trying to come out here. Core flips exchanged out of both members there in front of the blue goal box, but it's not going to come up in a goal for now. Grimella now over to 3Z Breezy. There's the dash that comes through, stuffs it back, and we're heading to a 5th goal here in set 2.
Yep, and wow, I thought it was all over. The control was firmly in the hands of Aesop's little PogChamps. I thought it was going to be a 1-1 game in terms of sets, but Sundubu Strikers have a lot of fight left, and I think the win condition here is Low JSS getting both barriers with the flip right there, and if they can score, but an Error Tornado takes him out, and now Grimella and 3Z are here to play, dash punching the barrier, and if Grimella can get a pass to 3Z, this should be curtains. This should be it. Grimella dribbling to 3Z, the special, not enough, and now Grimella trying to get some strikes back, but Low JSS has returned, and it becomes that much harder with an additional player in the mix.
I mean, beautiful play there as well from Gunnar to basically box out 3Z Breezy and make sure that he couldn't get the core. But now 3Z Breezy just looking to dribble here, buy a little bit of time. You see the strike shot here used by Reznok, again continuing to buy time. They like their chances when they have all members online as opposed to going in right on away. JSS uses the Fiery Flurry, not able to come up with much for now. Strike shot comes out of Reznok here, trying to send this one back though. Gunnar still trying to keep things up. The dodge forced out of Reznok here, and there's 3Z Breezy using that special on the defensive side now in order to keep the core out. There you see another special comes out of Reznok, lands on a Gunnar, but it doesn't stick around for much longer. Punch doesn't connect with the goal now, it's the opportunity for Aesop's little PogChamps. No, I spoke perhaps a little bit too soon. Okay, Gunnar trying to find the dribble here, trying to find the connection to Schneider, but there's still enough members in the way, and the connection isn't quite crystal clear. Core flip used by Gunnar though, and there it is, top corner. Aesop's little PogChamps tie it up in sets.
I'm getting deja vu. That was like Geek's core flip earlier, earlier in this very same match to score, but I was just like taken aback by the pair of KOs that happened. Low JSS KO'd Grimella off the edge, and immediately 3Z got him because after you finish the dash punch, you're sitting right there. So really good awareness by 3Z to trade that out and turn what would be an otherwise unfavorable situation into a winnable one. But as I say that, it's still a draft advantage, still round 1 by Aesop's little PogChamps. The stinger for Reznok. I don't know. Well, like, is Reznok going to be able to put that much damage down? Will it matter? I guess it's a huge difference if you could land that special, but yeah.
you have to imagine it's probably a deny, right? You probably don't want either of the Julies to pick it up. And Reznok was first in the draft for the Sundubu Strikers. Also the deny of Super Surge here. It'll be decent on the era, but of course, either Juliet also probably would have wanted that Super Surge. So it seems like the denials of those awakenings on that carousel was much more important all around. But now, goal barriers already falling both sides. That one falls through and hits both at once. JSS now looking to keep up the pressure. Grimella tries to keep it up as well, but no. Reznok able to find these clears on out to his teammates. And Freezy Breezy looks for the KO onto JSS. Doesn't connect now. And we're still seeing this one as all of these teams are exchanging their abilities, exchange their cooldowns on the midfield line. I say that now. JSS in position, looking to try to shove one back. There's the punch. That's Reznok to the back of the net. The core is still out though. And Grimella is able to send this one away. Beautiful time killer there, right between Schneider and Gunner, but it doesn't matter. JSS knows where the objective is. It's to get that core back.
Yup, and that's the Julie scoring potential right there. Even if you don't get like the perfect combo, it's still some combination of abilities to get it past them is enough. And now, I think in general, the problem that the Sundubu Strikers face is that midfield control when both members of Aesop's Little PogChamps are alive, because their passing lines are being cut off by Gunner. But an interest, like that strike from Grimella was crazy because Gunner was blocking the passing of the 3Z, thinking that the habitual pass would happen again, but Grimella just sent it up and got the barrier off of it.
Well done there, and you start to break down where some of these mind games come in from, right? It's all about trying to predict what your opponents are going to do, but now goal barrier falls. Potential opportunity here as possessions on the hands of the PogChamps, but that core is going to go right on in front of them right fast. And it'll get clearly sent away by Reznok. Now 3Z trying to dribble it off of the goal gate. Will be successful in doing so. JSS tries to shove it back to the corner. Now Gunner looking for this one. Dash comes through, but it doesn't connect with the core. 3Z now down to Grimella, looking to pass back right back to him, but no. Gunner in position once again. Bewitching Beam comes out here, and we're back to overtime. Core's going to start speeding up even faster and make it that much more difficult, especially with nets wide open. Maelstrom comes out. 3Z Breezy, though, finds the KO onto Gunner, and the pass is going to be made that much easier. 3Z can't quite see to find the angle. That one gets denied by the corner. Grimella and 3Z both in position, and that one will finally go through.
And that is what they wanted. That is the end result they are searching for. But it's all about getting there enough times to win the game, because 3Z and Grimella are not against random solo queue opponents. They're not against the diamonds of the world. They are against one of the top NASL teams, a league with the best players in the world, not just North America, but some of the best that exist for Omega Strikers. You're against three former tippy top players that are still very much up there, and now 3Z and Grimella are trying to continue their reign over West. They used to do it with Gumi. Gumi has left them for a different team. Can they do it here? Wait, no. I'm completely wrong. They did not do it with Gumi. I was confusing the lore from the other game, the Killiest and BH game. Oh no, I can't be doing this.
Oh no.
It's over.
No. It's over. Anyways. Open nets, both sides, by the way, and both these teams actually making the goal barriers look easier than finding the core into the net. You see these teams fighting for possession, trying to have the opportunity to look for some of those passing plays, but again, it's constantly denied, and there's players always in the right position to deny some of those passes when those passes come up, but there's the fiery flurry, and your shotgun won't be able to defend against multiple repeated kicks out of the Juliet. It's the PogChamps that'll go up 2-1 in the second.
Yep, and now as the video footage looks a little bit like a bit of a painting, Reznok and Grimella combined to defend that sole barrier left, but that one barrier just went missing. I didn't know the bottom right barrier, vanished like that, and now Grimella and 3Z using so many abilities to defend. That means low JSS has them, but Reznok with the core flip pulls it from the brink of destruction. The barrier still stays standing, and now 3Z is lurking, but Geek just sends it around him, and now Grimella back passing to Reznok to 3Z, but the barrage from Geek once again, and that prime time that Geek got in the first round despite losing is such a defensive presence, because being able to barrage twice just lets you do so much more with that Kai. You're basically an iron wall, and now Geek with the flip, playing a bit more aggressively, trying to catch a pass from Gunner. Grimella is there, but the flip used, and the strike manages to block it. And now Reznok and Grimella are trying, but Lil JSS gets the KO, traded back by Threezy, but Threezy's in the goal, and Juliet goalie is a little vulnerable, so Geek and Gunner just need one good pass right there, and no cooldowns left. Threezy unable to reach it.
Again, what a series of crazy events. It turns out when you KO the goalie, you're going to make it a little easier to secure those goals, but even still, some of the things that were used there, like JSS burning the core flip in order to secure the goal barrier, also having the patience to wait out the Maelstrom as it passes through, causes some destruction, and then has the timing on the strike to send it right behind it in order to find that goal barrier. And then of course you see the goal come through the second that KO happens, and it still feels like it's heavily KO focused, and that might actually help out here, especially with that first picked extra special coming to the hands of Gunner. That Maelstrom is going to need to be dodged even more by some of these players, and you can see it coming from a while away, but even still, some of these players get stuck by it sometimes.
Yep, and I don't know, it's just something about the Air Tornado that makes you forget it, makes you look at it, be like, oh, I need to avoid that trajectory, and then it doesn't happen. But Lil JSS went for a bit of a fancy play there, went for the dash into another one, just trying to get both barriers at once. But right now, Reznok trying to get the fancy angle around, ends up taking his own barrier, but it would have gone down otherwise. So now it is just Threezy with the flip, trying to make something happen here, has the flip, waits everything out, but Geek covers the entire goal with the barrage, and now, well, as the respawns come in, it should be much better for the side of Sundubu Strikers. They should have much more of a fighting chance, but Lil JSS putting on so much damage to Threezy, and even though Oni Village is a map where it's just core control unless someone's near the edge, if you crack someone, they're still going down.
Very much so. Other thing I want to comment on that power play was how far Reznok was trying to keep the core away, but now another core flip finds the bottom corner, and that shotgun doesn't connect with it in time. Gunner able to put another one back, and it feels like a lot of the time it's just these core flips that are used. I mean, that's been 3 goals now secured by the Aesop's little PogChamps, using those core flips in order to find some of those goals. It's that much more difficult for Reznok to send this thing away when it's going that fast, especially perhaps in overtime. And, you know, we'll see what happens here as now players flying off of the screen. It's a 2v2 now. Threezy Breezy and Grimella, the forward duo, looking to get something done as Threezy Breezy trying to dribble it up off the top. Geek is still in position, and now Grimella trying to keep possession here away from Schneider. Very nice. Used the strike shot to send that one away and out of possession of Threezy Breezy. Uses the special. Doesn't connect with anything, but the core was still falling dead in that top corner. Finally, it gets sent on back to the red side of the pitch, and still these teams have 1 goal barrier up a piece, and they're probably going to need to look for another KO, but you mentioned just how difficult that is on those.
Yeah, and overall it's all about core control, but again, if they find that crucial KO, the entire game opens up. But what I want to talk about is the core flips. We've seen 3 core flip goals from the side of Aesop's little PogChamps, but it's like almost none from Sundubu Strikers, and that I think is because of how they're using the core flips and how they're defending against the core flips. Because when you see Aesop's little PogChamps, they see the angle, they flip an insta-strike. No time to get in position to block off the goal. But Sundubu Strikers, their flips have generally been blocked because of how long they wait and where they use them. They usually use them in traffic. They wait to try and mix up the timing, but by the time that happens, the Kai just barrages up. The players move into position, and I think that is why their core flips have been so much less effective than the side of Aesop's little PogChamps.
Beautiful point. And meanwhile, power play comes through off the hands of Gunner's Maelstrom, that extra special buffed Maelstrom, and now it's going to catch Grimella, who's on very low stagger. JSS looks for the connection, but no, doesn't come through. All the same, Aesop's little PogChamps, they don't find the goal barrier. Grimella still low, now is finally going to get knocked off the screen. Reznok burns the core flip, sends it back on away, but 2 core flips online right now, and Gunner's going to be able to squeak that one right on by. Theoretically, you were talking about this a moment ago. Theoretically, you can probably try to get yourself into position, but when it comes that much faster at you in overtime with that empowered strike, it's going to be that much more difficult. Now we're on match point for Aesop's Little PogChamps.
Yup, and right away they get the barrier. They stack up their abilities, they stack their strikes, and overwhelm Reznok. The barrier is traded out, and now 3Z might be trying to do the same thing, but Gunner crucially strikes it out of the Juliet special, and now Lil JSS and Gunner trying to find a passing line, trying to keep it away from 3Z because 3Z has the abilities, 3Z has the strikes, but no, the core flip to get out of that situation for Geek, and now Lil JSS trying to get strike war wins over Grimella. The strike shot out there defensively, and that KO on Grimella might be everything. The midfielder down, the era gone, the speed buff away, and the debuff for Gunner. And Lil JSS just tried to end it all there with that strike war. It didn't win, but it would have been the end of the game. And now Gunner lurking, chasing. Geek KO'd, and Sundubu Strikers turn it all the way around with the perfect timing goal on the goal barrier opening.
Geek getting a little greedy, trying to work with his forwards to force the goal back, the winning goal. But all the meanwhile, starts to get out of position, starts to get places where 3Z Breezy can capitalize on that. And very quickly, even though they had all that control off of the power play, it's immediately burned away. And now, the first goal barrier already falling for the side of the Sundubu Strikers. There's the Maelstrom comes out, energy burst used, trying to knock out 3Z Breezy. There's the dash punch, and that'll finally do the trick. But of course, it's only a KO in trades. Is now it's Geek and JSS looking to try to get at least one bullet barrier. They will. And Reznok forced to retreat back onto the top side of the map. Both on up now, and the Maelstrom comes through, almost takes Reznok out, but he'll stay alive for now. Core flip used, gets it clear of JSS. That Juliet staring you down, having one idea of where the core is going. But a beautiful use of the core flip there on the defensive side. Now JSS intercepts the pass. Looking to try to keep this one up here. One goal barrier again online for both these teams, and still it only takes one goal now for Aesop's Little PogChamps in order to take the match 2-0 over the Sundubu Strikers, who are still looking for their first game win in NASL West. You see the pass, Grimella on over to 3Z Breezy, doesn't connect with the goal barrier now, and still though, possession going to be kept here for the Sundubu Strikers, and finally the goal barrier will fall. 3Z Breezy has core flip in position, uses it, and that one will go right through the barrage, equalizing this set, and the Sundubu Strikers still have got a chance.
Yep, and this game, although Aesop's Little PogChamps are firmly in the lead, it has been back and forth all the way through. It's all about who gets that advantage, who gets the barriers early and presses the advantage. It's all about the core control, if the Eras can stay alive, if the Eras can be there, and that dash punch by 3Z might be the difference maker, as both barriers are still alive for Sundubu, but the top one goes down. The tornado damages Reznok, not by much, thankfully. It could have been much worse, and Lil JSS fails to KO on 3Z Breezy. So now Gunner and Lil JSS must control the core here, or else Geek will be under a lot of pressure as that passing line comes down, but the Giga Blast is everything. Without that Giga Blast, Geek would have been under so much pressure, forced to burn the flip, forced to do so much, but saves that one without the flip as well, has so many resources to work with now, flips, but 3Z gets the strike, and that the possession continues for Grimella. 3Z's there, and that barrage is not in time. 3Z finds the angle, and the sets are even.
We're going to a set 5, folks. If you're a Sundubu Strikers fan, you are out of your minds right now, because they were able to claw that set on back, and they'll be looking to take this final set as we head to our final carousel. The aerials here comes in for Reznok, adding that little bit of extra range. Might actually be a significant difference, I think. But what Castellast as well for the era. So many good things coming to both teams here.
Yeah, and I think the most interesting part of the draft is the Unstoppable, but the most important part is the Castellast on Gunner 62. That debuff and this, like, the debuff will be everything. If you can take one of their members out of the equation, you are basically completely shutting down their offense. The slow, the size change, forcing the strike war losses pretty much, getting them out of position is so valuable when it lasts so long thanks to the Castellast, and combined with the NATO's pressure, I feel like 3Z will have to work so much harder to get into position.
Folks, we've had two very different games between these two teams. The first one, a complete KO spree as players were flying off the map nearly every 10 seconds. But now, much more calm, relaxed, all about core control, finding those passes and trying to find those interceptions, which don't connect that time around. Now you see core flip burned by JSS just to knock a few of the members back, and it's Geek that'll get credited with that goal. Playing a little more forward on that Kai, and Aesop's little PogChamp's gonna go up first in the set.
And that was a little desperate from low JSS, but it ended up working. The hit stun, freezing them in place, pushing them back, pushing them away from the core's trajectory. And I think the biggest difference maker in that last round was Reznok was kind of out of position for that last barrier, defending the top side instead of the bottom, and they snuck it down. And they're going to do it again here. They did it 2 times in a row, and now the Sundubu Strikers must defend for their lives as low JSS runs for his life, manages to dodge the dash from 3Z and regens back. And now low JSS and Gunner are in prime position to score, but no, they miss the goal barely. Low JSS dash punch, no, Reznok gets the flip, but if they return, he doesn't have the flip left. Low JSS Grumella winning the strike war against him. Reznok trying to clear. Low JSS almost interrupts it again, but no, 3Z Breezy manages to clear once again, but Low JSS has the cooldowns. You have to be scared. Reznok clears properly, clears very well, in fact, avoiding the Giga Blast and the dash punch, and 3Z gets the KO, turning everything around. Aesop's little PogChamps had to use the opportunity, but were unable to do so. Reznok with the defensive clinic, and now a pass to Grumella, a pass to 3Z. No, a missed strike might be everything again as it goes back to low JSS. Everyone has respawned, and Gunner has to flip, waste it, and now the advantage is back to the Sundubu Strikers as Grumella sends it to 3Z. Almost gets the punch, but no, it comes back around to low JSS, and this is just Oni Village mayhem as 3Z bounces it up, bounces it down after the barrage.
Oh my goodness, what an exchange all around. So many things that if they're 1 more pixel to the left or 3 more pixels to the right, they completely change and a goal finds the barrier. May I remind you that Aesop's little PogChamps took both goal barriers on that last point very quickly and early on, and they already get 1 on this 3rd point in the set as well. Maelstrom comes out, splits the map in half here. As now it's looking the other way. 3Z Breezy able to find a KO with the Juliet special. Will they be able to capitalize on the power play though? JSS says no. Has the core flip at the ready here as well. Going to be looking for the goal barrier, but the Giga Blast comes out to punish 3Z for using the speed lane. Well done by Geek, and that's something you can't quite plan for, as now they're not going to have the opportunity in order to try to put the core towards that goal barrier. There's another core flip used, but it's going to get immediately punished out of JSS, and it's another power play to the side of the Sundubu Strikers.
And it is just back and forth. When one team has the advantage, it's immediately capitalized on by the other team. Some kind of weakness is exploited. Some kind of opportunity is very slightly missed by a margin of pixels. And now Geek is the one missing this time. The core moving too fast. Low JSS trying to get a KO here, but the pass from Geek misses, goes to Grumella, but no, Reznok now passing to Grumella, trying to get the 3Z, has to go up to the top, and the bounce goes back to him. Reznok and Grumella defending. 3Z trying to catch a pass on the other side, but the core is just constantly on the side of Sundubu Strikers. Low JSS there to interrupt all the clears, forcing a shotgun out of Reznok. He'll have more soon anyway, and the game is just going in circles.
Now, potential other opportunity, but critically, no Maelstrom from Gunner for right now. That'll go down for a little while. That one was nearly going in, but Geek able to finally save it. Still has core flip at his disposal as well. There's the Maelstrom out of Grumella, but that one is going to force the core flip out of Geek. And again, this core falling dangerously close towards that open net. The Sundubu Strikers looking to try to find the connection to 3Z, who still has that core flip at his disposal, but now is forced to retreat, rather low on size, and now it's going to try to dash punch one away. Almost gets dash punched himself. There's the Maelstrom that comes out, and there's the angle out of the core flip for 3Z Breezy. It's match point for the Sundubu Strikers.
How did he do it? How did he wait? Like, we saw the dribble wait, strike after the barrage earlier, but again, he waited on the flip for so long. He waited after the NATO. If that was me, I would have pulled the trigger so early, but no, he waits for the perfect moment, and now he can be the difference maker once again. Being stunned up, Grumella gets the top barrier. It's wide open. Now 3Z waiting for a pass, walking with the NATO. Has no abilities right now, but will have them soon, and now it's up to Reznok and Grumella. Oh, low JSS tries to self-pass into double barrier does not happen, is interrupted. And now Gunnar is low, so if 3Z gets an opportunity, this could be a KO. Grimella walking, waiting, passing, but no, 3Z in the middle of everyone, doing so much damage. Lol JSS low as well. 3Z getting the KOs for the team, but Lol JSS is such a presence in the midfield. They can't get it around him right now. 3Z Breezy trying to kill Geek, but it still doesn't happen, and he is the one taken out instead. And now it is Aesop's Little PogChamps back.
This is what the Brawler duel looks like, folks. It's both of these players who are specialists on these characters on the Juliet, able to punish the side lane usage on Oni Village. We're back in overtime here. It's still the Sundubu Strikers looking to put this one away and not having to go to yet another goal. A bunch of cooldowns burned, but still the goal barriers are going to stay alive. Reznok forced to use that strike shot to keep that one alive. You have to imagine in those critical moments, you might start to crack under pressure, and now the goal barrier is open. Potential opportunity as Geek keeps up the barrage. There's a Giga Blast that's going to get blocked by 3Z Breezy, and that core is going to drift back to the other side of the pitch. Reznok now looking for an opportunity, but 3Z Breezy is the one that's low. You see the Bewitching Beams get traded out of both eras, and now the Maelstroms will as well. 3Z cracked, has to play incredibly careful and play towards the center of the map, but will soon be regenerated back to full health. There's the dodge coming out of Grimella. Not going to have the opportunity to have that strike shot or that core flip up, but who does? It's JSS, who's starting to come in position here, looking to put this one back. Reznok able to defend that one once. Gunnar isn't there for the strike. Now they're looking for this one. The dash and punch doesn't connect with the core. Grimella tries to push to keep it out and will for now, but JSS is still in position, and we're going to a decisive goal.
This is it. This is the last point of this extremely long match, but it was worth it. These last few points have been everything we wished for from the very start of this best of two, and Sundubu Strikers have the chance to be in control of their own destiny, to have a tie against one of the best teams in the world, not just any NASL team, Aesop's Little PogChamps. And right now the barriers are even. A pass is trying to be sent to 3Z. Grimella managed to get the dribbles, but Gunnar is reading the movement, is interrupting everything, and 3Z trying to take him out, but doesn't get the KO. And maybe without the cooldowns, it is Lol JSS's turn to shine, because 3Z will not be scoring on Geek so easily. The core moves around. Reznok has the flip. Geek just used it, and maybe Gunnar will be taken out, but he's just continuing to stay alive.
For both of these teams right now, it's all about trying to keep their composure and keep their cool. You cannot afford to make mistakes when it matters here most. JSS going to try to force that one through, but Reznok uses the core flip, and there it is. There's the punch. 3Z Breezy now able to put the Sundubu Strikers on power play. Grimella sends it over to Reznok, who sends it forward to 3Z Breezy for the other goal barrier, and now Reznok's still there and trying to defend this one back. Geek tries to keep up the pressure with the goal with Giga Blast. There is the core flip though that's burned out of Grimella. The angle tries to come through from 3Z Breezy, but no, it doesn't connect now. And we see the respawn come back online. It's an equalized playing field here, but that core goes dangerously close to the net once more. Still gets sent on away. Grimella still looking for 3Z Breezy, but it's still boxed out by JSS. Grimella now looking for this one. It's Reznok that'll collect the core off of the strike shot. JSS tries to force this one back the other way. And again, that goal barrier is still standing. That is Reznok's lifeline right now, is that goal barrier. Maelstroms both burned. There's the Juliet specials as well, but the core finds the back of the net. Is 3Z Breezy chase it through. You see none of the players moving because they're all celebrating with their hands off of the keyboards. What a match for the Sundubu Strikers to equalize things versus Aesop's Little PogChamps.
What a performance by every single member of Sundubu Strikers. Not just 3Z, but Grimella and Reznok too, holding for so long, getting those passes, generating so many opportunities for 3Z. And if he gets enough of them, he will score. He is good, and he is there. He can do it.
For those of you just coming in from the Battle for Texas, off of the Odyssey rave, shout outs first of all to those of you over at the LAN. We love you all. But if you just missed that match, you're going to watch the next match, and then you need to go back and watch what just transpired. What a series of games between the Sundubu Strikers and Aesop's Little Pog Champs. They will each take a game and tie for the match as they're able to take care of things. Both these teams sitting about middle of the pack in the standings, or projected to be standing in the middle of the pack in the standings in NASL West. But we're only in week 2, Saya.
Yeah, they did it. I was a doubter, but they proved me completely wrong. They clutched it out, even when they were 1 away, and they choked that goal. They still did it on their second try. They didn't give up. They weren't like, oh, it's over. We missed our chance. That was it. No, they made it happen. And this is such a valuable tie for them because as they go into the later weeks, their schedule goes from the hardest to the easiest. They can pick up a lot of wins.
And that's exactly what we'll be looking to do. Folks, we don't have access to the stats right now. I really want to see them as much as you. And unfortunately, we're not going to have that. But what we do have is Borg and Kaz standing by to break down just some of the craziness that we just saw. We'll send it on over to them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. K-Bot. This is what a match. I don't even know what to say. All 6 players, they did their job. They put in the work. Went to set 5. We went to 5th point. It's so insane. I genuinely don't know. All I have to say is I am a Sundubu striker. And tell me, Mr. Borg, how's the weather down there in San Diego?
You know, Kaz, I've had a long day. First, let's go over it, okay? Real quick. I got 0-2'd by Combat Kings, right, in my competitive match. Starting off the day, not very great, but you know what, not a big deal. Then great cast, kept the day up. And then I had a quick red eye. Actually, not a red eye, but you get the point. All the way to San Diego. I got the sunglasses on. I actually need to take them off because I cannot see at all. But, man, and then I get to see that game, and I am supposed to analyze that game? Are you kidding me? And I'm not even want to talk about game 1, so let me make sure this is all on the stream here, but jeez. Let's see. Yeah, if you see these stats, just take a look at, let's take the Epic Pen here. This is game 1. I don't think I need to say anything else.
Nothing.
Demon Days.
Stinger start.
Stinger start, Adrenaline Rush Infinite. I mean, I think we can go to game 2. No, I think we should go to game 2. Because this is the game that everyone came here for. So let me just switch over here and focus on the draft for game 2. Now, Kaz, I don't know how you feel about this draft, but honestly, I'm curious to hear your quick first thoughts on it.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of important awakenings out here. I'm seeing a Kai with Prime Time, a Julie with Big Fish first take, and I'm seeing an Adrenaline Rush fall down to 5th place here. Also, I can't even miss the Chrono Boost on the first era there.
There you go. I thought you were about to miss it. So there's a couple things that played into factor here. Obviously, first of all, let me make sure I got my pen here. Big Fish, right? Arguably Julie's maybe second best training. Like, you want size on this character. It makes Dash Punch a little bit more broken than it already is. But then you have Prime Time. You can't really take Prime Time here because you need Big Fish, and if you do, you might be denying Geek, but, Kai gets Prime Time regardless here. So they let Kai have Prime Time, which will make it infinitely harder. But they figure, hey, if we just keep the pressure up, we'll get our chances to get goals. And then they get Chrono Boost, right? Better shrinks, longer debuff duration. But then the other era gets Monumentalist. I think this is a very big passing point here. I'll have a clip actually we'll show later of all these things coming into play, basically. And we'll actually jump into that now. But the point is, this draft basically set the tone for the entire game. So we'll actually go here to the first clip I have. And this highlights basically Dubu's really good draft.
I remember seeing this live.
So right here, you see Gunnar gets shrunk, correct? So Gunnar gets shrunk. Let's count the seconds here, guys. Hey, chatters, let's play a game of counting the seconds. We're about 0.2, 1, 2, 3, 3 seconds of being shrunk, maybe a little bit more than 3 seconds with just Chrono Boost, not even Cast the Last. And if you notice here, if I rewind just a little bit, look at this punch. One punch, it takes him from right here off the map with 1 Julie Punch because of Big Fish and because of the debuff from Chrono Boost. So that kind of shows off the power of that fairly well, I believe. And then obviously, if we kind of play out the rest of the clip here, I'll fast forward a little bit. A little bit of cluttered positioning, but honestly, at this point, it doesn't matter because they're down 1 man. They have the man advantage here at 3Z and Grimella. They have the dash punch up, the buff size. They know that if they just shove it in, there's nothing that he can do, right? So there's that clip. But then, not to be unfair to Aesop's little PogChamps. I hate that name, by the way. But they were playing incredibly well too. Like we said, this game came down to set 5, 3-2 last goal. So I want to show off kind of the Monumentalist era here and show off why it's crazy. We start off the clip immediately with a banger. Boom. Dead. That only happens because of Monumentalist. Because 3Z did not evade. Actually, he didn't even have the energy to evade. There's nothing he could have done except predict where it's going to go. Monumentalist is a little bit crazy. So they're a man up right now, right? JSS and Gunner are currently just trying to find an opening. I believe they find it here. Yep, they find the barrier here. And then we'll fast forward a little bit here. Just watch Gunner here, right? They killed, watch Grimella. He dies to Gunner here with that Shrink Ray. Perfect play by the Era. And then look at the start of the tornado. Wait for it. Right there. Perfectly placed tornado as the core gets passed by Geek. It's going to go all the way in here. Reznok has 1 choice here. He has 0 energy. He can't evade it and then strike down. So he either has to run down and help 3Z or run up and hope 3Z takes it. Sadly, he chose option B, and, we'll see what happens. Core flip, perfect shot. So that was 2-0 on set 4, as you see here. The Sunduba Strikers were backs against the wall. They did not really... I'm surprised they came back. I had this all clipped. I was ready for Aesop's little PogChamps win. I was ready to get going, and I had all my clips. And then, some crazy stuff happens, and Jesus, like set 5, they come through. I don't have a lot of clips, but I have one more clip that I do want to show about basically what made the difference. And Kaz, I'm have a question for you. What do you think made the difference? 1 word. What made the difference in this game?
Ooh, I gotta say the arrows.
The Eras? Wrong.
Clutch.
Okay. The clutch
factor. Okay.
Breezy, Grimella, Reznok. The Sundubu Striker clutch factor.
Sundubu Strikers?
I got one more clip for you, and then
Fair
I swear
enough.
we'll get into the next series, alright? So, we start off here. 1-1. And this isn't even the last point, by the way. This point just made me a bat chest out of my mind.
Absolutely.
Absolute PogChamp. Out of my mind. We'll see here. We start almost a KO. Another almost KO. It's tenses here. All players, their hearts beating out of their chest. Really good tornado here. And then 3Z with the flip into the goal. Let me rewind that if you didn't catch it. Quick clip, right? A really quick clip. Notice how everyone is full health. It's an even playing field. The only thing that isn't even is that Reznok still has a barrier, so he has a little bit of leeway to get the ball a little bit closer to where Grimella or 3Z are going to be. So if we walk up here, and I will pause it here in just a second once the tornado loads up. Again, another tornado. Boom. There's no Monumentalist on Grimella, but that doesn't mean Tornado's, bad. Tornado's a little bit good right now. We'll say that much, especially after the changes they did with the knockback. So you see Grimella hit it towards this angle. Let me show you here. Towards this angle, he wants it to bounce up in here. He's trying to get it through this space. There's my detailed line work there. I'll make it a little bit better. He's trying to get it here, basically, by bouncing it off this wall and passing it up here, or bouncing it off the wall, letting Geek collect it, or letting Geek clear up this way. It's impossible to really, kind of show off without going perfectly. I don't know how Yoki does it with his line work. It's kind of amazing. But either way, we'll play the clip here. It bounces up. Geek comes up. He wants to clear up, but Grimella's already ready for it. Grimella puts a tornado in the path of where it's going to be, and then look at 3Z. Full core flip, full dash punch, full cojones, clutch factor, 3Z breezy. Let's watch it happen. Flip, boom. And that's the second point, putting all of the pressure onto Aesop's little PogChamps. And
what shot
that's pretty much all I got for you. But either way, amazing set. Well played to both teams, but that was a banger to watch. I hope everybody kind of enjoyed that one. That was the best Oni Village game I've seen in a while. I'll say that much.
I will say there was some 3ziest breeziest action going on there. It was quite good. All right, we got one more game with us. We got Actually, no, my bad. We got one more game with us. I'll bring you back, guys, to the casters, thank you for watching, and I hope we get another great match out of this one.
Well, K-Bot, it appears you were muted.
I'm muted. I'm muted on Discord. Man, I thought that was going to be the most seamless transition ever, and I was muted on Discord. Thank you, Kaz and Borg, for going through that one with us, because you all know that you were able to break that down far more than I was just trying to spew words out of my mouth live. As I said, folks, if you missed that match, you have to go back to it, but we can't talk about it anymore because now we've got one more match to go between Best Western and GOATS Esports. Best Western, one of our invited teams here, Saya, looking like they're sitting at the top of the standings in the league, or certainly trending that direction, and GOATS Esports still looking to make names for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, because right now, GOAT Esports are sitting near the bottom of the table, but it doesn't mean they're bad at all. They tied with a lot of good teams as well, so
yeah.
I think in general, we shouldn't count them out just yet. This is a team that has synergy. The individual players themselves are often underrated, that's for sure, but overall, I think that they're definitely a team that could make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm looking to see if they can try to keep it close. Maybe they can try to squeak one of these maps away, but you already see the drafts on your screen. It'll be Zentaro, Rasmus from both sides, and then we see it paired with the IME here on the side of Best Western, and didn't quite catch the last one. It'll be the Kai for Luflu there for GOATS Esports. Expects to see pretty similar stuff here across the board. And was that another Stinger start, Saya?
I believe so, and thankfully it's not Demon Days, so like, it's not gonna be kills all the time, but you can expect it to be just a much more violent game than the previous one, because Stinger makes for some very predictable games.
Well, and for that matter, it's Otten City, right? So we've got a few extra orbs that'll be useful for more healing and perhaps less KOs as well. But you see the Zentaro and the Rasmus forwards come out for both these teams. Very similar in nature, might I remind you, to the last match that we just saw, where it was the same thing. Stinger starts on Demon Days, but of course, the same forwards here out of both sides. But already, one goal barrier has been down for quite some time, and there hasn't been quite enough of an offensive presence here out of GOATS Esports to put this one away. They'll be looking for the dribbles, but a very nice strike shot from Obscure Breads continues to keep this out and kill time here for the side of Best Western. Wallaby Gangsta comes back online here as well, but finally the core flip comes through to put the first goal back.
Yeah, and that's like a perfect display of the strengths of IME goalie. Even though the goal went in the end, they held for an unreasonable amount of time because there's a strike shot, there's the glitch pop, there's a turret, there's a cyber swipe. There's so many layers that you have to get past before you can win midfield against an IME goalie. You have to burn all of those cooldowns, and by the time you're done, if another teammate saves them, then another cooldown might be up yet again. So it's really all up to how consistent your repeated offense can be, and consistent is Zenith right now, using the secondary and the primary to take the barrier to crack Blue Flu. And with the help of this turret, this should be a very solid scoring attempt, especially with Blue Flu going down, Wallaby not winning the strike war, Budgie and Apalm trying to keep it in possession for as long as possible. The passing attempted, but Apalmy, we got a pronunciation correction a long time ago. I've fallen into bad habits. Apalmy really just held it down while Blue Flu was gone.
And now another KO here comes out. One of the things I want to talk about here is now you see some of the interruptions here. And again, you talk about winning midfield with all of the projectiles from both Kai. To some extent, the Rasmus hook also will play a role with that pendulum shot. And then, of course, on the other side of the pitch, we were just talking about the IME with its ability to use the glitch pops and the strike shot here as well. But I don't know, that one's going to find. bottom corner. In any event, you see a lot of those projectiles getting used quite well, and now Wallaby Gangsta can put one back up. By the way, want to mention this, Wallaby Gangsta comes into Best Western as technically a substitute player, but played versus the Sundubu Strikers on Thursday, had 16 KOs and 10 KOs in the 2 games that they played. For this side of Best Western. This guy definitely knows how to get the job done for the side of Best Western, and now you see it again come through as another KO finds off of that Stinger start, and the pass comes in as well.
Yeah, and Wallaby is definitely a player that I think many would expect to be a starter, really, because he is a very good brawler player. He is extremely proficient, and I think he has assumed a pseudo-starter role on this roster because the team really just needs that brawler player slot. Mirgen is great and all, but when you have Zenith on your team, that midfield character player, you can just slot in a brawler player, and that's just a solid traditional team comp.
And you start to see that come together with the way they're playing, and maybe they're making that adaptation. You have to imagine they're having those discussions as the league continues to go on. As now we see another KO. Here comes, I believe that was Zenith's KO on the Rasmus. Takes care of the Zentaro out of Tommy, and now we'll start to see if they can keep up the pressure here. But oh no, the Cyber Swipe not going to connect with the core. The gold barrier will fall, and potential opportunity for the offensive pressure here to come through. Fudgy Waffles looking to try to send that one back, but can't quite seem to find it. The core will drift to the blue side of the pitch, but still pressure online here for the side of Goats Esports. They'll be looking to send this one back. Palmy fighting for his life right now. Wants to get into position to shovel this core into the net, but can't because he's still ping-ponged around thanks to the Stingers on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and Stinger, importantly, just keeping both members of Best Western, both forwards, so low that eventually when a KO happens, the passing line opens wide, and Apalmi gets the core perfectly just for a simple shot into the top of the net. And overall, it really depends on who gets the damage advantage first. It's very similar to the Demon Days game, where it's all dependent on if you could start the health snowball.
Now, maybe they don't even need the health snowball here, as we already start to see quite significant pressure come up here. There's the dash forward from Wallaby Gangsta, but it's not enough to put it back. But what is Zenith's little shot that'll drift on right by and put the side of Best Western up first in the set.
And of course, if you just look at the team names, most would say that, oh, this is the expected result, Best Western taking the first set, but it was 3-2. It was down to the wire, and there are some interesting picks here. Hotshot, Missile Prop, Specialized. I think overall there isn't like BestieInSlot for the Zentaros, for the Rasmuses either. I think they'll really just go Specialized training and call it a day.
Might be the specialized training. I imagine they're probably also just keeping all of the options on the board for the rest of their players, right? That's probably a little bit about what it was. But of course, if you don't pick one, you'll end up getting specialized training. And actually, 4 specialized trainings taken here for both Rasmuses. And then I believe that was both Colies on both sides. So well done there. Comes out here, and we'll start to see just how much of a presence that'll have again, especially folks with the Stinger. You'll remember how low these health bars are. That's the reason, is because a lot of folks were able to grab Stinger off of the start. Now we already see Death Wish connect here. That will be a power play again over to Goats Esports, and now they'll just have to try to pass this one back and forth to find this one in. But we're talking about this, you have to peel back the layers of the IME goalie, unless, of course, you've got the Rasmus primary to send it back.
Fudgy with the perfect timing. Flawless just right after one shot of the IME turret. And it's not really that impenetrable wall as long as you manage to double hit it at the right time, somewhat perpendicularly. Fudgy proving that there with the timing. And now Apalmi has the flip. Got that barrier, uses it a little early, and now has to just brawl with the rest of them. Was in such a good position, but with Fudgy having meter, I think this could be their 2-0 opportunity right here.
Looking for this one here. Now looking for the connection, but no, Zenith able to send away One of the members there goes Esports, and Apalmi still knocked around with that cracked health bar. Now Zenith able to come up with a double KO. That'll be the goal barrier falling for Goats Esports, and now all they've got to do is try to pull together the pass here, but the core moving much slower than it was back on Demon Days. And now, I mean, what? That full combo just completely cracked Zenith's health bar from full. What?
Yeah, and
Specialized training, I guess.
The specialized training damage buff, the power of the stinger, all of that combined. We were looking forward to seeing a lot of the core flips used, but all of them had to be used defensively, even blue flus, and there are no blue glows left. But Apalmi says, I don't need that, I just need the perfect angle down, and that just gets past Obscure Breads.
I still can't get over the Zentaro just one-shotting with the special. That's like something of nightmares. Just pressing one button and then your entire health bar goes away. There's Wallaby Gangsta now down to low, but of course KO will also fall off here, and Best Western will be looking for the goal barrier, trying to shove it past this corner. And one of the things we haven't talked about much on Otten City, now that it's starting to get used more in this competitive setting, is the fact that this goal barrier is much different than what we've seen from others so far. Very easy in comparison to take care of, as now actually Goats Esports able to put this one back. Hey, 3-0 on the board for them. They take the second set.
Yep, and what a turnaround. It was close, and now it isn't, even though both teams got pretty much the same tools. Real big shout out to Goats Esports for making it happen, as now other options are on the table. Adrenaline Rush, definitely just to pick up. Not unlimited this time, thankfully, or else it would have been mayhem. But I think Goats really happy that they won the round to get the Adrenaline.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. The other Zentaro here coming in for Best Western, that'll be Wallaby Gangster, forced to settle with the build different, but I mean, hey, look, that's not terrible, right? But of course, other things to come in on. The Timeless Creator out of Obscure Breads will be something else to look out for here as well. As you see that turret's presence already, it covers the entire stage.
Yeah, and Wallaby's tempo swing, you'd think that it would be huge, but tempo has been nerfed quite a bit, and I don't know, overall, there's a reason it fell all the way down to Wallaby near the end of the pick order, and now Wallaby's teammate is gone. Apalmi and Fudgy looking for the passing play, but Obscure Breads with the strike shot shuts it down entirely with the glitch pop stalling so long, 3 seconds until respawn. The flip stalls it even longer, and Zenith is back. Zenith is here to help Obscure Breads on the defense. Fudgy Waffle's trying to stuff it through both the turret and the shots. It does not happen, but Fudgy throwing it up. Oh, Wallaby Zentaro special. Unfortunate place to be in, and Obscure Breads was not ready for that.
And, you know, we haven't talked about it as much over the course of the day today, but Zentaro, once again, picked up, still deals a lot of damage, and also deals a lot of a presence. I mean, look, the second that you press that ultimate button, you've got a ring that basically your opponents can do nothing in, right? There's nowhere to go, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to send the core around or something of the sort, and so all of a sudden you press one button, and you basically just won the midfield game, or won the game right in front of your own goal barrier, and that's exactly what happened there for Apalmi, able to send that one back for Goats Esports. Now, health bar's rather low, but the orb spawns coming in. We'll see who can start to heal up first, as now the dodge going to be forced to use. All the meanwhile, though, Wallaby Gangsta looking to send one back. The beautiful use of the core flips out of both Blue Flu and Fudgy Waffles, once again, on the defensive side, denying goal opportunities when that goal is open.
Oh, and Wallaby, wow, the pass from the Rasmus special, the hook flying up, and Wallaby grabbing it with the flip for that goal. Pretty much unsavable at the unreactable range of the 50-50 up or down. And looking back, while we have a little bit of time to talk about previous things and not what's going on right now, even as the health bars deplete, that draft was just really funny because unlimited was stacks on stacks. Although in another world, that would be what a lot of people were picking, right? That speed is so nice, but this is the world of Stinger. And there was also the unstoppable that was left unpicked. And again, that's the world of Stinger. But Apalmi, after doing so much, taken out, and now Blue Flu and Fudgy Waffles are left to defend. Both goals are open, but we've seen Obscure Breads be kind of good in these situations. But Blue Flu right now saying, I'm better, gets the KO all by himself. with the Giga Blast, and Apalmi trying to get possession, but they're playing keep it away from Zenith right now. They don't want Zenith to be able to use the flip. Zenith uses the flip, but it's far enough that BlueFlu can just casually walk over to the core. Now BlueFlu has the flip, is glowing blue, walking a little more up, gets the KO, doesn't even need to walk all the way up, just the Giga Blast. Obscure Breads once again stalling with the glitch pop. Fudgy Waffles has the flip though, but Obscure in position, picks the right side, top or bottom. It's top this time, and the turret once again will slow down the pace of the game to a halt for the moment. But now that it's gone, Apalmi interrupts the hook's trajectory, and Zenith, unfortunate misplay, leads to a lead for Goats Esports.
I'll tell you what, even despite being about negative health for the entirety of that round, Apalmi came up with some pretty darn good swipes in order to make sure that that core was kept up on that red side of the pitch. Able to sit there right in front of the goal barrier, deny entire core flips, deny then in that instant the ability for the hook to come in and get something done, and now is looking to go right back into position despite being entirely low health. And look at this, once Fudgy Waffles finds a KO, he's now able to continue to keep up the pressure. There's the goal barrier that falls once again, and now Fudgy Waffles just has to try to swipe this around the enemy. No, that one will get sent away. A beautiful cyber swipe comes through from Obscure Breads, who might still be on low health, but is still dodging around all of the cooldowns from Apalmi, and Zenith's finally able to save the day with a hook back on down to the ground level.
Oh, and BlueFlu overcommits, waits a little too long to use the flip and used it at the wrong time. Now the turret with the offense will be almost enough. No, they'll settle for a KO, but a KO is so good where you can just pass around the opponent. Zenith looking to bring offensive pressure, and BlueFlu panic clears. The timing was there, but the direction was not, while Gangster capitalizing.
I'll tell you what, how did that core stay out for so long? Of course, the goal eventually went over to Best Western to tie us up here with another 5-goal set, but still, that core stayed out of the net for so incredibly long. But now Zenith is rather low, will be the next target likely of a KO, but the orb spawns come through, and now Apalmi is left with no orbs and is below health once again, looking to play offensively. But once again, the turret comes out here of Obscure Breads, and that'll be able to send this core away with both goalies having their goal barriers up.
Yeah, and it's so goofy watching 6 orbs spawn every time, but as soon as the players heal up, they're cracked again, and as soon as they're cracked, they heal up again. It's kind of funny, but Apalmi finds an opening, fakes out Obscure Breads, passes down, and what a play from Apalmi!
What a play, able to utilize the dash forward on that ultimate and find the connection there. And now Goats Esports up 2-1 in sets versus Best Western, a team a lot of people writing off as second, third best in the league. They might be struggling to put this one away as Goats Esports head to this next carousel, and they pick up a prime time for BlueFlu.
But Build Different is unlimited. This is a very good awakening for basically all of the people fighting right now. I would be surprised. I think a lot of them will go Build Different. The Zentaros take the dash range, but the Rasmuses, they want that size.
And you can't blame them, right? Anything to put a little bit of extra damage out, a little bit of extra size and extra AoE in order to find the ability to connect with some of that damage. All the better here for our players. And now it'll just be a matter of what tricks can they continue to pull with some of that. But you mentioned here as well, the dash range extended for both Zentaros with aerials and super surge both up in that last round. We'll see just what other trickery that they can try to pull. But now it's both Zentaros, as I say that get KO'd off of the screen, and Zenith is looking for this one. A beautiful hook to pull that one back, but Fudgy Waffles actually Zenith able to pull that one back as well, try to keep up the pressure here. Apalmi is going to come back online. Here comes the turret as well, but they still can't find the net completely.
Yeah, and BlueFlu got kind of bailed out there, but it doesn't matter because he is so consistent with the Giga Blast. He's gotten so many kills. It's like every time you're like, oh, when's the next BlueFlu kill? He sends the Giga Blast out and KOs someone near the edge or someone who's staggered, because right now Zenith is in danger. Apalmi is cracked, but honestly, when cracked is the default state of being, you just gotta accept it. And now Fudgy Waffle's playing a bit of goalie while Blue Flu hunts for a bit of a flip. There it is. There is another Blue Flu kill. And if you get in position for this flip, this could be everything. But Fudgy Waffles clears. Wallaby predicts it. And Wallaby, with the extended Zentaro blink, is there for the goal.
What a goal there from Wallaby Gangsta. But Saya, here's the other thing that I just realized is that theoretically, Stagger Swagger hasn't come back up yet. And the carousel's going to be coming if Best Western wins this. Presumably they're going to be able to take first pick, right? Because they're going to win the set. So they have almost a guaranteed Stagger Swagger coming up next. Might be a matter of who that ends up going to. That could very much help them out in this set, especially with the current game state.
Yep, and now it's a 2v2. Zenith getting the kill. Apalmi, the health bar shrinking as we speak, but picks up the orb, is up again, and now Blue Flu hunting a little bit. Apalmi trying to get it past, but Obscure Breads is there with the strike. Apalmi once again, the primary with the passive dash is enough to get the barrier. And now it is Goats Esports back with a vengeance, back with a KO onto Zenith. Wallaby up on the top side, isolated. It is Fudgy and Blue Flu's chance right now. You can push up, you can use the flip, but no, choose to save it instead. And Obscure Breads continuing to save it, continuing to clear it up to the top side. Blue Flu trying to get a kill with the Giga Blast as he does so often, but Fudgy once again low. Zenith at full health. Rare to see in this game, but so much health to play with. So much health to use. Apalmi does not find the angle. Blue Flu looking for the flip. No, Fudgy Waffles on goalie duty. Has to hold for as long as possible. Blue Flu's flip is long gone, and they're both cracked. Blue Flu's almost taken out as well. Wallaby and Zenith are so healthy. Those will be able to win a war of attrition here, especially with the Aimi turret, unless Apalmi can do some magic, but no. And the core flies in while the KO happens. Wallaby with another one.
What? I mean, again, I was talking a little bit earlier about Apalmi's forward play. Now, how about Wallaby Gangstas, right? Able to come in there with the special. It takes care of basically making two of the opponent's members completely meaningless. It was Fudgy Waffles getting KO'd off of the back of the screen, and then Blue Flu was just barely alive for a little while longer, but had to fight for his dear life because there was the Aimi turret on the other side as well. But now, a power play opportunity for Goats Esports. Apalmi denies the core flip, but the turret comes out again to stall out time for a little while longer. 1 second up, and Zenith comes back online, but immediately it's a Wallaby Gangsta's turn to get flying off the map, and then Apalmi will follow suit. Giga Blast comes out of Blue Flu, looking to try to keep the pressure alive, but now it's Obscure Bread's turn with that turret, trying to bring this one on back around. And again, actually, pretty solid defensive plays. We're seeing stalls out, especially of Best Western, but now Apalmi looking for the opportunity here, never mind. Obscure Breads has the core flip, now looking for the angle and able to dance around Obscure Breads. It's 2 goals to the name of Best Western, but again, Goats Esports still fighting back.
Yup, and we almost wrote off Goats Esports for a sec there. 0-2 to Best Western, and okay, maybe you were right. Maybe we were all right, because right now the offense coming out from Best Western is overwhelming. But Apalmi in front of the goal, we know how good he is. He gets the barrier. Fudgy Waffles has the flip. Oh, but Obscure Breads with the save. Apalmi, Zenith with the second strike still stays alive as well, but Apalmi has the flip, and you have to get over, but no, the glitch pop just in time from Obscure Breads. We've seen a severe case. We've seen many cases of flip greeting in this game so far. People dying with the blue bar, but now Wallaby being pulled away by Fudgy. A scoring opportunity as Wallaby goes down. It's just KOs after KOs as Apalmi jumps in, taking so much chip damage from the turret, trying to burn down Zenith as well. Apalmi has a chance, but Obscure Breads misses the flip. Obscure Breads just sitting back, waiting for an opportunity. Fudgy still alive somehow, trying to send it into the bottom of the goal, but Obscure is there. Apalmi trying to catch an early clear. Does not happen. The patience. The Blue Flu has to flip. Flips it down. Doesn't get scored on yet, but Zenith trying to go up. No, and there's so many scoring opportunities, but these goalies are just too good right now.
Still able to send these cores away, find the necessary clears exactly in the places where it matters most, but Zenith finds the primary with that Rasmus hook to send the goal back. And again, we head to our last carousel. It's set 5, and Stagger Swagger hasn't come up yet. There it is. It's gotta be first pick here, Saya, right?
But the sad, unfortunate thing is that even if you pick it here, you have to pick it here, right?
You have
But
to.
it doesn't feel good because it's on the goalie. It's on Obscure.
Yeah.
Like if anyone else was there, if you could somehow manipulate your pick order, they would have definitely done it. Instead, especially with the 2 picks after being Blue Flu, which is fine. Maybe you give Stagger no, but right after that's another member of Goats Esports. The pick order just not too favorable for the side of Best Western. They still get some stuff, but I think Goats Esports are kind of happy with that one.
Potentially dodge some bullets there, but you still have to imagine, right? Heavy impact on Zenith, probably going to be able to send people further away, and even with, you know, the hook coming in as well, that thing's been sending people across the entire map again, especially when they're already low most of the time. Palmy looking to shovel that one back, but won't be able to find it there, and then gets punished by Zenith. The turret comes out, but now it's Fudgy Waffle's turn to punish the opposing Rasmus. Glitch Pop comes out, connects with the goal barrier. Fudgy Waffles trying to dribble it on over to himself. Does have the core flip at his disposal. Will the pass come through? There's both core flips burned. Wallaby Gangsta burns the special there as well, trying to just stall things out for a little while. And there is another KO, and there's the double KO. Zenith finds the second one, and now it's just Blue Flu here, trying to play against the world. There's the core flip that comes out, and Zenith's ability is going to send it back to the other side of the pitch as well. Beautiful stall out of Blue Flu here, and now Palmy might be looking to put it back. No, can't quite seem to find it there. But all dodged a bullet once again, and now it's Goats Esports' turn for the power play. Glitch Pop though sends it away. Dash tries to come through out of a Palmy. No, can't connect. Once again, the dash comes through, and now is in position for Fudgy Waffles' pass. Well done from Goats Esports, but props to Blue Flu on that point.
Yup, and this game is so dependent on whether you can get the power plays, but Blue Flu holding out for so long and getting yet more KOs added to his tally. The Giga Blast, such a massive force for him so far this game. The kill confirming, something that Obscure Breads hasn't really brought to his team, despite, well, the defense also being good, the core assistance, the goal securing also being good. That raw KO potential is not what's happened, but Palmy manages to block the flip. I was like, no, Obscure Breads was gonna get the goal because the goal was open. The KO happened. Blue Flu was dead. But that was so clutch. Palmy might have just secured the game for Goats Esports.
They've got one more goal here. Goats Esports, 1-3 in the league so far, looking to take their second win against a lot of folks' second or third best team in the league, who's been struggling a little bit thus far against this team. And again, this stinger start environment, it all goes back to that, completely changing the course of this game. But now Palmy sent away. There's a 1-for-1 trade though. The turret comes out here as well, and Wallaby Gangsta able to shove it through, looking for that goal barrier. Now looking for the pass to himself, but Blue Flu still able to keep composure and send the core away. Fudgy Waffles' turn to apply some pressure, but there's enough members around. There's a dash forward from a Palmy, but again, still sent around by the members of Best Western. And oh no, Blue Flu able to save that one there, barely on the edge of his strike hitbox. And now low health bars, one member away. That's a Palmy. Fudgy Waffles as well. Blue Flu's got to come up with another one here to keep this one alive. There's the core flip, sent back to the other side of the pitch, immediately returned by Obscure Breads. Wallaby Gangsta still in this corner, and again Blue Flu stalls. No, not much longer. You can't do it twice in a row. Wallaby Gangsta dashes forward and again puts Best Western on the board, but it's still match point for Goats Esports.
And the realization has just hit me. We've seen this position before. We've seen a team be 2 points in the last and final set, and we've seen the clutch factor come out for the opposing team, especially with Wallaby. He has the flip, and the hook is perfect. Blue Flu wasn't hit stun. He couldn't strike. Zenith with the perfect assist on the perfect flip, and we're going to the final point yet again.
Final point here is, again, as I mentioned, Goats Esports looking to prove themselves, a team of players that gets underrated time after time again, and now they have a crack at potentially one of the best in the West here, because their team name is literally called Best Western, but I digress. Member still cracked. Zenith sent away by the Giga Blast, but not KO'd now. Glitch Pop comes out, looking to keep up the pressure, but it's Quality Gangsta's turn to be taken away. Palmy can't quite seem to have the cooldowns to keep up the forward pressure, but it gets drifted over to Fudgy Waffles, who has core flip available. There it is! Able to send it back, and Goats Esports take the first game away from Best Western.
What a performance. It went down to the wire, but the individual highlights for every single member were there for Goats Esports.
I mean, we don't, oftentimes you talk about the flashy goals that the forwards score, but Blue Flu had one moment where he was able to take care of a double power play, just dismisses it entirely, almost did it twice, and even still was able to come up with a few Giga Blast KOs, 8 KOs to Blue Flu's name, actually more than a Palmy there, and of course, 255 redirects. What a game by Goats Esports. Able to steal that one away again from Best Western in this weird stinger environment that we've now seen twice today.
Yep, and some may say twice is twice too many, but
well,
I'm just glad that this game was a serious banger because it went down to the wire. We just had so many good performances from so many different players. We had the Blue Flu Giga Blast, we had the Blue Flu Clutches, we had Zenith being so good at interrupting the clear, so good at interrupting Blue Flu for the Wallaby flip. We had Wallaby having so many goals. We had a Palmy blocking Obscure's flip that blocked his own flip.
Yeah.
There were just so many good moments.
So many good moments to make a highlight reel out of that game alone, but we've got a whole nother one to play here, Saya. And again, I imagine probably going to come down to the trainings, and we'll see what exactly happens here. But, you know, props again, Goats Esports picking that one up. They'll advance to 2 and 3, and hey, they've got a potential to go completely even so far in games over the course of the league if they're able to pick up this next one here as well. And you have to imagine with the confidence boost that they get, might be on their way to doing so.
And Best Western, this is a must-win game if you're wanting to continue in that race for the top spots. Because Best Western has 1 win and 1 tie right now. If they lose this, they're sent into 1-1-1 purgatory with Aesop's Little PogChamps and Oxygen Overdrive. That 1-1-1 spot is crowded. And you don't want to be there, because if Goats wins, they also occupy that. There are 4 teams stuck at that record, trying to outdo each other. And you send yourself into a situation where every single goal matters, instead of being able to be like, oh, we're safe for now. We can be calm. No, you're sent into a constant state of panic.
You're in that game or set 5, goal 5 scenario just constantly, right? Because you don't want to lose another match, especially for one of our invited teams. And again, all they want to do is go forward and move on towards playoffs, right? They want to have that higher seed, have that ability to be able to maybe dodge someone else that they might not be looking out for. Yeah, you know, it'll be important as we get further along in this league. And granted, a lot of matches to play, but even still, just like think about the mental of it, right? You don't want to be stuck in the middle of the pack if you thought you were one of the best teams to play in the league. Let alone, you don't want to be stuck here down 0-1, having to try to force the tie against a team that you might have been able to win against after just having lost that one on the last one. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be a matter of composure again for Best Western in terms of whether or not they're going to be able to come on back from this. So, you know, I'm looking to see that. Will they be able to keep themselves calm, cool, and collected as they go forward and actually prove that they're one of the best in the West?
Yep, and loading bug, so we will be using the Discord feed again. I'll actually, set that up real quick.
Loading bug again. Unfortunate, but happens. We almost made it through the day, folks, but alas, we're getting into things here, and looks like we'll be getting into game. We are back to Team NASL. Please don't tell me we get another stinger. Okay, we get Adrenaline Rush and Extra Special coming out this time on our Starter Awakenings.
Yeah, an Adrenaline Rush will be extremely popular, I think. Definitely something that you want to take on a map where killing is one of the main game plans. But you'll have to you have to talk for quite a bit as I attempt to get the audio working.
All right. I'll take it through this so far. Hovers right now coming out of the side of Best Western lead us to believe that it might have been close to another Zentaro Rasmus match, but no, Wallaby will be going back on over to the Juliet. Again, this is the striker that this guy picked up 16 KOs versus the Sundubu Strikers on Thursday, or a total of 26 KOs across 2 games. So you certainly know that he's going to be able to come through here. And now we're seeing the rest of the strikers come together as well. Again, I'm probably radio casting at this point. We'll get things on screen in a bit, but Obscure Bread's going over to the Vice goalie with Zenith locked in as well. It will also be Blue Flu on the Atlas goalie, match with the Juliet and Rasmus forward mirror match once again as this comes out here as well. So getting in this one here once again, Demon Days. We'll see what happens, as most people did end up taking that Adrenaline Rush out.
Yep, and we'll see if they can replicate their performance. The Goats on the right side this time, on the red side. And this is a very different map from Mountain City. one of the a very, very different map. But I think the big difference here is Obscure Breads on that Vice goalie. It is much more fragile defensively than the Atlas, but the damage output on a map like this is so valuable.
And you already see it coming into fruition with Apalme already getting taken off of the map there, and the goal barrier will fall for Goats Esports. But I say that as the goal barrier also falls to the side of Best Western. We'll see which team's able to put this one away, as Obscure Bread has core flip, dashes forward or blinks forward to try to use it, but won't come away with the goal. Now, Wallaby Gangsta looking to try to come up from the backside, shove that in from the top corner, but no, is denied this time around. And you might imagine that we might have seen Stinger, but no, that's not the case here yet, folks. Fudgy Waffles and Wallaby Gangsta are just low because they've been the targets of so many abilities back and forth. But you start to see the pressure that Obscure Breads can put out on this Vice. We talked about it a little bit on the IME, but it'll be even more true on the Vice as well. There is the Supernova to try to send that one away. And again, nice saves here, but now it's still a power play out for Goats Esports. What a bounce off of the corner there. And that's our first goal.
What a ridiculous bounce. Found the perfect demon angle.
Oh.
If they can do that consistently, that Atlas is going to look very silly just standing there as the core flies by, because when the core is fast moving like that and the Atlas is even slightly away from it, you don't have the movement speed, you don't have the dash, you don't have any of those abilities to get there in time. Atlas so good at defending 1 point when he could just stand on top of it and press buttons, but when it gets around him, it's a little bit more of a struggle as Wallaby and Zenith pick up a KO, the Adrenaline Rush for Obscure and Wallaby as they run around so fast, get the barrier, get the KO. Wallaby getting the kills, almost getting the goal, missing a strike, but it doesn't matter because he can just repeat the same thing over and over, just chain speed. Now it's Zenith who is Sonic, and Wallaby will just simply pass, give him so many chances. But wait, why are they holding? They're holding.
Yeah. Blue Flu just came in off of the respawn, was able to get a quick strike there to keep the core out of the net, and the power play opportunity falls without a goal going back for Best Western. Wallaby Gangsta looks to try to find another KO, but can't find it now, and the opportunity might have been lost, but it's still an open net here for against the Atlas, I should say, which is the point where he will be most vulnerable. So we'll see if they can still try to find one another. Zenith now looking to send this one around, but Wallaby Gangsta doesn't have the speed at this stage of the game in order to send that one back. Apalme dash punch doesn't connect with the edge, but it doesn't matter because once again, Zenith finds yet another angle to put another goal back.
Okay, wait. I'll need you to take over. And there are some updates to the audio situation that I must do.
And I will attempt to keep my breath. It's been a long day, folks. I am losing my breath quickly. Core flips burned there both times, and now 2 hits the goal barrier here. It's Best Western looking to charge forward here, looking to find their 3rd goal of the set. Apalmi rather low, core flips, able to find 1 barrier, and the Atlas ultimate with that Celestial intervention, able to come out, heal things up a little while, but even still, it's doomed for Apalmi. Back to the net you go. And another power play opportunity. Wallaby Gangsta with that adrenaline rush, still looking to try to dribble to himself off this side, but still, Fudgy Waffles putting in a presence there on the Rasmus. This is why he's considered a core control character with the ability to continue being a little nifty and interrupting what your opponent might be looking for, but there it is. The dash punch against the Atlas to send him back, and it'll be a quick 3-0 set for Best Western. This is the Best Western I think a lot of people were expecting heading into this one. And now we go on over to our first carousel.
Yep, and right here, I think unstoppable, of course. You want to be able to stand near the edge without fear. There's no big denials. I guess prime time on the Atlas is good, but overall, I don't really see... There weren't any, like, super duper have to deny right here awakening. Yeah. So I think everyone's just picking what they kind of want.
And I think that's fair here. You see the rest of them get filled out. Hotshot going over to Obscure Breads. Maybe that'll provide a little bit of extra value for some of those longer range abilities. Again, trying to keep that core and keep the pressure forward here for Best Western as well. So probably liked to see that awakening come up on Infinite. Now hook back here as that one's going to end up hitting, and we're 1 for 1 on goal barriers now. There's Zenith, finds the KO in the adrenaline rush. BlueFlu able to defend the goal barrier for now, and Wallaby Gangsta tries to shove that one through, but immediately gets met with the Atlas primary, which again has the prime time. There it is, putting in a little bit of work there is BlueFlu with that awakening, and now a beautiful intervention saves Fudgy Waffles for now, but again, still rather low health. Dash punch comes through. Fudgy Waffles will still get KO'd in the last scene. It now on a 4 KO streak. There's the double KO out of Wallaby Gangsta, and the gore goes back.
And it's just that story over and over. It's just Wallaby and Zenith combining for the KOs to the adrenaline rush speed. And that speed is just so much, because that speed is like an artificial increase to your size as well. You can space back and space around. You can mix up your movement. You can wait more for the strike because you could run back with the... It just gives you so many things. That adrenaline rush speed is just so valuable, and they're making full use of it whenever they find a KO.
And look again, Fudgy Waffles incredibly low on health, right? You have to imagine they're probably teaming up to decide who they want to try to damage first with all of their abilities. And now you see that come through. Adrenaline rush out here for a lot of these members is, that said, not able to find that second goal barrier. Critically, is exactly what BlueFlu wants to try to defend. Thunderstruck going to be able to connect with one, and now it's finally the turn for Goats Esports to find the KO and put their first goal of the game back with 2 members charged up on that adrenaline rush.
Yep, and it was like a complete mirror. You saw what Goats Esports did. It was exactly like what Best Western did. You get the adrenaline rush speed, you just run up, you hit the core onto the barrier, and then you score. Both teams have very similar game plans. It's all about who does it first. And I think the big difference, as I stated before, Obscure Bread's on the Vice, more damage, while BlueFlu playing more of a healer role, kind of like a stereotypical what a new player would consider Atlas to be. But this is what Atlas is in this situation. If the Atlas special can be the difference maker in these damage fights right here.
By the way, look at how far forward BlueFlu's playing, has both goal barriers up, and still, as well, has that core flip at his disposal as well. But Zenith finds another KO for the side of Best Western. It'll be a Palme taken out, and now they'll be looking to try to take care of the goal barrier. BlueFlu sends it away. Beautiful use of the primary. Again, buying some of those angles and getting out of sticky situations, still with the core flip himself. But what was that? Zenith pulls it back, and Palme is just in position for off of a little bit of a misplay there, perhaps, to send it back, and all of a sudden, Goats Esports might take the second set too.
Yeah, well, what good awareness by Apalmi, but Zenith with the massive misplay, unfortunately, kind of like a habitual thing. When you see a core up there with Rasmus, you kind of want to hook it towards you, give yourself some control. But as we saw in the previous game as well, other people can interrupt that core trajectory. And Fudgy right now just dominating the core control, getting the side of Goats Esports getting both of the barriers of Best Western. And even with the core flip, BlueFlu slowly walking up. He is slowly approaching with the flip, but it's not successful. And that shot takes both, and Blue, you had burst. Garfield.
Oh. Oh no. What bounces from the core? I think that goal should be credited to the core above all else. With the bounces, the little arc off of the Demon Die's side as well. Able to come up with the exact angle needed to find that goal barrier twice. Still has that core flip at his disposal though, and has that expanse as well. That'll get denied here pretty quickly on. Thunderstruck comes out here, and now power play opportunity for Best Western, who will be looking to silence Goat Esports in this set and head on to a third set with themselves up 2-0. But goal barrier goes down here. Fudgy Waffles in position to try to get something done, and now BlueFlu's the one that's low on health and is forced to go on back away. There's Wallaby Gangsta securing the KO, and now we'll focus on the goal barrier there. Beautifully done, keeping possession here off of those bounces, and now it's a matter of finding one another to put this goal back with Fudgy Waffles and Apalmi both in position. There's the dash from Wallaby Gangsta, and it'll be Best Western going up 2-0.
And he's just there. Wallaby finds the goal barriers with that adrenaline rush speed, and they just posts up inside the clump of people, knowing that when the core makes its way over to him, he can just press the dash button. But right now, there's some interesting choices. Both Stagger, Swagger, and Stinger, both sides of the same coin. Opposite sides. Specialized training available for that Vice, turning that special into a tactical nuke. But I don't know, there's a lot of good choices. Glass Cannon probably going to be taken by no one, which is a little, I don't know. I feel like compared to, I think it would have been a good pick for BlueFlu, but maybe I'm a little wrong. Maybe they know better. Maybe, but
I mean,
we'll see. We'll see.
What, you're Atlas, you're like the timeless creator. It's that simple, I think, really. And then, additionally, consider that the other thing I had my eyes on was that Super Surge. That is actually a pick that was denied away, I think, from I want to say it was Palmies Juliet. Snuck right under the radar nearly completely, but was able to get taken away, and now to the hands of one of the Rasmus players. But already here, we're seeing a lot of these abilities come out, and no KOs here really early on. BlueFlu getting involved on this Atlas again, now is forced to send this one around, and there's a lot of room to work with behind that goal barrier, Saya, but you really don't want the core to be back there for too long.
Yeah, this is just a funny game because everyone's so clumped together. Everyone's in the same general area. I've never seen a a tournament or like a league or whatever game where everyone's just in the same clump. This is just something different, and that's just that's Demon Days for you. As the core moves at lightning speed, almost passes up to Wallaby, barely misses the strike box, and BlueFlu will manage to defend with the help of Fudgy and Apalmi. Now they have a chance. They just need to find possession, but Wallaby trying to intercept everything. That stun lasts for so long, and Wallaby again. What a presence!
I'll tell you what. BlueFlu did his best with all of the tools at Atlas's disposal to try to get the Juliet away from staring him right in the face. And he did a decent job. He used the intervention, resurrected himself, stayed alive for a little while longer, but alas, it wasn't enough. But now, all of a sudden, the tables have turned. Goats Esports puts away a 11-second goal after both goal barriers go down, equalizing the set.
What happened? I was looking away. I was like, K-Bot's got this. He is cooking. I'll just come back when the situation has developed, when both teams have damage on them. But then the goal just sailed in as soon as my eyes turned. And right now, they might be trying to do a repeat because they're rushing down this barrier. Despite Apalmi being the only forward left, they get both barriers, and BlueFlu is still holding. Oh, but one goes down, and that could mean another because Wallaby is lurking. Wallaby is chasing, but no, unable to get the second barrier. And now Fudgy Waffles is back with a full health bar. Does not get hit by the dash punch. And now BlueFlu has to be careful. Almost gives up a barrier, but not quite. And Fudgy Waffles once again on the front lines, trying to make something happen, but Obscure has flipped to defend, so I don't think a goal will happen anytime soon.
BlueFlu, though, getting involved up to that midfield line, trying to keep the pressure forward for Goat Esports, but no, Wallaby Gangsta now uses the core flip. That'll get saved for a little while. BlueFlu going to be able to send that one away, and now gets punished for it. That's Wallaby Gangsta going off of the map. Palmy looking for this one forward. There's the core flip used. Palmy's doesn't quite connect with the core, though, as it just gets sent around, and then the goal barrier is down as well here. Power play opportunity is going to go to the wayside, and now Zenith with the swipe doesn't find the net, and it goes back the other way. Palmy finds the strike off of the corner once again, and it's Goat Esports back to set point.
What an angle. Obscure was like, yeah, I'm fine. I'll cover that angle. I have it locked down, but it just found the perfect angle to sail right past him. No bounce on the bumper. Just so clean around the strike hitbox. But you can't dwell on that if you're Best Western. You have to realize that you're still in the lead. You can still close this out here. You don't want to leave it to another draft's chance, to another advantage that could be gained from the Goats. But right now, Wallaby is looking very low, is looking out of meter, and although Zenith gets the barrier, the player advantage with the Adrenaline Rush, Apalmi is keeping Obscure locked down, trying to get this, but no, the defense from Obscure and Zenith combined only loses one so far. Will Apalmi be able to do another? Zenith pulls him away and just completely defends. Apalmi stays alive, and Fudgy that gets a strike from a mile away, and now Apalmi is rescuable as well, but no, misses the strike, and if you miss the strike, there's only a slow Atlas left on the back. It is 2-2.
Don't be fooled, folks. I don't think Obscure Bread's necessarily intended for that one to go in the net, but hey, nice side effect of the fact that that Supernova comes out from the Vice and it's able to send the core rather quick, buffed up with the hot shot as well, sending that one on away. Now though, Zenith cracked, low on health, and still looking to try to stay alive for a moment. It's a Palmy as well on the other side. That'll be low. BlueFlu has core flip at his disposal. Actually, both goalies do. Obscure Breads, though, doesn't quite find a way to send it around their own goal barrier. Cosmic Expanse comes out, keeps the pressure alive. Fudgy Waffles and a Palmy gonna be able to shove it past the second goal barrier. The primary barely doesn't connect. The core will stall for just a moment, but Fudgy Waffles still looking in position here, looking to try to do something. Again, a reminder, Obscure Breads has that core flip at his disposal. Now they look to rotate to the top side of the net. There's the Supernova comes out, sends the core away. There's the core flip. That'll get sent down by Obscure Breads. Fudgy Waffles again looking to approach, and a Palmy cracked on health. Can't quite seem to move forward, but there it is. Power play opportunity now as Wallaby Gangsta gets taken off of the map, and a Palmy dashes forward to secure the first set for Goats Esports.
And this is where it starts. This is where the comeback happens. BlueFlu MVP held it down long enough for it to happen, and is rewarded with a twin drive. No way.
Woo-hoo! Wow. If you're BlueFlu, you are very happy with this carousel. I mean, you have to give away the Monumentalist, but you've got to go for the twin drive, especially because you've already got Timeless Creator to your name as well. And we see some of the rest of these come up. You know, some of them will be okay, maybe particularly the Deadeye coming in for Obscure Breads there as well. But as we see the rest of these trainings come up here, not a lot, it feels like, there was else on that carousel.
Yeah, and BlueFlu has both Prime Time and Twin Drive, truly a defensive powerhouse. Will be spamming abilities till the end of time. Just needs to be in position for them as Obscure, a much more fragile goalie. Tons of damage output, especially with the Awakenings that he has managed to get. But speaking of damage output, Wallaby gets a KO, looking for both barriers as well, using the super speed from the Adrenaline Rush as Obscure just dribbling, trying to get it past the Wallaby, but blunders it into Apalmi, who snatches the opportunity perfectly. And now the barriers are even. Fudgy and BlueFlu trying to get it out, and Fudgy and Apalmi manage to KO Wallaby in the mess. And they're so fast, they should be able to get this barrier, but importantly, Obscure has the flip. Okay, it's defended because that was scary. Even if they went on the offense successfully, there was always a chance that it would be flipped across the map against the hopeless Atlas. But right now, Apalmi gets the barrier with the flip, but gets taken down in return. Fudgy and BlueFlu trying to make something happen, but Wallaby trying to stun. Wallaby really just tried to slow BlueFlu with the special enough to get the strike past him, but instead, BlueFlu catches the core with the edge of the core flip, and after a few exchanges, sneaks it past Obscure Breads. What a performance by the Atlas.
Well, I mean, what a performance indeed. Again, put that in the highlight reel as well. BlueFlu has come up with some incredibly impressive saves over the course of the night tonight, and one of the large reasons why GOATS Esports has had a fighting chance so far in this match. But now goal barriers start to fall as this core is flying all over the place. There is the intervention comes in as well, looking for the passing plays here, and there it is, a Polly in position, and we're back to set point once again for GOATS Esports. They're looking to equalize this.
It's like the moment we mentally count GOATS out, the moment we're like, okay, they got a tie, that's good. They're in it to win it. They're here. It's basically even. All they need is one, and BlueFlu's playing so well. Palmy's in all the right positions. Fudgy is controlling the core, and they're getting the KOs as well. Even if a Palmy gets taken out, Fudgy has flipped. Fudgy took the barrier with the craziest ricochet off of BlueFlu's expanse, and even though Wallaby and Zenith are super speedy, surely they'll be able to hold long enough for the return of a Palmy. And they lose one barrier, but a Palmy is back, and they just need one good opportunity, one good passing play, maybe even just one good KO, as crazy as that sounds. But BlueFlu, slight misbounce, and the barrier is erased.
16 seconds now. Both of these looking to try to get this core back on away. Obscurebreds has that core flip at his disposal, but BlueFlu has Twin Drive Atlas, by the way. There's one of them. Burns to try to send that one away from Wallaby Gangsta. Now Fudgy Waffles pass down to a Palmy. There's the dash off the corner. It'll be connected with Zenith. Wallaby Gangsta tries to come in, but no, will get denied this time around. There's the strike from BlueFlu back on away. Core flip burned there. Now has to try to pull it back. You know what? A defensive scramble that GOATS Esports is able to capitalize on. It's 3-0, and we're heading to a set 5 again.
What an amazing play by Obscure, but what an amazing capitalization afterwards. Like, that save was insane. Prevented the core from just going in the device primary, but the score after that, the presence of mind, not being shook by the fact that the goal didn't work out, and stacks on stacks means that BlueFlu will be the target of the KOing, because I don't know how you score on that thing. Timeless, Twin Drive, Prime Time, stacks.
Oh, gotten like everything you could possibly ask for, and then a little more. Obscurebreds has to settle for heavy impact. Not terrible, by the way. And then you see some of the rest of this come out as well. But dear goodness me, good luck scoring around this Atlas. And indeed, Obscurebreds tries to dive in, use both the Thunderstruck and the Supernova, but now you give up both of your goal barriers there, looking to try to get it into his own hands. And that one will find the top corner out of the shot from a Palmy. Again, 11 seconds into the set. And it's a quick 1-0 start for GOATS Esports.
And that's what you have to do, right? If you're Obscurebreds, you have to get in there. You have to use that heavy impact you got that's so good on Vice. Buffs all of the impacts. All of Vice's abilities are impacts. You have to do what you're doing now. You have to KO. But what do you do in the face of BlueFlu, who is all powered up, has every single awakening he could ask for? And if you're Obscurebreds, you're desperately trying to get rid of this Atlas, but it just isn't working. You're just own burying instead, and you have to use this flip to do something. And BlueFlu is finally taken down. This could be the difference maker, but Fudgy and a Palmy are no slouches either on the... Okay, I wanted to compliment you guys, but you gave up the barrier and the goal. Okay, it's 1-1. Never mind, I'm not trusting you again.
Oh, your heart. They want to keep playing with your heart. Look, GOATS, this is not what GOATS do, okay? GOATS don't play with your heart. They come on and they show up, okay? Maybe they show up in the moments where it matters most, but you've still got to do it here. You've still got to find a way to put this one away. What a reverse sweep it would be, but now it's the power play for Best Western. Wallaby Gangsta on a 4 KO streak, and now 2 members low. It's BlueFlu and Fudgy Waffles, still rather low. There will be the intervention comes out as the goal gates open up. A Palmy, though, off of the respawn, dashes in, burns all the cooldowns just to try to get it away from the Atlas, but Wallaby Gangsta's right there to punish him. That'll go back, and Best Western is back to match point.
I spent so much time talking about stacks and only a moment on heavy impact. The damage difference for Obscurebreds, the amount of primaries you can throw out because of the refund. It's just so much. Look at that, 3-second cooldown. That's insane. You'll be able to get so many KOs, almost taking out Fudgy and half of a Palmy's health bar. I feel like Obscure Breads has finally scaled. Even though Blue Flu has been this defensive menace, he has been able to finally reach his full potential with the Vice. But as I say that, Apalmi and Fudgy.
By the way, on the complete opposite side of the map, what is going on now? Has Core Flip at his disposal, his 2 gold barriers up, is afraid of nothing with a full build Atlas. But still, the second gold barrier hasn't fallen yet, as Obscure Breads has still been able to send it away. The Core Flip wasn't quite used there on the core, but was used to buy a little bit of space with that energy burst. But a beautiful connection from Fudgy Waffles as it comes back around the corner. Blue Flu strikes it away and keeps both gold barriers alive. And Wallaby Gangsta is going to be the one punished by Apalmi this time around. The adrenaline rush to come in, and it's another set 5, game 5, point 5 here to decide things between these 2 teams.
What a series so far, and it all comes down to this. Will the GOATs get an entire win, the 3 points, or will it be just a draw? Still something that Best Western needs to take at this point. But Fudgy Waffles is moving so fast. Apalmi, they've gotten both barriers, and that's the goal already. How many seconds was that? That was it?
It had to have been another 11-second goal or something. That feels like it was the GOATS Esports specialty with how many times it came up in that one. And they're allowed to celebrate that one. They take the 2-0 over Best Western. They've made names for themselves, I think, finally, in this league. As let's take a look at some of those statistics. Wallaby Gangsta had 14 KOs, but it meant nothing because Apalmi had 10 goals.
You see the damage output from the Vice, the Rasmus. Over 50,000. But it didn't matter. Blue Flu held on for long enough. Fudgy and Apalmi got the goals and made it happen. And from the brink of defeat, they get 3 points. 3 entire points in NASL West. 2-0.
Whew. What a day across the board between the last match we saw and this one. 2 fantastic series to close things out. But of course, in this final one, it was GOATS Esports getting the best of Best Western. And Saya, I don't have words, but you know who I think probably does? Our analyst desk. We'll send it back over to Kaz and Borg to close out the night with some takeaways from that one. Folks, thank you all so much for listening. Go back and watch these games back. But of course, let's hear what our analyst has to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. K-Bot. We're here for the final time tonight, me and Mr. Borg. Borg, what did you think about this? Were you thinking that GOAT Esports were going to come back with a nice 3-0 towards the end there to bring it back with a nice comeback?
I don't even want to go over game 2, Kaz. I want to be completely honest with you. Both games were so close. Like, I watched everything. I was trying to think, pick up some good spots to review, but everything was so close and every play was just so contested. Every round was so long. I got so tired trying to think of things. So basically, I've decided I'm going to basically recap game 2 for us just with my voice, and then we'll go over game 1, starting with this clip here that you can see. So game 2, ready for the quick recap? First 2 sets, or I believe basically Best Western looking fairly dominant, looking like it was their map. Wallaby was popping off, getting kills. Zenith was making some good plays. And then one very good round from Bluefoo, just absolutely destroying everybody. Super lockdown D. He gets first pick after they win set 3, gets Twin Drive. He has the prime time now as well. He gets the prime time, and then Atlas with Twin Drive prime time, Like, I'm tired. You can hear it in my voice. There's no point in going over that game. It was a really, really good, I believe that was a reverse sweep, right? I'm going crazy, but I believe it was a reverse sweep. If I'm wrong, either way, it felt like a reverse sweep. Congrats to GOATS Esports for the 2-0, and especially that second game. That was a banger. But let's go over the first game real quick, because we actually have some stuff to talk about. So, this is after set 1, or actually, after set 2, actually. Best Western got 3-0'd after a fairly close first set. And if we take a look at here, let me There we go. He chose stacks on stacks. So basically what happened was Apalmi got the Adrenaline Rush, right? Amy gets Timeless Critter. She has Monumentalist and Timeless at this point, keep in mind. So the Amy ult is pretty crazy here. It doesn't mean as much necessarily because it's Aten City, and Aten City is a small map, but it's very open. So unless you have a longer Amy ult, usually it's a lot harder for the Amy to make use of it, but it's still very powerful, especially on defense. So that came into play a lot during this game. The Rasmus gets the Big Fish. So you already see Adrenaline Rush, Big Fish, 2 almost best-in-slot trainings for the side of Goats Esports. You'd think it would just be over at this point, but you know, Wallaby gets the Tempo Swing, and this is a triple Stinger start, by the way. So Tempo Swing plus Stinger plus Siphoning Wand. I believe he took Siphoning Wand. He's going to be doing a lot of damage. So, and that's basically what happened, is a lot of KOs, a lot of damage. I don't have a stat screenshot. I probably should have done that, but there were a ton of KOs and a ton of damage on both sides. So this draft just really kind of came out to me here as you don't really need Unstoppable. Most of the time you're getting staggered. You're not really getting hit off the side of the map. So I'm glad that no one took Unstoppable here. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Well, I think it could have been good on Zenith possibly, but I think personally he chose the longer secondary duration with Castellas. But that aside, let's just move on to the next draft. Because then they win again. But this time was a very, very close set. Best Western loses it. Kai gets the prime time. Bluefu gets the prime time, and I'll show you a few things here of kind of what the theme of this game turns out to be. As I hit play here, Kai gets prime time, Amy gets extra special, 2 best-in-slot trainings for either of these characters. Both Rasmuses get size, and keep in mind, Fudgy Waffles on the Rasmus here has double size trainings now. Rasmus with double size training scales off of basically all of his abilities except for his ultimate. So very, very good value, although the other Rasmus is still getting some, built different value out of it as well, so nothing too crazy. And then the Super Surge and the Aerials, both very, very good dash trainings. On this map, I do believe that Aerials is better than what it usually is because it helps your 10th auto projectile, but Super Surge is still much better. So again, very insane draft. Everyone's getting their best in slots. The point of me showing you both these drafts is that it's extremely close in draft and in game too, as we can see here. Power play denials is kind of the theme of what I want to go over here. As we play this clip, it starts off with, I believe Apalme getting KO'd, Wallaby KO'ing Fudgy Waffles, but Bluefu just holding it absolutely down. Finding a good clear, finding it around the Amy ult. He can't stop it here, finally, able to get in and make this an actual competitive set. But if we take a look here, right about here, here's how you want to play this. So Best Western, I believe at this point they must be tired because there's a lot of different ways you can play this. You have to watch out from the core flip on Bluefu, so you can't let him get to it straight away. So here, Rasmus needs to use his abilities, which he still has. They refreshed at this point. Into this corner, Wallaby needs to then pick up the slack here because you can't actually pass between each other. This is where I think they weren't actually not quite sure what to do in the moment because Bluefu has flipped. So if they pass between each other, which I believe they really tried to do here, as you can see, they pass between each other. Bluefu meets one pass and then he gets the flip. He gets to deny some time and allow his teammate to respawn. In the end, they Best Western still got the goal to even it up here almost. But this was happening all game. I suggest the viewers to look back at this whole game and the second game too. Bluefu denied so many power plays, it was ridiculous. There were so many times I was about to clip literally one thing, the next thing, the next thing, but Best Western just could not get the goal half the time because Bluefu is just an iron wall. He would not let in anything. So power play denials, one thing that's very, very good here. And then I just wanted to show the game finish of game 1 because this was, just sit back and enjoy. We'll watch the clip, go over kind of what happens afterwards. So you can see Wallaby and Zenith both staggered here. Apalm looking for that, just any opportunity he can. But notice here, sorry about that. Notice here, Fudgy is 1 strike away from his core flip. So if you see what he does, He hits it forward. Perfect. That's what he needs to do. He's getting the pass block. There's no need for him to back pass. All he needs to do is hit it forward, chase the core with his secondary, and look for a flip play. He comes in. He does just that. Boom. Flips. Beats Breads to the flip, actually. Finds the angle in between. Right in there. Between him, because the flip actually knocked Zenith upwards, so he could not be a part of the play. He couldn't use his flip. And, I mean, it was just game over at that point as we enjoy the goal. And man, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I am extremely tired. I'm sure the audience is extremely tired from watching all of those games. I definitely recommend if someone came in here late, go back, watch the East games. The East games were amazing. Majority of them were all extremely close. A lot of 1-1s, some 2-0s as well. And then if you look back, come to watch all the West games again. Watch this set as well. This whole series, the first game, the second game, and this last final set on from GOATS versus Best Western. It's some of the closest games of Omega Strikers you're going to watch. And sorry if I'm rambling on now, but Kaz, I'll let you close it out here as there's not too much else to be shown.
All right, thank you, Mr. Borg. No, I think it was a wonderful analysis. Now, there's not much else to talk about here. We're just ending out the stream. Thank you all for attending the North American Striker League. I was, once again, the host, Mr. Kaz the host, and if you guys could tune in next week at the same time, it'd be great. KMDR TV. You guys have a great one. See you for more Omega Strikers action.